Chapter 1082. Huang Xiong was drenched in sweat under Jiang Chen's power. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him, and he did not have the courage to bargain with Jiang Chen. He saw Jiang Chen's ruthless eyes, which were indifferent to all living things. Under such eyes, Huang Xiong felt that everything was not his. He had been completely dominated by Jiang Chen. "Let them go," Huang Xiong said to the black-clothed men who had completely surrounded the Han villagers. He didn't know that he had given up his last bargaining chip by doing this. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He was too afraid of death and treasured his life too much. Plus, he was intimidated by Jiang Chen's qi, which made his mind slow down. That's right. Of course, Huang Xiong's biggest mistake was that he did not know Jiang Chen. He naively thought that with his identity, as long as he did not kill the Han villagers, Jiang Chen would let him go. After all, he was the sixth master of the Huang family. In the entire Yan city, there was no one who dared to kill him. Jiang Chen had killed countless people in his life. To him, killing was a common thing. He did not even blink, especially to his enemies. Jiang Chen did not hate his enemies, but what Huang Xiong did today made him extremely annoyed. What Jiang Chen hated the most was to threaten him with the people around him. Facing such enemies, Jiang Chen would never be polite. That was to say, when Han Chong ran to Jiang Chen's yard and told him what happened in Han village, he had already sentenced Huang Xiong to death in his heart. Even if Huang Xiong released all the Han villagers now, he would still die, and so would everyone else. Originally, Huang Xiong could still deal with Jiang Chen because the experts of the Huang family had completely controlled the Han villagers. In addition, there were too many villagers in the Han village and their cultivation was too low. Once the experts of the Huang family decided to take action, even with Jiang Chen's ability, it was impossible to guarantee that no one in the Han village would be safe. Voila! Under the lead of Han Chong, the villagers of Han village rushed to Jiang Chen's back and stood with Han Chong, completely breaking away from the control of the experts of Huang family. "Village chief, are you all right?" A look of joy finally appeared on Han Song's face. "I'm fine." Han Chongling shook his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were still filled with worry. He wasn't worried about Jiang Chen's cultivation. Jiang Chen's fearsomeness had been witnessed by them. Even Huang Xiong had been defeated by him. No one from the Huang clan was a match for Jiang Chen. What worried Han Chongling the most was whether Jiang Chen would really kill Huang Xiong. If Jiang Chen really killed Huang Xiong, that would mean offending the Huang family. In this region of Yan City, there weren't many people who dared to kill the sixth master. If Jiang Chen killed the sixth master, the Huang family would never let it go. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't have a good time in the future. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, there was still a big gap between him and the Huang family. One should know that the Huang family had a real heaven immortal. "Jiang Chen, I've already released the Han villagers. You can let me go now. As long as you let me go, I promise the Huang family won't trouble you again," Huang Xiong said in a pleading tone. "Huang Xiong, you should know that there are some mistakes that you can't make. Once you do, you will have to pay a heavy price. You can deal with me, but I hate the way you chose to deal with me. From the moment I set foot in Han village, your fate has been sealed, and so has the fate of all of you," Jiang Chen said with an expressionless face. His eyes were getting colder and colder, and his killing intent was getting colder and colder. Everyone could feel it. You broke your promise. I've already let them go." Huang Xiong was truly terrified. "I've never said anything about letting you go." Jiang Chen's words made Huang Xiong's heart sink to the bottom. That's right, Jiang Chen had never said anything about letting him go. In other words, Jiang Chen never intended to let him go from the beginning. "Go to hell." Jiang Chen squeezed his dragon claw and crushed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood spurted out from his broken throat. Huang Xiong's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it was true even at the moment of his death. He was the sixth lord of the Huang family. He never thought that he would die one day. At least, he didn't think that he would be killed by someone else. However, he had provoked the wrong person, Jiang Chen. Death was the only ending for him. Huang Xiong's body fell to the ground. From now on, there would be no Lord Lu in Yan City. Hiss. This scene made all the people of the Huang family gasp. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a ghost. They had never seen such a ferocious method before. It was as if the person standing in front of them wasn't a human, but a bloodthirsty devil from hell. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the sixth lord? Do you know the status of the sixth lord in the Huang family? The final late earthly immortal stage old man berated loudly. He was using this shout to conceal the fear in his heart, but all of this was useless. You'll end up the same, Jiang Chen said and lunged at the elder madly, at the same time casting the earth jail. The elder let out a miserable cry. One of his arms was torn off by Jiang Chen on the spot. He wasn't that weak, but Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong, which made him lose the courage to fight. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Bang! Jiang Chen slammed his palm on the elder's heart, shattering all his internal organs and killing him on the spot. The remaining members of the Huang family were completely terrified. They had never seen such a scene before. The fear that came from the bottom of their hearts had left them in despair. Big brother Jiang, are we going to kill these people as well? Han Chong plucked up his courage and came to the back of Jiang Chen. He felt that Jiang Chen was a stranger to him. He had never thought that the sunny boy next door would have such a terrifying side. He was simply the incarnation of a devil. However, Han Chong couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he was still too inexperienced. Killing people was too foreign to him, let alone killing so many people at once. Tsong, don't speak. Han Chongling hastily pulled Han Chong back, fearing that Han Chong would offend Jiang Chen's dignity. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen who was saved by them. A person who could kill a late Earth immortal was a high and mighty existence in their eyes. In front of Jiang Chen, apart from gratitude, they felt more respect and fear. Jiang Chen didn't answer Han Kong. Instead, he quickly drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword and rushed into the Huang family's camp like a ferocious tiger. Arg! Wails lingered in the air, sending chills down one's spine. In front of Jiang Chen in his half-dragon form, these Earth immortal experts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In just a few blinks, all of them died under Jiang Chen's sword. Blood flowed like a river in the open space of Han village. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. All of the people of Huang family were dead. None of them were left alive. When had the villagers of Han village ever seen such a scene? Each of them turned pale with fright. Their bodies were trembling. Jiang Chen's ruthlessness had shaken their hearts, but they knew very well that Jiang Chen had saved them. Without Jiang Chen, they would be the ones who died here today. Therefore, they were more grateful to Jiang Chen. At the rear, Yan Qingqing's expression was also palpitating. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen's massacre. She was completely shocked. Not even a young lady like her had experienced such a bloody scene. However, after Jiang Chen killed them, he still looked calm as if nothing had happened. This could only mean one thing. Jiang Chen had long been accustomed to such a massacre. Jiang Chen returned to his half-dragon form, then came to Han Chong and said solemnly, Tsong, you have to remember that this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. You can't be merciful to your enemies. Being merciful to your enemies is the same as being cruel to yourself and your loved ones. If I couldn't defeat the Huang family today, I would also face the same fate. Even many people in your village would die. I'm afraid that's not what you want to see. After all, Yen City and One Line Sky are too small. When you walk out of this place one day, you will know the true cruelty of a world where people eat people. Han Tsong's expression was palpitating. He felt that Jiang Chen was too unfamiliar to him, but he also knew that Jiang Chen's words were for his own good. Yes, big brother Jiang. Han Chong nodded and tried not to look at the corpses on the ground. Jiang brother, thank you for saving us today. On behalf of the entire Han village, I thank Jiang brother. Han Chongling cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. There's no need to thank me, village chief. This matter was caused by me, Jiang Chen said. But, Jiang brother has killed so many people of the Huang family, including the sixth master. You should know that Huang Xiong is the blood brother of the Huang family's patriarch. Now that he's dead, the Huang family will definitely not let this matter go. Han Chongling said worriedly. The revenge of the Huang family was absolutely terrifying. At that time, not only would Jiang Chen be in danger, their Han village would also be consigned to eternal damnation. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then said to the direction where Yan Qingqing was hiding, Eldest Miss has been hiding for so long. It's time for her to come out. Upon hearing this, all the people of Han village looked back and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman walking out. It turned out that Yan Qingqing had been hiding at the back all along. They didn't have the slightest gap between them, but it seemed like Jiang Chen had already noticed her. You've already discovered me. Chapter 1083. Eldest Miss has been following me all the way from the city lord's mansion. Jiang Chen can still sense it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He could understand why Yan Qingqing followed him secretly. After all, from Yan Qingqing's point of view, she still had to consider the safety of the city lord's mansion. However, Jiang Chen was a little disgusted by this hidden sense of distrust. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable because Jiang Chen had already called her Miss Qingqing before. Now, he called her eldest miss, which made him feel a little distant. Big brother Jiang, Yuan Chengjun found me last night and told me that you went out to meet with Huang Xiong outside the city lord's mansion. He said that you are a spy sent by the Huang family. Coincidentally, you left the city lord's mansion in a hurry this morning. Qingqing was suspicious, so I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect that it would be like this. Qingqing is really ashamed, I'm sorry. Yan Qingqing bowed to Jiang Chen and said frankly. Her expression was dignified and everyone could feel her sincerity. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also nodded secretly. Yan Qingqing was not pretentious at all, which made him not feel disgusted at all. If Yan Qingqing didn't tell the truth and made up some other lies to fool him, Jiang Chen's good impression of her would disappear instantly and he would leave the city lord's mansion. However, Yan Qingqing obviously didn't try to fool him. She told him everything in detail, which made Jiang Chen's anger disappear. Moreover, Jiang Chen learned about Yuan Chengjun from Yan Qingqing. Last night, Huang Xiong could accurately wait for him outside the city lord's mansion, and Yuan Chengjun happened to see their meeting. Then, he told Yan Qingqing everything, causing her to misunderstand him. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Chen felt that everything was planned by Yuan Chengjun in the dark. As for Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen wasn't angry at her at all. She didn't go to him immediately after knowing that he had met with Huang Xiong, which meant that she still trusted him. As for her doubts, if he was in her shoes, he would also have doubts. No wonder Yan Qingqing didn't. Now that her doubts were gone, it naturally wouldn't affect the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing, or even the city lord's mansion. Yuan Chengjun is narrow-minded and not a kind person. Miss Qingqing, you have to be careful. Jiang Chen reminded him and did not tell him about Yuan Chengjun's visit last night. Big brother Yuan is indeed a little stingy, but I grew up with him. He's not a bad person. Plus, my father and Uncle Yuan are sworn brothers. Big brother Yuan would never do anything that would harm the city lord's mansion. Yan Qingqing said. That's for the best. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. There were some things that didn't need to be explained. Today, Big Brother Jiang's means have really stunned Qingqing. I always thought that Big Brother Jiang was only good at alchemy. I never thought that his combat strength would be so terrifying. A late human immortal could actually kill a late Earth immortal expert. I'm afraid that even those super geniuses in ethereal immortal domain wouldn't be able to do such a thing, let alone in one-line sky. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yan Qingqing said sincerely. Geniuses were very proud, and Yan Qingqing was no exception. It wasn't easy for her to say words of admiration to Jiang Chen, but now, her admiration came from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen, you're a genius. Brother Jiang is a true genius, but Brother Jiang has killed Huang Xiong today. The Huang family will definitely not let this matter go. I wonder what we should do next. Han Chongling said worriedly. Everyone in the Huang family is dead today. In my opinion, we should just burn their bodies. No one will see it anyway. Second brother Han said. No need. It's totally unnecessary. Huang Xiong has brought so many experts to Han village. The Huang family will definitely know about it. This matter can't be concealed anymore. The people of Han village can no longer stay here. Jiang Chen said and looked at Yan Qingqing. Miss Qingqing, it shouldn't be a difficult thing for you to settle down the people of Han village, right? Don't worry, brother Jiang. I can guarantee the safety of the Han village. All the villagers can go to Yan City immediately. Yan Qingqing said. At this time, the only thing that could protect the Han village was the Castellan's mansion. After hearing Yan Qingqing's words, the villagers of Han village heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of the Castellan's mansion, They didn't need to worry about their safety anymore. The Han village had also moved to Yen City from a remote area. From now on, they had the support of the Castellan's mansion. This was all because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the Han village wouldn't have such a great opportunity. The high and mighty Castellan wouldn't give special treatment to a small Han village. I'm relieved after hearing Sister Qingqing's words. Jiang Chen smiled. He was the one who annihilated the Huang family and the main target of the Huang family. Han village was just an accessory. So as long as the Han village entered Yen City, it would be safe under the protection of the Castellan's mansion. Given the Huang family's identity, they wouldn't make things difficult for a small village because it would be beneath their dignity. Without wasting too much time, the villagers of Han village packed up and followed Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing to Yen City. Although there were more than 100 people in the Han village, with the help of the two experts, Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing, their speed was extremely fast. It only took them half a day to arrive at Yen City from the Han village. Hundreds of people entering the Castellan's mansion was a big target. It was hard for them not to be noticed. Plus, the news of what happened in Han village spread like wildfire. The news of Jiang Chen killing Huang Xiong had alarmed the Castellan, Yan Donglu. In a room, Yan Donglu, Yan Qingqing, and Yuan Hong were gathered together with Yuan Chengjun. Qingqing, you said that Jiang Chen killed Huang Xiong with his late human immortal cultivation base? Yan Donglu couldn't hide his astonishment. Despite knowing what happened in Han village, he still couldn't believe it. Just like the others, he only thought that Jiang Chen was a powerful alchemist. Ordinary alchemists would be weaker in terms of combat strength because of their focus on alchemy. However, Jiang Chen had become an anomaly. Not only was his alchemy skill superb, his combat strength was also earth-shattering. Impossible. I absolutely don't believe that he can kill Huang Lu. After all, Huang Lu is a peak late earth immortal expert. He's very difficult to deal with. Even if I personally take action, it won't be an easy task to kill him. Yuan Chengjun spoke aloud. He seemed somewhat agitated. He had looked down on Jiang Chen from the beginning. As a late earth immortal expert, he had a unique advantage in front of human immortals. Now, he suddenly felt that his advantage was gone. How could he accept it? Jiang Chen, you're right. That's right, Dad. I was hiding in the dark and saw everything clearly. All the people of Huang family who went to Han village were killed by Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing said with certainty. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the heavens and earth. I'm afraid that such a genius is rare even in the entire ethereal immortal domain. This man's future is limitless. It seems like the Castellan's mansion has to make good use of him. Yan Donglu nodded and said. From his words, it could be seen that he attached great importance to Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him to ignore such a terrifying genius. If he didn't, he would be a fool. Humph. He's just a puny human immortal. What can he achieve? Yuan Chengjun harumphed coldly. Big brother Yuan, why do you always go against Jiang Chen? Last night, you said that Jiang Chen is a spy and a member of Huang family. Today, Jiang Chen has killed Huang Xiong, which showed his loyalty to the prefecture. I hope Big Brother Yuan will stop going against Jiang Chen in the future. Both of you are from the prefecture and should get along well with each other. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Chengjun with a frown. She was very unhappy that Yuan Chengjun was going against Jiang Chen. Qingqing is right. Chengjun, you have to get along well with Jiang Chen in the future. I can tell that this man is not ordinary. You should be able to learn a lot from him. Yan Donglu said. Undoubtedly, the words of Yan Donglu and his daughter had deeply hurt Yuan Chengjun's self-esteem. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Because of Jiang Chen, Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him had changed completely. He could clearly feel the difference. Jiang Chen, damn it. I'll get rid of you sooner or later. Yuan Chengjun gritted his teeth in anger. Chengjun, focus on your cultivation. Yuan Hong said to his son in a flat tone. Yes, Uncle Yan, Dad. Yuan Chengjun replied. The next day, in the Huang family. In the spacious meeting hall of Huang family, a dozen corpses were laid out. The one in the center was Huang Xiong, the famous sixth master of Yen City. At this moment, he was lying there quietly. His throat was crushed in an extremely cruel way. It could be said that he died miserably. Until now, Huang Xiong's eyes were still open. A lot of people had gathered in the meeting hall, But all of them kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In front of Huang Xiong's corpse stood 5 experts, 2 heaven immortals and 3 half-step heaven immortals. They were the true experts of Huang family. The patriarch of Huang family, Huang Ying, looked enraged. His chest was heaving up and down as if there was a hidden volcano in his body that would erupt at any time. The same was true for the other 4. They were Huang Xiong's blood brothers. "Who did this?" said Huang Ying Lang in a tone so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. The corpses of 6th Master and the others were found in Han Village. All the people in Han Village have left. I heard that they have all entered the prefecture. According to the prefecture, 6th Master and the others were killed by that alchemist named Jiang Chen. Chapter 1084. Impossible. That alchemist is just a human immortal. It's impossible for him to kill 6th brother. Huang San's reaction was very intense. He might be able to accept it if Huang Xiong and the others were killed by the experts of the prefecture, but he couldn't believe that Huang Xiong and the others were killed by a late human immortal. They were very clear about Huang Xiong's strength. Not to mention a late human immortal. Even 100 late human immortals wouldn't be a match for Huang Xiong. It's true. That Jiang Chen has become a legend in the prefecture. It's said that he's a peerless genius. Not only is his alchemy skill terrifying, but his combat strength is also shocking. He can kill a mid-earth immortal with just a late human immortal cultivation. It's said that when Jiang Chen was fighting 6th Master, he used a forbidden technique that increased his combat strength by 10 times. That's how he killed 6th Master. The guard said, "What? A forbidden technique that can increase combat strength by 10 times? How can there be such a terrifying secret technique in this world?" Someone exclaimed. They knew very well how difficult it was to increase one's combat strength. It was extremely difficult to increase one's combat strength on the basis of one's original combat strength. There were powerful taboo techniques that could temporarily increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times, which was already very terrifying. A taboo technique that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times in an instant, not to mention seeing it, it was the first time they had even heard of it. "Dad, what happened?" At this time, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, 3 figures strode in. The 3 of them seemed to be in their 20s. Each of them was handsome and elegant. Especially their cultivation, it was extremely terrifying. None of them was weaker than Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun. They were all late Earth immortals. "Fei you're back." Huang Ying's face revealed a rare smile when he saw the 3 of them. Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming were known as the 3 heroes of Yan City. They were the 3 geniuses of the Huang family. De Huang and Haofei were the biological sons of the Huang family. The 3 of them had left Yan City not long ago to gain experience. They didn't expect to encounter such a big incident when they returned today. Looking at Huang Xiong's corpse on the ground, the 3 of them were instantly enraged. How dare he? How dare he kill 6th uncle in Yan City? He must be tired of living. Huang Haofei clenched his fists and released a powerful aura. No one dared to disrespect this young master of the Huang family. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's name appeared in their ears. The guard told them the whole story. Huang Haofei and the other 2 were shocked. They were already rare geniuses, but it was absolutely unimaginable for a late human immortal to kill a late Earth immortal expert. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. I don't believe that such a person exists in this world. However, if such a person really exists, then he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, for our Huang family, he will be a huge threat. Huang Haofei said. But this person is hiding in the city lord's mansion. We don't have a chance to make a move. Huang Laosi said. I will go to the city lord's mansion to find him. I, Huang Haoren, want to challenge Jiang Chen. As long as he dares to accept the challenge, I will kill him and avenge 6th uncle. Huang Haoren's aura fluctuated. He then turned around and walked out of the hall. Sure enough, Huang Haoren did what he said he would do. He ran to the entrance of the prefecture in an overbearing manner and clamored, wanting to challenge Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to his challenge. He didn't put it in his heart at all. As a result, Huang Haoren had been clamoring outside the prefecture for an hour, but Jiang Chen didn't even fart. It looked like he had no intention of coming out to accept the challenge. Haha, what bullshit peerless genius. It turns out that he's just a coward. Huang Haoren laughed and left. However, he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. He would come again tomorrow until Jiang Chen accepted the challenge. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't take Huang Haoren's challenge seriously at all. Other than helping the city lord's mansion to concoct some pills, he was also focusing on refining the imprint in his body. During the process, his cultivation base was also constantly increasing. The imprint was about to be completely refined. Once it was completely refined, Jiang Chen's cultivation base would be able to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. At that time, he would be even more terrifying. The next day, Huang Haoren continued to provoke the city lord's mansion. His actions didn't attract Jiang Chen, but attracted Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun instead. Huang Haoren, you've been scolding outside the city lord's mansion for so long. That should be enough. Yan Qingqing said angrily. Yan Qingqing, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly ask that Jiang Chen to come out and fight with me. Don't be a coward. I would like to see how powerful he is. I, Huang Haoren, firmly believe that he has the strength to kill my sixth uncle. Huang Haoren said unyieldingly. Sister Qingqing, this Jiang Chen hasn't come out to accept the challenge. Wouldn't that make us look like a joke? It would make us look like we're not as good as the Huang family. Yuan Chengjun said with a smile. In fact, he was secretly ridiculing Jiang Chen for being a coward and not daring to accept the challenge. Brother Jiang has his own plans. Yan Qingqing glared at Yuan Chengjun, then said to Huang Haoren, don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Brother Jiang doesn't have time to accept your challenge. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Yan Qingqing's qi fluctuated. She strode towards Huang Haoren and suddenly unleashed her qi. It seemed like she was ready to fight with Huang Haoren at any time. All right, I also want to see the means of the Great Mississippi. Huang Haoren also unleashed his qi. He wasn't afraid of Yan Qingqing at all. Hung Long. A genius meeting a genius, and they were enemies. There was almost nothing to say. Both of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. There was a spacious square outside the city lord's mansion. The fierce battle between the two naturally attracted a lot of people. Huang Haoren had been scolding for a long time, so the number of onlookers had already increased. More and more people were watching the battle. For the people of Yen City, being able to witness the battle between the two great geniuses of the Huang family and the city lord mansion was an extremely rare thing. This was definitely going to be a good show. However, the absence of Jiang Chen had disappointed them. After all, Jiang Chen's reputation had spread out. Who wouldn't want to meet such a person who could kill the late Earth Immortal 6th Master Huang with his cultivation base of late human immortal realm? Not to mention whether Jiang Chen's strength was really that tyrannical. His courage to kill Huang Xiong was already admirable. Who is this Jiang Chen? I have never heard of him before. You still don't know? I heard that he is a genius rescued by the people of Han Village. Not only is his alchemy skill incomparably superb, he has already become the chief alchemist of the city lord's mansion. Who would have thought that his combat strength is also incomparably terrifying? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. This news is absolutely true. It is said that Jiang Chen is only a late human immortal expert. It is simply unbelievable that he could kill a late Earth immortal expert with his cultivation base. Unfortunately, that Jiang Chen is acting like a coward and doesn't dare to come out to fight. Otherwise, I would like to have a good look at him. I think he doesn't dare to come out. Jiang Chen is one of the three geniuses of Huang family. Not only is his cultivation base high, but his combat strength is also incomparable to an ordinary late Earth immortal expert. It is reasonable that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to fight. Many people were talking about it. Jiang Chen's reputation had spread across the streets of Yen City in a very short time. Coupled with the 2 days of challenges and curses from Jiang Chen, it was difficult for them not to know who Jiang Chen was. The only regret was that Jiang Chen didn't show up. In many people's eyes, he was still a mysterious figure. Although they didn't see Jiang Chen's real face, it was already a good harvest to be able to see the battle between the two geniuses of Yen City. Yan Qingqing and Huang Haoren fought fiercely for half an hour, but there was no clear winner. However, it was obvious that both of them still had some trump cards that they didn't want to show to each other. Yan Qingqing, go back and tell Jiang Chen that his life will be Huang family's sooner or later. I, Huang Haoren, will come again tomorrow. If he doesn't show up, he can continue to be a coward. Huang Haoren left these words and left. That afternoon, before the dispute between Jiang Chen and the Huang family could be settled, a mountain range 1,000 miles away from Yen City suddenly shook. This kind of powerful vibration naturally attracted the attention of all the major powers in Yen City. Therefore, the experts of the City Lord Mansion and the Huang family immediately flew over. Outside the shaking mountain range, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong, Huang Ying and second brother of Huang family, 4 Heaven Immortal experts arrived almost at the same time. The situation in front of them made them extremely excited. This place was originally an abandoned, desolate mountain range. Normally, it was desolate and uninhabited. Very few people would come here. But after the vibration just now, Anor Mountain appeared here. That's right, it was a hidden Nor Mountain. In the immortal world, what did Anor Mountain represent? It represented endless wealth. With Yen Donglu and Huang Ying's eyesight, they could naturally see the enormous wealth contained in this Or Mountain. The grade of the Or Mountain wasn't high. Most of them were low-grade immortal metastones, but they could also dig out mid-grade immortal metastones from the inside. Mid-grade immortal metastones were incomparably precious. The value of one mid-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade immortal metastones. In the face of such a huge treasure, who wouldn't be moved? I never thought that there would be such a hidden Or Mountain in Yen City. This Or Mountain is enough to excavate a huge amount of low-grade immortal metastones. There are even a lot of mid-grade immortal metastones. If our Huang family can obtain this Or Mountain, our strength will definitely increase tremendously. Second brother Huang's eyes lit up as if this endless wealth already belonged to his Huang family. This Or Mountain was not discovered by your Huang family. Could it be that your Huang family wants to seize it in front of me? Chapter 1085. Yen Donglu. I was the first to arrive at this Or Mountain. In other words, my Huang family was the first to discover it. Do you think I should own it? Huang Ying said with a carefree expression. He knew the value of this mine. If he could take it for himself, he would never share it with the City Lord Mansion. If the Huang family could take control of this mine, their strength would increase tremendously. It would only be a matter of time before they surpass the City Lord Mansion. At that time, they would destroy the City Lord Mansion and Yen City would belong to the Huang family. What a joke. Didn't I say that I was the first to arrive here? Why don't you give it a try if you want to own this Or Mountain? Yen Donglu darted a glance at Huang Ying. As his archenemy, he had never been afraid of Huang Ying. Plus, the cold poison in his body had been completely removed and he had obtained great benefits from the ardent yang pill. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early Heaven Immortal Realm, only a step away from the intermediate Heaven Immortal Realm. If they really fought, Huang Ying wouldn't be a match for him. Yen Donglu, don't say that I'm not generous enough. I'll give you 20% of the Or Mountain. This is my biggest concession, said Huang Ying. Haha, 20%? That's funny. I think it's not bad to give you 20%. Yen Donglu burst into laughter. He was amused by Huang Ying's words. Huang Ying's appetite was really big. This Or Mountain had appeared for some reason, and was discovered by the 4 of them at the same time. How could Huang Ying claim 80% of the Or Mountain? Wasn't this ridiculous? Who wouldn't want to own such a huge Or Mountain? This is an unimaginable fortune to Yen City. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yen Donglu, Huang Ying, and the other 2 turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s flying towards them. He was wearing a scholarly robe and looked gentle and elegant, just like a Confucian scholar. The smile on his face made people have a good impression on him. Nye Yuan, could it be that your Yuan association is also going to interfere? Huang Ying's face was filled with displeasure. The newcomer was none other than the last tycoon of Yen City, the president of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Nye Yuan. Nye Yuan, your Yuan Chamber of Commerce has never interfered in the battle between the 2 of us. Do you also want a share of this mine? Yen Donglu said in an unfriendly tone. The 2 families were on the verge of fighting over this huge amount of wealth, and neither of them was willing to give in. It would be disastrous if another family joined in. Haha, our Yuan association has always been amiable and prosperous. We will not interfere in the fight between the 2 of you. However, our Yuan association naturally wants to have a share of such a huge amount of wealth. I have a suggestion. I wonder what the 2 of you think? Nie Yuan chuckled as he spoke. Although he was dressed like a Confucian scholar, his smile gave off a feeling of craftiness. What suggestion? Asked Huang Ying. I can see that both of you absolutely don't want to share the wealth with each other. Why don't I give you a suggestion? I'll be the judge. Both of you will use a certain method to have a competition. Whoever produces the immortal stone will get 80% of the mine. The loser will get nothing and the remaining 20% will belong to our Yuan association. Said Nie Yuan. From this suggestion, it wasn't hard to see Nie Yuan's character. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a crafty old fox. One should know that Yuan association had never interfered in the battle between the prefecture and Huang family. If it wasn't for the fact that the value of this mine was too high, he would never show up. Such a suggestion wouldn't bring any harm to Yuan association. Instead, they could earn 20% of the immortal metastones for no reason. It could also be considered as a suitable solution for the prefecture and Huang family. One should know that both Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't let go of the 80% of the immortal metastones. It would be better to find a middleman to have a competition. The winner would get 80% of the immortal metastones and the loser would get nothing. As for the city lord's mansion and the Huang family, they had been fighting against each other for a long time. Therefore, even though the two of them knew that Nie Yuan had his own reasons for making such a suggestion, they couldn't say a single word. If they didn't agree, they might be misunderstood as being afraid of the other party. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. More importantly, if they won and got 80% of the immortal metastones, they would rather let Yuan association get the remaining 20% than the other party. Nie Yuan, how do you propose the competition? Yan Donglu asked. It's very simple. We can let the two of you find geniuses to compete with each other. Sooner or later, the world will belong to the young generation. Besides, it's meaningless to let the two of you compete with each other. I don't think I need to say much about your strength. I'm afraid that the two of you won't be able to determine the winner even if you fight for 3 days and 3 nights. It's more meaningful to let the geniuses compete with each other. Nie Yuan said with a smile. Business opportunities were the most important thing for a businessman. He was sure that Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't refuse his suggestion. As long as the two major powers decided to compete with each other, he would be able to get the 20% of the immortal metastones. All right, let's do it. I heard that the eldest daughter of the prefecture is talented and beautiful. I wonder if you dare to compete with my son? Huang Ying looked at Yan Donglu with a sneer. He was very confident in the strength of his son, Huang Haofei. Huang Haofei had already reached the peak of late Earth immortal realm at such a young age. Now, he was only a step away from the half-step heaven immortal realm. Humph! Do you think that my daughter will be afraid of your son? Yan Donglu harumphed coldly. The two of you, it's really boring to fight one-on-one. In my opinion, why don't we have a best-of-3 competition? That way, the geniuses of your two families will have the opportunity to show their strength. Isn't that better? Nie Yuan suggested. As one of the 3 major powers in Yan City, he too wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the prefecture and Huang family were. All right. Let's have a best-of-3 competition then. I think it's a good idea. Huang Ying agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, he found Nie Yuan very pleasing to his eyes. Such a competition would be very beneficial to Huang family. In Yan City, who didn't know the name of the 3 heroes of the Huang family? Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming, the 3 great geniuses of the Huang family. Apart from Yan Qingqing, there was only Yuan Chengjun left in the prefecture. They couldn't find a 3rd genius. Winning 2 out of 3 matches was very beneficial to the Huang family. Furthermore, such a competition reminded Huang Ying of a person, Jiang Chen. Since it was stated that the best-of-3 competition would be the best of 3, the prefecture would have to find 3 geniuses. Apart from Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun, the only one who could stand on the stage was Jiang Chen, who had recently risen to fame in Yan City. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Huang Ying couldn't help but recall the tragic death of Huang Xiong and the others. For the past 2 days, Huang Haoren had been challenging the prefecture, but Jiang Chen had become a coward and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Since Jiang Chen didn't dare to accept the challenge, it meant that Jiang Chen didn't think that he was a match for Huang Haoren. That would be great. If they could attract Jiang Chen to fight, it would be the death of Jiang Chen and the opportunity for Huang family to take revenge would come. What do you think? I wonder if Brother Yen dares to accept the challenge. But I remember that your prefecture doesn't have 3 geniuses. It's really pitiful. Huang Ying said in a strange tone. Humph. So be it. No matter how we compete, my Castellan manor will not fear your Huang family. Yen Donglu harumphed coldly. He was a man who valued his face very much. At least, he couldn't lose to his opponent in terms of qi. All right, it's a deal then. The time will be tomorrow, right outside this ermine. If your prefecture loses, our Huang family will get 80% of this ermine and Yuan Association will get 20%. Huang Ying laughed out loud. Then left with Huang family's second brother. Nie Yuan left as well. This time, he had obtained 20% of the immortal meta stones without using a single blade or spear. Naturally, he felt very happy in his heart. Brother Yen, why did you agree to this kind of competition? Our city lord mansion only has 2 young geniuses while the Huang family has 3. All of them are very strong. This kind of competition is disadvantageous to us. Yuan Hong said with a frown, feeling that Yen Donglu shouldn't have agreed to such a competition. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be lowering my head in front of Huang Ying? 2 out of 3 isn't a big deal. Wasn't Jiang Chen able to kill a late Earth immortal expert? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. I think he must have some ability. Yen Donglu said. The only person he could think of at this moment was Jiang Chen. But how can Huang Xiong and the other 2 be compared to Huang Haofei and the other 2? Huang Haoren has been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days. But Jiang Chen didn't even dare to show up. This is a typical case of fear. I don't think we can count on this Jiang Chen. Yuan Hong said. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's performance in these 2 days was disappointing and disdainful. It was hard for anyone to have any hope in him. Then let's pray that Qingqing and Chenggjun can win 2 rounds. Yen Donglu said faintly and left swiftly. In the prefecture, in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed, Jiang Chen was still in seclusion to refine the soul imprint. It would take him at most 1 day to refine it completely. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Yen Donglu paid a visit to Jiang Chen personally, which forced Jiang Chen to stop his seclusion. May I know what's the purpose of your visit, City Lord? Jiang Chen clasped his fists and asked. I haven't thanked Grandmaster Jiang for your help that day. I never thought that not only Grandmaster Jiang's skill in alchemy was superb, but also his combat strength was astonishing. It's unbelievable that a mere late human immortal expert could kill a late Earth immortal expert like Huang Xiong. Chapter 1086. City Lord never comes to me for no reason. Just get straight to the point. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well that Yen Donglu wouldn't come to him for no reason. Since Yen Donglu had come, he must have something to ask of him. Grandmaster Jiang is really a straightforward man. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Here's the thing. Yen Donglu wasn't a man who liked to waste time. Immediately, he told Jiang Chen about the ore mine outside Yen City. Naturally, the most important part was the competition between the prefecture and the Huang family. I suppose City Lord wants me to represent the prefecture in the competition, right? Jiang Chen was a smart man. Plus, he was very interested after hearing about the ore mine. He had just arrived in the immortal world not too long ago and needed a lot of immortal metastones. As the saying goes, everyone knows their own business. Unlike others, he had already witnessed the scariness of the dragon transformation skill. The further one cultivated this skill, the more immortal metastones would be consumed. That's right. There are 3 geniuses in the Huang family, known as the 3 heroes of the Huang family of Yen City. All 3 of them are very powerful, having reached the late Earth immortal realm. Especially Huang Ying's son, Huang Haofei. Apart from Qingqing, there's only Yuan Chenggjun left in the prefecture. There's no 3rd genius in the young generation. Although Grandmaster Jiang is young and is only a late human immortal expert, your talent is amazing. Even Huang Xiong, a late Earth immortal expert, was killed by you. Apart from you, there's no one else in the prefecture who can compete with you, said Yen Donglu. Jiang Chen knitted his brows, seeming to be in a dilemma, but inwardly, he was incomparably happy. This was a business that he couldn't miss. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry too much. Chenggjun and Qingqing will fight in the 1st and 2nd round. As long as they win, Grandmaster doesn't need to fight in the 3rd round. As long as Grandmaster agrees to it, I will certainly give you some benefits. Yen Donglu thought that Jiang Chen was in a difficult position because of fear, but in his point of view, it was normal. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only a late human immortal after all. He hadn't even reached the half-step Earth immortal realm. Although he was able to kill Huang Xiong, how could Huang Xiong be compared to geniuses like Huang Haofei? If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have let Huang Haoren insult him. Since City Lord has put it this way, I won't stand on ceremony. Let's be clear about some things first. If Yuan Chengjun and Miss Qingqing are able to win, there's naturally no need for me to act. I won't ask for any benefits either. If they lose the first round and I help the City Lord's mansion win the third round, I want 20% of the mine. Jiang Chen. What? Upon hearing this, Yen Donglu almost exclaimed. Asking for 20% of the immortal meta stones? Wasn't this Jiang Chen's appetite a little too big? City Lord, you can consider it. If it's possible, I will agree to it. Jiang Chen smiled. At this point, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Yen Donglu thought for a while and said, all right, as long as Grandmaster Jiang can help the prefecture win the mine, I will give you 20%. Yen Donglu was a shrewd man. After regaining his composure, he felt that Jiang Chen's condition wasn't too excessive. After all, Jiang Chen had to fight and win the first round. In other words, if Yen Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun lost the first round, they must win the third round. Otherwise, the mine would belong to Huang family and the prefecture wouldn't get a single strand of it. If Jiang Chen could win the third round, even if Jiang Chen was given 20%, the prefecture would still get 60%. More importantly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Huang Haoren. As a matter of fact, his real hope was still on Yuan Chengjun and Yen Qingqing. He didn't have too much hope for Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too low. If Jiang Chen could really defeat Huang Haoren, it would be worthwhile for the prefecture to spend a fortune to befriend a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's future achievements would be limitless. Befriending him would only bring benefits to the prefecture. When is the competition? Asked Jiang Chen. Tomorrow outside the mine, said Yen Donglu. And no problem. Jiang Chen smiled. No matter what, his smile was always full of confidence. Yen Donglu didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, but such confidence could always affect the people around him, making them feel hopeful. After Yen Donglu left, Jiang Chen continued to refine the spiritual marks. He knew his own strength very well. Although Huang Haoren and the other two were stronger than Huang Xiong, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them at all. Putting aside the fact that he would advance to the half-step Earth Immortal Realm tomorrow, his trump cards would be enough to deal with anything even if he didn't advance to the half-step Earth Immortal Realm. Early the next morning, the higher-ups of the prefecture had gathered outside the gate of the prefecture. There were more than a dozen of them. All of them were very strong. Apart from Yen Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun who were late Earth Immortal Realm, the rest were already half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. They were the true higher-ups of the prefecture. Today's competition with Huang family could be considered as a major event in the prefecture, not only because of the competition of immortal meta stones, but also because of the competition between the young generation of Yen City. The losing side was destined to have a severe impact on their morals. Jiang Chen, clad in a white robe, walked out of the prefecture leisurely. Humph! How could the prefecture send a late human immortal to participate in such a major event? What a joke! Fighting alongside him is an incomparably shameful thing. Yuan Chengjun said sarcastically, displeased at the sight of Jiang Chen. Why does Big Brother Yuan always pick on Big Brother Jiang? Although Big Brother Jiang is only a late human immortal, he has killed Huang Xiong with his own hands. Isn't such strength enough to represent the prefecture? Yen Qingqing was incomparably dissatisfied. Chengjun, Qingqing is right. We can't find a third genius to represent the prefecture. The two of you are the most important participants in this competition. As long as you two can win the first two matches, Master Jiang won't need to do anything. Yuan Hong said. Yen Donglu shook his head and didn't speak a word. He knew that Yuan Chengjun liked his daughter for a long time, but his daughter seemed to be more interested in Jiang Chen. In this case, it was normal for Yuan Chengjun to have a prejudice against Jiang Chen. However, this was the relationship between young people. Yen Donglu wouldn't get involved in it. Under the lead of Yen Donglu, the group of people headed towards the Ore Mountain. Basically, No one had any objection to the choice of choosing Jiang Chen to represent the prefecture. After all, they knew the situation of the prefecture very well. Apart from Jiang Chen, they couldn't find a third genius. Besides, Jiang Chen was a famous alchemist. They had seen Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. It could be said to be superb and shocking. Even if they were half-step heaven immortal experts, they wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. On the contrary, it would be beneficial for them to befriend Jiang Chen. When the people from the City Lord Mansion arrived at the Ore Mountain, the people from the Huang family and Yuan Association had already arrived ahead of them. This was a grand meeting between the three major forces, and the strength of the three forces could be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Among the people of Huang family, there were three dignified young men with a face full of pride. They were Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren and Huang Haoming, the three heroes of the Huang family. They were also the three contestants of the Huang family. Seeing the arrival of the people of the prefecture, the people of Huang family and Yuan Association immediately looked over. Naturally, their eyes were focused on the young men of the prefecture and the contestants. Putting aside Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun, the appearance of Jiang Chen was the most eye-catching one. Almost without introduction, they had already guessed the identity of Jiang Chen. This new senior alchemist of the prefecture had gained quite a reputation these days. Is this man Jiang Chen? Huang Haoren's knife-like eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days, but in the end, he didn't even get to see Jiang Chen's face. It was impossible for him not to feel depressed. Dad, Yan Donglu really let Jiang Chen fight. This is the chance to avenge sixth uncle. Today, no matter what, we must kill him and get rid of future troubles for the Huang family. Huang Haofei said in an incomparably cold tone. Let me deal with him. Brother Fei, Brother Ming, you two go first. As long as you win one of the battles, I will definitely kill this Jiang Chen. Huang Haoren said with incomparable confidence. All right. Among the three of us, Brother Fei's combat strength is the strongest, but the most difficult one to deal with is Haoren. The prefecture wouldn't have thought of this. This time, not only will we kill Jiang Chen, 80% of the ore mine will also belong to our Huang family. It's time for our Huang family to establish our prestige. Huang Haoming said with a sneer. Brother Yan, this time, Huang Haofei, Huang Haoming and Huang Haoren will be the representatives of the Huang family. I wonder if your prefecture has chosen their representatives? Nie Yuan said with a smile. Of course. Yuan Chengjun, Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen will be the representatives of the prefecture. Yan Donglu said. Haha. Sure enough, the prefecture doesn't have anyone to send. Sending a late human immortal to fight? But it must be tough on you. Huang Ying burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any chance to ridicule Yan Donglu. The patriarch of Huang family is indeed a hero. I really admire you for being able to laugh so happily after the death of your own brother. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Although it was an indifferent remark, it was extremely lethal and poked at Huang Ying's sore spot. The smile on Huang Ying's face froze in an instant. He stared at Jiang Chen with killing intent. Brat, you should continue to be a cowardly tortoise. Since you dare to show up today, it will be the day of your death. You will know what will happen to you after killing my men. Chapter 1087. Jiang Chen didn't put Huang Ying's threat in his heart and dismissed it with a smile. Since he had decided to fight, he wasn't afraid of the Huang family's revenge. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. A mere power in Yen City wasn't qualified to go against Jiang Chen. All right, since everyone is here and the geniuses for the competition have been confirmed, let's begin. Nie Yuan said, Brother Yan, Brother Huang, which genius should we send out first? Ah Fei, you'll be the first. Huang Ying said. Yes, father. Huang Haofei's qi fluctuated. He arrived at the spacious field and looked at the three geniuses with his head held high. Brother Huang has sent out Huang Haofei first. It seems like he's determined to win the first match. Nie Yuan said with a smile. Cut the crap. Who's going to fight me? Huang Haofei said arrogantly to the three geniuses. Brother Yan, this Huang Haofei is the strongest among the three geniuses of the Huang family. How do you think we should deal with him? Chengjun or Qingqing? Yuan Hong asked. This kind of competition was the most disadvantageous to the prefecture. In the eyes of many people in the prefecture, they only had 2 chances to win the first 2 matches. Jiang Chen was just there to make up the numbers and wasn't within their consideration. Now that the Huang family had sent out Huang Haofei, it showed that they were determined to win the Ormine. Cheng-jun, I can see that you have gained a lot of benefits from your adventure. Your cultivation base has already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. No weaker than Huang Haofei. How about you take the first match? Yen Donglu looked at Yuan Cheng-jun. Don't worry, Uncle Yen. I won't let you down. Yuan Cheng-jun's bearing was extraordinary. He strode towards the center of the stage and arrived in front of Huang Haofei. The people of the City Lord's mansion didn't have any objection to letting Yuan Cheng-jun fight in the first match. In their opinion, although Yen Qingqing's talent was excellent, she had never ventured outside the City Lord's mansion. She had always been managing the affairs of the City Lord's mansion, so her combat strength might not be as good as Yen Qingqing's. On the other hand, Yuan Cheng-jun was the same as the 3 heroes of the Huang family. He had gone out to gain experience and obtain a lot of benefits. Judging from the surface, Yuan Cheng-jun wouldn't be weaker than Huang Haofei. No one noticed that when Yuan Cheng-jun walked out, he glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Others might not have noticed it, but Jiang Chen saw it clearly. He couldn't help but frown. As a matter of fact, he had always felt that there was something wrong with Yuan Cheng-jun. The 2 of them unleashed their powerful qi instantly. The surrounding people's faces were incomparably solemn. Everyone knew that today's match would directly change the development trend of Yen City. If any major power could get their hands on such a huge Ormine, they would definitely surpass the other major power in a very short period of time. The history of Yen City would also be rewritten. Needless to say, Yuan Cheng-jun and Huang Haofei could be considered as old foes, and they had often fought with each other. Both of them unleashed their imposing aura, causing powerful waves of air to spread out like a tidal wave. Both of their fists were covered in golden light as they struck out at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 2 fists collided with each other, producing a sound like iron striking each other. Sparks were produced. This was the most direct collision of power. Both of them were repulsed by the powerful force, causing them to take a step back at the same time. So strong. They are indeed the geniuses of the young generation. Although they are only late Earth Immortal experts, their combat strength is already comparable to us half-step Heaven Immortals. Yes, their future is definitely not something we can compare with. Many people nodded and praised. Geniuses were indeed geniuses. They always had advantages that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Bang bang bang. Next, both of them exerted all their strength. In just a few minutes, they had exchanged more than 100 rounds. The surrounding rocks crumbled and chi waves rolled, but the winner was still undecided. Ah Fei, don't waste any more time. Huang Ying said with a solemn face. Yes, Dad. Huang Haofei's chi fluctuated, then he gave Yuan Cheng-jun a disdainful look, but there was a trace of strange meaning hidden in his eyes. Others might not be able to detect it, but it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's senses. Yuan Cheng-jun, take this. Flood dragon rises from the abyss. Huang Haofei let out a roar all of a sudden. Phantoms of serpents appeared on the surface of his body. Following that, a silver-white serpent was summoned by him. The serpent was vivid and lifelike. It was several zhang long and instantly locked onto Yuan Cheng-jun. Not good. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that Huang Haofei would have such a trump card. This move was much stronger than the previous one. Whether it was the lethality or destructive power, it was beyond his expectation. He was afraid that Yuan Cheng-jun wouldn't be able to withstand it. Heavenly Astral Strike. Yuan Cheng-jun didn't want to be outdone. Immediately, he struck out his trump card. All of his attacks were condensed into a huge golden fist, causing the void to tremble. The fist was then hurled at the flood dragon. Hung Long. This was the ultimate confrontation between the 2 great geniuses. Both of them had revealed their trump cards. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were very clear that after this one move, the outcome of the battle would be decided. No one wasn't nervous. Bang! Under the attack of the flood dragon, Yuan Cheng-jun's fist was instantly shattered. Then, the flood dragon's momentum vanished and crashed onto Yuan Cheng-jun's body, sending him flying away. Barf! Yuan Cheng-jun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Cheng-jun, how are you feeling? Yuan Hong quickly supported his son and asked worriedly, "What a powerful attack." "I'm sorry, Uncle Yen." Yuan Chengjun shook his head and apologized to Yen Donglu. "Haha, Yuan Chengjun, you're just oh." Huang Haofei laughed heartily and then walked to the front of Huang family's camp arrogantly. Yuan Chengjun was defeated. The faces of everyone in the mansion darkened. They were defeated in the first round by the powerful Yuan Chengjun. How could they continue to fight? Even if Yen Qingqing won this round, what about Jiang Chen? They had no hope in Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Yuan Chengjun Leng. This guy was defeated perfectly. He seemed to have exerted his full strength. Even Yen Donglu couldn't see through it. However, Yuan Chengjun and Huang Haofei's tricks couldn't be hidden from the cunning Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see clearly that Yuan Chengjun didn't exert his full strength in his last move. It was just an empty display of vigor. If Yuan Chengjun really fought with Huang Haofei, he wouldn't be defeated so quickly even if he couldn't defeat Huang Haofei. All these plots were aimed at Jiang Chen. In order to create the conditions for Jiang Chen to kill Jiang Chen, Yuan Chengjun didn't hesitate to gamble the future of the prefecture. In other words, Yuan Chengjun was already disloyal to the prefecture. "Haha, Brother Yen, I'm really sorry. It seems like our Huang family is determined to win the ore mine today." Huang Ying burst into laughter. He was feeling very carefree now. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that the ore mine would soon belong to his Huang family. Chapter 1088. Damn it! What kind of fortuitous encounter did Huang Haofei have outside? How could he obtain such a terrifying combat skill? We have lost the first round. It seems like we are in danger. Yeah, Huang Haoren and Huang Haoming are not easy to deal with. Even if young Miss wins the second round by luck, Jiang Chen is bound to take action. Sigh. If we lose the ore mine today, the strength of Huang family will surpass us very soon, which is very disadvantageous to us. For a moment, the mood of the leaders of the City Lord's mansion became incomparably gloomy. The defeat in the first round had seriously affected the morale of the City Lord's mansion. Many of them had lost all hope for the next round. They might have some confidence in Yen Qingqing, but they had no confidence in Jiang Chen at all. "Brother Yen, I'm sorry." Yuan Hong shook his head and said, "Victory and defeat are common in the military. Brother Yuan, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we haven't lost yet." Yen Donglu said with a smile, but it seemed to be a forced smile. "Don't worry, City Lord. Miss Qingqing will definitely win the second round. Perhaps her opponent will admit defeat directly." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Why does Brother Jiang say so?" Yen Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. One should know that this battle was of great importance as it involved an ore mine. As long as the Huang family wasn't a fool, they wouldn't do something like admitting defeat. "It's very simple. Because I have killed Huang Xiong and the others, today is the best time for them to seek revenge on me. If Huang family also wins the second round, I won't have to participate in the battle. That means they will miss the opportunity to kill me," Jiang Chen said. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, the people of the prefecture nodded their heads. They felt that Jiang Chen's words made sense, but as for whether the Huang family would admit defeat or not, they still wouldn't believe it. What puzzled them the most was that Jiang Chen had been maintaining the most basic calmness from the beginning until now. There wasn't a single trace of nervousness on his face. No one knew where Jiang Chen got his confidence from. "All right, I choose to announce that Huang family wins the first round. In order not to waste time, let's start the second round now," Nie Yuan announced loudly. For the second round, the Huang family sent out Huang Haoming, leaving Huang Haoren as the last fighter. Huang Ying and Huang Haoming exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. Huang Haoming then took a step forward and entered the stage. Yen Qingqing took a deep breath and walked into the arena. The battle between her and Huang Haoming was of great importance. She didn't dare to be negligent. Unexpectedly, before Yen Qingqing could make her move, Huang Haoming suddenly said, "I admit defeat." After saying that, Huang Haoming didn't look back and directly walked back to his original place. Seeing this, Yen Qingqing was stunned. Then, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. All the people of the City Lord's mansion also looked at Jiang Chen. However, they were not too surprised by this situation. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong. He was someone that the Huang family wanted to get rid of. In any case, The Huang family had already won one round. As long as they won one more round, they would be able to take over the Or Mountain. In many people's opinion, Jiang Chen was not a threat at all. He was definitely not a match for Huang Haoren. At that time, they would be able to kill Jiang Chen for revenge and also take over the Or Mountain. It was reasonable for the Huang family to make such a decision. I didn't expect that the Huang family would admit defeat. This is really surprising. Now that the City Lord and the Huang family have won one round each, the third round will be very important. The third round, Jiang Chen from the City Lord's mansion against Huang Haoren from the Huang family. Nie Yuan announced loudly. Huang Haoren strode into the field with a complacent face, not concealing his murderous intent at all. The people of the City Lord's mansion, including Yan Donglu, became nervous. At the beginning, they didn't have the slightest hope for Jiang Chen, but now, all their hopes were on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was defeated, the City Lord's mansion would lose everything. Big brother Jiang, can you do it? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't answer Yan Qingqing's question. Instead, he turned to Yan Donglu. City Lord, don't forget our promise, said Jiang Chen. Don't worry, Grandmaster Jiang. As long as you can win this round, I will give you 20% of the immortal meta stones, Yan Donglu said on the spot. He had never made such a promise before. Given the current situation, even if Jiang Chen asked for half of the immortal meta stones, he would still give it to him without hesitation. 20% of the immortal meta stones was an incomparably huge amount of wealth. But now, no one felt that Jiang Chen was asking for an exorbitant price. Most of them had already lost hope in the immortal meta stones. After that, Jiang Chen walked forward calmly and stood opposite to Huang Haoren. Jiang Chen, we finally meet, Huang Haoren said with a sneer. Unfortunately, this is your misfortune, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Haha, Jiang Chen, I had never thought that you would be so arrogant. You have the audacity to kill my sixth uncle. Today, I won't even give you the chance to admit defeat. I will let you die a graveless death. Huang Haoren burst into laughter. He was incomparably confident in his own strength. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was already a dead man if he dared to stand in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say that you want to challenge me? Make your move. Jiang Chen placed one of his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. Such a disdainful look had undoubtedly hurt Huang Haoren's self-esteem. He was one of the top geniuses in Yen City, but now, he was being looked down upon by a late human immortal. How could he accept this? Haoren, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him, Huang Haofei said impatiently from behind. Humph. Huang Haoren harumphed coldly. A powerful qi wave suddenly burst out of his body, turning into a hurricane that swept towards Jiang Chen like countless blades. The people of the prefecture tensed up. Huang Haoren's combat strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Huang Haofei's. Jiang Chen was merely a late human immortal. How could he resist such a fierce attack? However, in the face of Huang Haoren's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all. When the opponent's attack was about to reach him, he unleashed his qi abruptly. At the same time, his body transformed into a half-dragon and half-human form. Facing a genius like Huang Haoren, Jiang Chen still needed to transform into his half-dragon form. Similarly, a wave of qi burst out of Jiang Chen's body and collided with Huang Haoren's qi wave. Hung Long. The two waves of qi set off a hurricane. Under such a powerful impact, Huang Haoren's attack was instantly destroyed. The powerful counterforce made Huang Haoren take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. His face instantly turned ugly. What? Everyone on the scene exclaimed. No one dared to believe this scene, but this scene made the people of the prefecture excited. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Ha ha, ha. Great. I never thought that Master Jiang has already advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. No wonder he's so powerful. He killed Huang Xiong when he was only a late human immortal. Now that he has advanced further, not even Huang Haoren is a match for him. The scariest thing is his transformation skill. It seems like this is the forbidden art that Big Miss mentioned. But I didn't expect that he wouldn't be affected by it even after using it against Huang Xiong. Being able to repel an expert like Huang Haoren with his half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, Jiang Chen is the real monstrous genius. Chapter 1089. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would bring such a great surprise to the prefecture. More importantly, they had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. They really couldn't understand why such a genius would appear in a small place like Yen City. Such a genius would surely be nurtured by the major powers in one-line sky. It seems like Grandmaster Jiang has a well-thought-out plan. Such a genius is unprecedented. His future will be limitless. It will be beneficial for the prefecture to make friends with him. Yen Donglu spoke. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong, he hadn't seen Jiang Chen fight with his own eyes. What he saw today could only be described as earth-shattering. Yen Donglu couldn't help but look at Yen Qingqing. It seemed like his daughter had a good eye. Damn it! How could this bastard be so powerful? Even if he has advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, it's still too outrageous. Yuan Chengjun gritted his teeth. He was determined to get rid of Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Compared to the excitement of the prefecture, the faces of the Huang family darkened. They initially thought that it would be a piece of cake for Huang Haoren to kill Jiang Chen, but now, it seemed like they had completely underestimated Jiang Chen. No one knew where this monstrous genius came from, but he was able to fight so many levels higher than him. This taboo art of his is really powerful. It can actually increase his combat strength by so much. Huang Haofei's face was filled with disbelief. It seems like we made the right choice to let Haoren deal with him. This bastard's combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that the three of them won't be a match for him in a head-on battle. Fortunately, Haoren still has his most terrifying trump card. Once this trump card is used, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he won't be able to deal with it. Huang Ying said in a deep tone. He had never expected such a scene, but he knew Huang Haoren's true trump card. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was. In the end, Huang Haoren would still be the winner and the ore mine would still belong to the Huang family. The people of Yuan Chamber of Commerce also really paid attention to Jiang Chen. An alchemy master, coupled with a peerless genius in terms of combat power, such a terrifying figure was hard to ignore. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen was calm and composed, looking at Huang Haoren with great interest. He had completely refined the soul mark in his body last night and advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, which allowed him to kill a mid-stage Earth Immortal with ease and a late-stage Earth Immortal with all his strength. With his dragon form, he could even deal with a half-step Heaven Immortal. No matter how powerful Huang Haoren was, he was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step Heaven Immortal. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes. Huang Haoren adjusted his aura and completely put away his underestimation. Jiang Chen, you have really surprised me. You're able to push me back with just a half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, but that was just my probing attack. Now it's time for you to die. Huang Haoren said with a murderous look. Roar! Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time with Huang Haoren. With a wave of his hand, a golden dragon shot out. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the valley. Like a golden dragon sword, it arrived in front of Huang Haoren in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Huang Haoren's facial expression changed slightly. He could sense an extremely powerful destructive force from the golden dragon. Without any hesitation, he struck out the sky-flipping palm of Huang family. Countless golden palm prints floated out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pouncing on the golden dragon. Hung Long. Unfortunately, such an attack could not even withstand a single blow from the powerful golden dragon seal. All of the palm imprints were instantly destroyed, and the entire process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Huang Haoren was forced back once again, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. Too fragile. Jiang Chen shook his head and made his move again. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Huang Haoren. His terrifying dragon claw was like a sharp weapon, grabbing at Huang Haoren. He didn't want to waste any time. His first attack was a killing move. The grudge between him and Huang family could no longer be resolved. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to attack. Jiang Chen's movement was fast, but Huang Haoren wasn't slow either. Just as Jiang Chen's attack was about to reach Huang Haoren flew up into the sky all of a sudden, causing Jiang Chen's attack to miss. Oh, interesting. Jiang Chen stopped his attack and couldn't help but reveal a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like Huang Haoren was the real trump card of Huang family. To be able to fly without reaching the heaven immortal realm wasn't something that ordinary people could have. In the sky, Huang Haoren was flying in the sky. A pair of blue light wings were flapping on his back. What? How can he fly? Cultivators below the heaven immortal realm can't use the flow of space to fly. Huang Haoren has acquired a flying technique that can evolve a pair of light wings. What a lucky bastard. Such a technique is extremely rare and precious. It seems like Huang Haoren is the real trump card of Huang family. This is bad. Although Jiang Chen's combat strength is incomparably terrifying and can suppress Huang Haoren, unfortunately, he can't fly. He can't attack Huang Haoren at all. On the other hand, Huang Haoren can launch continuous attacks from the sky, making him invincible. If this continues, Jiang Chen will lose for sure. Everyone exclaimed. An Earth Immortal who could fly had all the advantages over all the other Earth Immortals. It could be said that he was invincible. How could they fight this battle? No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it was useless if he couldn't hit Huang Haoren. So what if he's a powerful genius? The final result will be the same. Huang Ying sneered and didn't hide his voice. In many people's opinion, one could fly while the other could only stand on the ground. This battle was unfair. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he couldn't be a match for Huang Haoren. The atmosphere in the prefecture, which had been ignited with hope, became gloomy again. They knew that Huang Haoren had many trump cards, but they didn't expect it to be such a trump card. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen had absolutely no hope of winning. Jiang Chen, aren't you very powerful? You can't even hit me now. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Huang Haoren, who was floating in the sky, looked down at everyone. For an Earth Immortal, the feeling of being able to fly was wonderful. At least, Huang Haoren enjoyed this feeling very much. Do you think it's great to be able to fly? Jiang Chen sneered. The flaming wings emerged in an instant, and he soared into the sky like a rocket, arriving in front of Huang Haoren in the blink of an eye. Originally, he didn't need to use the flaming wings, he only needed to use the dragon wings. However, he didn't want to show too much about the dragon transformation. The flaming wings were more effective. How is this possible? Chapter 1090. Hua! This time, the whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was appalled. Innumerable eyes looked up at the sky. The smiles on the faces of most of the Huang family members were frozen. In the immortal world, only those who had reached the heaven immortal realm could fly using the spatial current. Those who were below the heaven immortal realm couldn't fly at all. Huang Haoren had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to fly for a short period of time. This was beyond everyone's imagination. What they couldn't accept was that Jiang Chen could also fly. His speed was much faster than Huang Haoren's and the wings on his back were much more gorgeous. I've said it before. Being able to fly isn't a big deal. Jiang Chen grinned at Huang Haoren. The saint's sword flickered in his hand and he slashed at Huang Haoren. This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. It was like a ray of brilliant light flashing past, leaving only a trace of brilliance. Arg! Huang Haoren let out a blood-curdling scream. His head was chopped off by Jiang Chen. His body fell from the sky and landed with a plop on the ground. Huang Haoren shouldn't be so weak. After all, he was a late Earth Immortal expert, but flying consumed a lot of his energy, which weakened his combat strength. After all, his light wings weren't like Jiang Chen's flaming wings that had fused with his body. More importantly, when Huang Haoren saw Jiang Chen suddenly flying up, his mind was in a mess, which led to him being killed by Jiang Chen. Haoren! The second brother of Huang family cried out in agony. Huang Haoren was his own son, the greatest pride of his life. Today, he was fighting for the glory of Huang family. He had never thought that his son would be killed by Jiang Chen so mercilessly. How could he accept such a tragic ending? Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The second brother of Huang family was infuriated. Both of his eyes turned red like a mad lion. Immediately, he soared into the sky and lunged at Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Yan Donglu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up to the sky instantly and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Second brother Huang, what are you doing? Yan Donglu shouted angrily, but at the moment, he was incomparably happy because he had made the right bet this time. Jiang Chen had given him a great surprise. Now that the prefecture had won 2 rounds, the ore mine would belong to them. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a boundless future. He believed that in the near future, it wouldn't be Jiang Chen who would rely on the prefecture, but the prefecture who would rely on Jiang Chen. How could he just watch second brother Huang kill Jiang Chen? Yan Donglu, get lost. This man killed my son. Today, I will tear him into pieces. Second brother Huang was immersed in grief and anger. Humph. Don't forget that this was a competition. If Huang Haoren died, it meant that he was incompetent. Didn't your Huang family also say that you want to kill Jiang Chen? Don't tell me that only you are allowed to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen is not allowed to kill Huang Haoren. Your Huang family might be tyrannical, but don't try to act like this in front of me. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to lose, get lost. Yan Donglu harumphed coldly and fully unleashed his aura as the prefecture lord. That was an inviolable dignity. Jiang Chen stood behind Yan Donglu with a calm face. Yan Donglio's bravery did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In fact, even if Yan Donglu didn't attack, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid of second brother Huang. Even if he couldn't defeat second brother Huang, it would be easy for him to escape. That's enough. Second brother Huang. Your Huang family has lost. The grudge between you and Jiang Chen can be settled privately. But today's competition is fair and square. Do you still respect me, the referee, by doing this? Nie Yuan's tone turned cold. In fact, many people could see that Nie Yuan had begun to lean towards the Castellan side. In Yen City, Yuan Association had always been a neutral party. However, things were different now. The Castellan had obtained the ore mine. It was only a matter of time before the Huang family was defeated. So, it was normal for him to lean towards the Castellan's side. Second brother, come down. Huang Ying said Lung Lung. Now that Yuan Association had joined in, it would be disadvantageous to the Huang family if they really caused trouble. Second brother Huang gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Chen with Yan Donglio's interference. Revenge for Huang Haoren could only be left for another time. Little bastard, I won't let this matter go. Second brother Huang glared at Jiang Chen like a viper and threatened him. Then, he flew back to the Huang family's camp. Let's go. Huang Ying glanced at the mine. Although he was extremely reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and leave with the Huang family. If it was just the city lord's mansion, he might try to rob it at all costs. However, now that he had joined Yuan Association, he had to abide by the previous agreement. Otherwise, the Huang family would not be able to get any benefits if he caused trouble. Yan Donglu and Jiang Chen descended from the sky. Jiang Chen had also stopped his dragon form and turned into a sunny boy. If it wasn't for the fact that he had witnessed the battle just now, it would be hard for him to associate the current Jiang Chen with a terrifying and murderous image. Big brother Jiang, you are amazing. Yan Qingqing came to Jiang Chen in high spirits. She looked at Jiang Chen with infatuation. It seemed that if she didn't have a trace of rationality, she would have thrown herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Yuan Chengjuan's hatred for Jiang Chen increased when he saw all of this. Today, he had schemed to kill Jiang Chen, but in the end, he was still disappointed. Yan Qingqing had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen. This was something that anyone could see. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Chen was still alive, he, Yuan Chengjun, would never have the slightest chance. AI. Yuan Hong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He knew his son very well, but there was nothing he could do when it came to love. Grandmaster Jiang, you have really amazed me. I can't believe that a monstrous genius like you would appear in a small place like Yen City. If it wasn't for you today, our prefecture would have lost our chance. Now that you have turned defeat into victory and obtained the ore mine for our prefecture, according to our previous agreement, I should give you 20% of the immortal meta stones. But now, I have decided to give you 30%, 20% from Yuan Association and 50% from the prefecture. Yan Donglu said generously. No one had any objection to such a decision. Obviously, Yan Donglu was trying to rope in Jiang Chen by giving an extra 10% of the immortal meta stones. A genius like Jiang Chen was worth the price. Never thought that Grandmaster Jiang would have such powerful combat strength and the ability to fly despite only being a half-step Earth immortal. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Grandmaster Jiang is the lucky star of our prefecture. Back then, when he first entered the prefecture, he had concocted the ardent yang pill to cure the prefecture's cold poison. Now, he has obtained such a huge amount of wealth for the prefecture. This is really rare. Haha. With Grandmaster Jiang, the prefecture will have a boundless future. Huang family will be defeated by us sooner or later. The people of the prefecture were beaming with joy. Their previous nervousness had completely vanished. Now, each of them found Jiang Chen pleasing to the eye. Almost all of them were trying to flatter him. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a man? Who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with him? Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Yuan Chengjun was like a gloomy mouse that could only hide in the dark. He was once the #1 genius of the prefecture, but under the halo of Jiang Chen, he was afraid that no one would take a second glance at him. Haha! Congratulations, Brother Yen. Now that we have acquired the ore mine, I think it won't take long for us to start mining. Nie Yuan approached Yen Donglu and said with a smile. That's right. I will send some people to mine later. Yuan Association can also send some people to supervise the operation. Of course, the 20% that I promised you will not be less, said Yen Donglu. All right. It's decided then. We will start mining the immortal meta stones tomorrow. Nie Yuan clasped his fists at Yen Donglu and left with the people of Yuan Association. That night, the prefecture was filled with cheers and laughter, singing and dancing. It had been a long time since the prefecture was so lively. In the garden of Nuadea, a dozen banquet tables were set up. It was a celebratory feast, and the main character was Jiang Chen. Yuan Chengjun and Yuan Hong were the only ones missing in today's celebratory feast. However, these two incomparably important figures in the prefecture seemed to have been forgotten all of a sudden. Even if they didn't show up, no one mentioned them. Everything in the banquet revolved around Jiang Chen. Compared to the cheers and laughter here, a courtyard of the prefecture seemed incomparably deserted. Yuan Hong and his son were sitting in a room with a gloomy face. Dad, I can't swallow this. Yuan Chengjun stood up from his seat abruptly. What else can you do? With your current strength, you won't be able to kill Jiang Chen. I advise you to put all your energy into cultivation, and stop thinking about love. Jiang Chen said Yuan Hong. Dad, as long as Jiang Chen is here, we basically have no status in the prefecture. Today, Yen Donglu held a grand banquet, but we didn't show up and didn't even invite us. Now, all their attention is on Jiang Chen. What are we? You can be considered as one of the people who has made great contributions to the prefecture, said Yuan Chengjun. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Dad, given your strength, you can dominate a region in Yen City. Why do you want to be under someone else? Since Yen Donglu is heartless to us, then don't blame us for being heartless. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Yuan Chengjun's face. What do you want? Yuan Hong looked at his son. I have already discussed with Huang family. We will get rid of the prefecture together. By then, the prefecture will belong to us and we will divide the immortal meta stones equally. Chapter 1091. What? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's expression changed instantly. He had never thought that his son had secretly colluded with Huang family and did such a thing. Father, don't make a fuss. You'll never have the chance to follow Yen Donglu. You're willing to be mediocre, but I don't want that. It's my biggest regret that I didn't manage to kill Jiang Chen today. If we join forces with Huang family, it won't be a problem to eliminate Yen Donglu. At that time, the entire prefecture will belong to us. Yuan Chengjun said. His wild ambition had been revealed. So, you deliberately lost to Huang Haofei today? Yuan Hong suddenly understood. He knew his son's strength very well, but he was completely defeated by Huang Haofei today. This made him feel a little strange. Now, it seemed that everything was planned by Yuan Chengjun. He deliberately lost to create an opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Of course, I won't lose to Huang Haofei. That's right. Given my strength, I won't lose to Huang Haofei at all. I've also gained quite a lot of benefits from this trip. I lost this match just so that Jiang Chen could enter the battlefield. This man is a great threat and must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill Huang Haoren while only being a half-step Earth Immortal expert. It seems like only a Heaven Immortal expert could kill him. That's why we can't give him the time and opportunity to continue growing. Father, don't hesitate anymore. Yuan Chungjun walked to the front of Yuan Hong and said seriously, "No, Brother Yen and I are sworn friends. I can't betray him." Yuan Hong hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. "Father, you're confused. Can't you see it? Yen Donglu and his daughter are now focused on Jiang Chen. They don't put us in their eyes. Today's banquet is the best proof. Moreover, I've already formed a grudge with Jiang Chen. This man is ruthless and merciless. You've seen it with your own eyes. If he gets 20% of the immortal meta stones, his cultivation is likely to improve again in a short time. Once he gets the upper hand, we won't be able to survive in the prefecture. We'll end up like Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren." Yuan Chungjun was a little anxious. Although he had already planned everything with the Huang family, he still needed his father's approval. One must know that the Huang family wanted to cooperate with Yuan Hong, not Yuan Chungjun, because he was not qualified to do so. Yuan Hong didn't speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about his son's words. Once a person's mind was drawn out, it would erupt like a flood and couldn't be controlled. Just like Yuan Hong now, he had never thought that he would betray Yen Donglu and cooperate with Huang family. But now, after listening to Yuan Chengjuan's words, such thoughts involuntarily emerged in his mind. Which man didn't want to be above all others in the future? Therefore, Yuan Hong suddenly felt that his son's words were very reasonable. Because Jiang Chen was in the prefecture now and his status was not as good as before. Moreover, the enmity between his son and Jiang Chen was very obvious. From the fact that Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong and others, and the decisive manner in which he killed Huang Haoren today, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was not a person to be trifled with. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was ruthless and merciless. If such a person was allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, even if Yen Donglu didn't find trouble with them, Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't let them go. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to strike first and gain the upper hand by cooperating with Huang family to get the ore mine, eliminate the prefecture and eliminate Jiang Chen. "Father, don't hesitate anymore." Yuan Chungjun saw that his father was moved and quickly urged. "How did you negotiate with Huang family?" Yuan Hong asked. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chengjuan's eyes suddenly shone. He was waiting for this sentence from his father. As long as Yuan Hong agreed, everything could proceed according to the plan. Son has secretly gone to Huang family this afternoon and negotiated with Huang Ying personally. As long as we jointly annihilate the prefecture and kill Jiang Chen, we will divide the immortal meta stones equally. At that time, we will take control of the prefecture and annihilate Yuan Association together with Huang family. Half of Yen City will belong to us, father and son." Yuan Chungjun said. "What are you going to do?" Yuan Hong frowned and asked. "It's very simple. Tomorrow, Yen Donglu will definitely send Qingqing to supervise the mining of immortal meta stones. You can suggest to Yen Donglu that we, father and son, go together. With you personally overseeing the mining, Yen Donglu will definitely not refuse. At that time, we will cooperate with the Huang family to take control of the ore mine and Yen Qingqing and force Yen Donglu to submit." Yuan Chengjuan's face was filled with a sinister smile. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of lust when he thought of Yen Qingqing. This woman would be his in no time. Yuan Hong pondered for a while and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of ruthlessness. In Jiang Chen's courtyard, the banquet wasn't suitable for him, so he left early. The laughter during the banquet reminded him of his brothers and friends. When he was in Saint Origin World, De Huang Dog, Han Yen, Tyrant, Yen Chenyu, Wu Ningzhu, these people closest to him gathered together. That was true happiness. Now that De Huang Dog was missing and he came to this strange immortal world alone, he suddenly felt lonely. "Ah Yen, Tyrant, I hope you can quickly break through your realm and come to the immortal world to find me. Once you are here, we can still travel freely." A trace of smile emerged on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The scene of fighting side by side with his brothers always made him reminisce. He liked this kind of feeling, it was very heartwarming. In one's life, there must always be people and things worth remembering. Otherwise, one's life wouldn't be perfect. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely refined the imprint in his body. He no longer had to worry about the northern and southern dynasties finding him. He also didn't have to cover his immortal mark all the time. Refining the immortal mark had also brought him great benefits. His cultivation base directly broke through to half-step Earth Immortal, and the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 250,000. Moreover, Jiang Chen's foundation was very solid. If he encountered a powerful demon beast, the dragon transformation art could directly refine and absorb its demon spirit. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the early Earth Immortal realm. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen frowned and turned his head to the direction of the rockery on his left. The person hiding in the dark was very good, but it was impossible for him to hide from Jiang Chen's perception. After being shouted by Jiang Chen, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the direction of the rockery. Then, an old man in a black robe slowly walked out. Young man, you have a very keen sense to be able to sense my presence. Although I have no means of concealing myself, not even an ordinary immortal can sense my presence. It is truly a miracle that a half-step earthly immortal like you can sense my presence. The old man's tone was deep, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. The old man stood not far from Jiang Chen and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. He looked up and down, and then nodded continuously. Apparently, he was very satisfied with Jiang Chen. While the old man was sizing up Jiang Chen was sizing up the old man as well. Although Jiang Chen was still able to maintain a calm expression on his face, his mind was in turmoil, because this old man in front of him was too frightening. He tried to use his divine sense and soul power to probe the old man's cultivation, but he found that his divine sense felt like it had entered a vast ocean. Jiang Chen didn't know what the old man's cultivation was, but he was definitely the most terrifying one he had ever seen. A celestial immortal like Yen Donglu was not even an ant in front of the old man. In other words, if the old man wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. Even if he used all his skills, there was no chance for him to survive. However, Jiang Chen didn't sense the slightest dangerous aura from the old man. Jiang Chen was very confident in his perception. In other words, the appearance of the old man wasn't disadvantageous to him. What surprised Jiang Chen was that such a peerless expert would appear in a small place like Yen City. Moreover, the old man said that if he wanted to hide, even immortals wouldn't be able to sense him. One should know that immortals were existences that surpassed celestial immortals. In other words, this old man was a golden immortal expert who surpassed immortals. That level of existence was top-notch even in the entire one-line sky. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. He was sure that he had never seen this old man before, and he definitely didn't know him. With your cultivation, you can still remain so calm in front of me. You're the first one. Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded his head, praising Jiang Chen even more. You didn't come to find me just to praise me, right? Jiang Chen said. He was still very wary of the old man. With the previous example of the brand, Jiang Chen had to be on guard against anyone. Of course not. I've been observing you for a long time. I also saw you killing that brat during the day. It can be said that you're the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. So, you're the genius I've been looking for. The old man said with a smile. I think you can get straight to the point if you have something to say. Jiang Chen said. Good, straightforward. This lord is Ouyang He. The old man said his name with incomparable pride. In his opinion, the name Ouyang He was a golden signboard in one-line sky. Anyone who heard this name would have to prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow respectfully. Ouyang He? I don't know him. Jiang Chen shook his head. Fuck. Ouyang He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Chen's words almost made him vomit blood. There was actually someone in one-line sky who hadn't heard of Ouyang He? Was there any justice in this world? Chapter 1092. Ouyang He was almost choked to death by his own saliva. Who was he? He was an illustrious great Luo golden immortal. How could there be someone in one-line sky who didn't know about him? This was a huge blow to him. Brat, you should have heard of Tianyun Pavilion, right? Ouyang He said these words while gnashing his teeth. If Jiang Chen hadn't heard of Tianyun Pavilion, he would probably hit his head on the rockery and die. Tianyun Pavilion? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Of course, he didn't know what kind of power Tianyun Pavilion was, but this old man was a mighty great Luo golden immortal. Such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-class existence in the entire one-line sky. This showed that Tianyun Pavilion was also a supersect in one-line sky. That's right. I'm Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's reaction. His face regained its pride and was about to reveal his identity. I don't know. Jiang Chen said another 3 names in a serious manner. Fuck. Ouyang He almost spurted a mouthful of blood onto Jiang Chen's face. This bastard was too abominable. How could he not have heard of Skycloud Pavilion before? It was fine if he hadn't heard of it, but could he stop gasping for breath and finish his sentence in one go? If he didn't know anything about it, then don't show such a surprised expression. It was really embarrassing for this old man. AI. Ouyang He looked up at the full moon in the sky and let out a heavy sigh. He was an illustrious and famous figure in one-line sky. He had never thought that he would be reduced to talking nonsense with a half-step Earth immortal brat. If this was any other time, he wouldn't even cast a glance at a half-step Earth immortal like Jiang Chen. Immediately, Ouyang He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Given your age, talent, and terrifying means, not even the most powerful genius in one-line sky could reach your level. How could such a monstrous genius appear in a remote place like Yen City? And you know nothing about the situation in one-line sky. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an ascender, right? As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. A figure like Ouyang He was naturally not a fool. Whether it was his eyesight or his mind, he could easily guess the origin of Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. His identity as an ascendant wasn't a big deal. If it wasn't because of the imprint in his body, he wouldn't have concealed it at all. However, despite being seen through by Ouyang He, Jiang Chen didn't panic. He had already determined that Ouyang He didn't have any hostility towards him. Plus, he was sure that the person who wanted to deal with him was Nan Bei Chao of the immortal world. Therefore, he didn't put it to heart. Jiang Chen. So what? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Haha, I didn't expect that I would have such a harvest. All the ascenders that I've seen are old guys. You're the first young man to become an immortal at such a young age in a place with poor resources in the mortal world. This shows that you're very talented. It seems the heavens haven't given up on me. Ouyang He. Ouyang He suddenly burst into laughter. The way he looked at Jiang Chen began to glow as if he had picked up a treasure. However, this kind of gaze made Jiang Chen's hair stand on end. What business do you have with me? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Jiang Chen, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm the pavilion master of One-Line Sky's Tianyun Pavilion, Ouyang He. I'm a pinnacle figure in One-Line Sky, a supreme expert at the peak of perfected golden immortal. I want to accept you as my disciple. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang He's tone suddenly became dignified and his expression became very serious. It could be seen that he wasn't joking. A perfected golden immortal wouldn't find an unfamiliar half-step earth immortal to joke around with. He didn't have that kind of time. Jiang Chen was stunned. He never thought that a perfected golden immortal would suddenly find him and accept him as a disciple. Judging from Ouyang He's expression and tone, he didn't seem to be joking at all. If it was someone else, it would be like a pie falling from the sky. Perhaps they would have fainted on the spot. But Jiang Chen wasn't interested in it at all. Although he had just arrived in the immortal world, he was once a peerless figure at the old ancestor level. How could he recognize someone as his master? Moreover, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he didn't need a master at all. Although Ouyang He was a pinnacle golden immortal expert, what he could bring to Jiang Chen was absolutely not as much as the dragon transformation skill. It could be said that Jiang Chen's current achievements were all given by the dragon transformation skill. Why should I worship you as my master? Jiang Chen chuckled. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Ouyang He almost spurted out blood again. He even doubted his ears. In One-Line Sky, there were countless young geniuses crying and begging to be his disciple. To any of them, being able to be his disciple was an incomparably lucky thing, but Jiang Chen actually rejected him. This was simply a joke. But Ouyang He didn't have that much time. Today, he had to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. Even if Jiang Chen wasn't willing, he would still use force. Who? Suddenly, a wave of qi was released from Ouyang He's body, rushing towards Jiang Chen. This was just a trace of qi that he casually released. If he fully released the qi of a pinnacle golden immortal, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would immediately be crushed to death. It wasn't easy for Ouyang He to select a disciple. If Jiang Chen died like this, where would he find another genius like Jiang Chen? Kid, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I must accept you as my disciple today. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang He shouted coldly. Ka-ka. Under the pressure of this qi, the bones in Jiang Chen's body issued ka-ka sounds. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. If he was replaced by an ordinary person, he would have been forced to kneel down on the spot. But compared to this qi, Jiang Chen was more shocked by Ouyang He's current state. Previously, Jiang Chen couldn't sense Ouyang He's qi, but now that Ouyang He had released his qi, Jiang Chen could see everything clearly with his great soul derivation technique. This supremacy of one-line sky was actually a dying man. Kneel down. Ouyang He shouted once more. Haha, a dying man doesn't deserve to make me, Jiang Chen, kneel down. Jiang Chen burst into laughter all of a sudden. He was a stubborn man. The more someone tried to force him to do something, the more he wouldn't do it. He didn't dislike Ouyang He, but the way Ouyang He forced him to do it made him feel disgusted. What? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ouyang He's facial expression changed. He exclaimed and retracted his qi. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief and asked, "How did you know that I'm a dying man?" Ouyang He was shocked. He was a great Luo golden immortal, and he had deliberately concealed his qi. How could a half-step earth immortal see through him? He wouldn't believe it if he didn't experience it himself. Ouyang He was sure that it wasn't because of his incompetence, but because Jiang Chen was too mysterious. This made him look at Jiang Chen with more caution. Your essence, qi and spirit are scattered and your life force is almost depleted. You won't be able to live for more than a month. You have burned your life force and lost all your life force. No one can save you now. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know what Ouyang He had experienced, but burning his life force wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required a certain secret art. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the reason why Ouyang He wanted to take him as his disciple was related to his condition. If it was an ordinary injury, no matter how serious it was, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Chen. The wood essence and some pills would be enough to help Ouyang He recover. However, Ouyang He's life force was gone. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation base, he would have died. Only ruthless people would burn their life force. Normally, no one would burn their life force completely. Even if Ouyang He still had a year's worth of life essence left, Jiang Chen might be able to bring him back to life. Unfortunately, the life essence in Ouyang He's body had already been drained. There was nothing he could do. Boy, you are indeed an extraordinary person. You can actually see through my situation so clearly. AI. Ouyang He was incomparably shocked. Jiang Chen was definitely the most powerful young man he had ever seen. He let out a heavy sigh. He seemed to have aged a few hundred years in just a short while. Senior is at the peak of one-line sky. Could it be that there is someone who can force you to this extent? Jiang Chen's tone toward Ouyang He was much gentler. He suddenly felt that this supreme character was somewhat pitiful. His eyes were filled with endless humiliation and remorse. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of aversion toward this old man. Ouyang He abruptly clenched his fist. His knuckles emitted cracking sounds. He seemed to have sunk into his memories. His eyes suddenly turned incomparably sharp. Jiang Chen, since you have seen through my situation, I have nothing to hide. Also, the reason why I'm looking for you today is because I have something to ask of you. I don't have long to live, but I don't want to die with everlasting regret. Ouyang He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen. I, Ouyang He, have an illustrious reputation. I'm a supreme character at the peak of one-line sky. Who wouldn't show some respect when they see me? The biggest mistake I've made in my life was accepting a cruel and unscrupulous disciple. When talking about his disciple, Ouyang He's eyes turned sharp once more. That bone-deep hatred couldn't be reduced in the slightest. He didn't want to remember, but he had no choice but to. Could it be that your current injuries are caused by your disciple? Jiang Chen guessed. That's right. That bastard took advantage of the critical moment when I was breaking through to the immortal king realm to attack me. If I didn't use a forbidden art to burn my life force, I would have already died. Chapter 1093. After listening to Ouyang He's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel inexplicable anger. He hated this kind of people the most in his life. They were cruel and unscrupulous, repaying kindness with enmity. Even if you treated them well, they would still stab you in the back at the critical moment. Jiang Chen didn't speak. He didn't want to interrupt Ouyang He's thoughts at this time. At this time, he could basically guess the reason why Ouyang He came to find him and wanted to accept him as his disciple. This was the last wish of a man in his twilight years. His name is Tian Muyun. His name is Tian Muyun. Years ago when I was out traveling, I saw a beggar boy covered in blood and was about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. I couldn't bear it and saved him. I saw that he was a cultivation genius, so I made an exception and accepted him as my disciple. I brought him into Sky Cloud Pavilion and have regarded him as my disciple for many years. Tian Muyun's talent is really terrifying. He can almost break through the bottleneck in cultivation. He is now in his 40s, but his cultivation base is already comparable to mine, reaching the peak of Golden Immortal Realm. He can be said to be an illustrious figure in One-Line Sky. I've always been incomparably proud to have such a disciple, but I never thought that. Ouyang He sighed. His heart began to bleed at the mention of Tian Muyun. 2 years ago, when I was in seclusion to break through to the Immortal King Realm, I handed over all the affairs in Tianyun Pavilion to Tian Muyun. It could be said that I handed over everything to him. Even the position of sect master would be his sooner or later. But who would have thought that he would be so cruel and unscrupulous? He attacked me at the most critical moment of my breakthrough to the Immortal King Realm, disrupting everything, causing me to suffer a backlash that greatly reduced my combat strength. I had to burn my life force to escape. If my guess is correct, Tianyun Pavilion is now completely under Tian Muyun's control. Ouyang He said, after escaping, I've been looking for talented youngsters everywhere. I wanted to teach them everything I've learned before I die, so that they can avenge me and kill that bastard, Tian Muyun. Unfortunately, I've searched the entire One-Line Sky and couldn't find anyone with a talent better than Tian Muyun. I was already disheartened, but I didn't expect to meet you in Yen City. Your talent is 100 times stronger than Tian Muyun, so I've decided to accept you as my disciple and let you carry on my last wish. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Ouyang He looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely serious expression. His eyes were filled with desire and a trace of pleading. Senior, aren't you afraid that I'm someone like Tian Muyun? Jiang Chen asked. No, I've been observing you ever since you entered the City Lord Mansion. Your pill concoction is astonishing and your battle prowess is also heaven-defying. More importantly, you're not even willing to betray the City Lord Mansion that you've just come into contact with. This is enough to show that you're a person who values friendship and loyalty. Moreover, you're decisive when it comes to killing. In the cruel immortal world, only people like this can survive. Ouyang He said. Unfortunately, I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master. Jiang Chen shook his head. There's no need for you to acknowledge me as your master. As long as you promise to help me get rid of that bastard Tian Muyun in the future, I'll teach you everything. Ouyang He no longer had the intention to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. He could see that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. A person like Jiang Chen would never acknowledge anyone as his master, even if he was a perfected golden immortal. Swoosh! Ouyang He shook his arm and a dazzling golden halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The halberd was 1 zhang long and was engraved with all kinds of patterns. It looked like a lifelike heavenly dragon. It was extraordinarily mighty. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the halberd. He could feel the terror of the halberd. It was far superior to his heavenly saint's sword. Moreover, the dragon-shaped patterns engraved on the halberd were very attractive to Jiang Chen, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. This is the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, a Zenith Immortal weapon that has reached the peak of Zenith Immortal Realm. It's comparable to an ordinary king-grade immortal weapon. It's the most precious treasure of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the person who obtains this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is qualified to be the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion. I'll now hand this halberd to you so that you can inherit everything of Tianyun Pavilion. There's also a combat skill that goes well with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It's called the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to master the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon in the future. Tian Muyun attacked me for this halberd and the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon, but it's a pity that he's destined not to get them. I'll now hand over the 2 most precious treasures of Tianyun Pavilion to you. Without the slightest hesitation, Ouyang he handed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 treasures in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. A great Luo immortal weapon was a terrifying immortal weapon that only golden immortals were qualified to wield. Such an opportunity would knock anyone unconscious on the spot. These were the treasures that countless cultivators in One-Line Sky yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiang Chen knew that once he accepted these 2 treasures, it would be equivalent to shouldering a responsibility. "Senior, we don't know each other. Why do you trust me so much?" asked Jiang Chen with a smile. "Because I have no other choice. I originally wanted to impart all my skills to you, but in my opinion, you don't need them. You only need the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon," said Ouyang he in all seriousness. There was a trace of bitterness and sadness in his words, but he had no other choice. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had always been a treasure in his heart. It had long become a part of him. Now, he had to give it to a stranger. How could he feel good about it? "All right, I promise you that I will help you get rid of Tianmuyun in the future and restore the prestige of Tianyun Pavilion." Jiang Chen rarely made promises to people. Usually, he would keep his promises. He received the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon and kept them. This was a man's promise. The reason why Jiang Chen promised Ouyang he was that he hated people like Tianmuyun. On the other hand, he had his own reasons. He had just arrived in the immortal world not long ago. A small place like Yen City certainly wouldn't be able to trap him. Sooner or later, he would have to go to One-Line Sky. That being the case, setting a strong goal for himself wasn't a bad idea. So, Jiang Chen agreed. "Haha, good. I have nothing else to ask for. Here are my life savings. I don't have any other treasures, only immortal meta stones. I'll give them to you as well." Ouyang he laughed, took out a pale yellow spatial ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Apparently, Ouyang he was relieved at this moment, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Ouyang he's current state made Jiang Chen feel sad all of a sudden. A famous supreme of One-Line Sky had fallen into such a state, and it was all because of the person he trusted the most and was least guarded against. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that given Ouyang he's ability, if he had been a little more vigilant, he wouldn't have been killed by Tianmuyun. "Senior, I have a healing treasure here. Although it can't cure your injuries completely, it can prolong your lifespan," said Jiang Chen. "No need. This old man's wish has been fulfilled. My injuries can no longer be healed. Keep your treasure for yourself in the future." As soon as Ouyang he finished speaking, he vanished. The courtyard regained its silence once again, as if Ouyang he had never appeared. Jiang Chen's mood was somewhat depressed. He knew that Ouyang he would never appear in this world again. He chose to die alone and would probably find a place where no one could find him. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see the day when Jiang Chen avenged him. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes into the Zulong Tower. He didn't check the secret manuals immediately. He knew very well that with his current cultivation base, he couldn't touch those things. Even though he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and had abundant immortal qi in his body, it was still impossible for him to exert the power of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the interspatial ring in his hand. This was the savings of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It shouldn't be too bad. What Jiang Chen needed the most now were immortal meta stones. With this treasure, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in the future. With a thought, the interspatial ring was opened. Even though Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire interspatial ring was densely packed with immortal meta stones. The bright mountains were all piled up with immortal meta stones. What made Jiang Chen even more shocked was that there wasn't a single low or middle-grade immortal meta stone. All of them were upper-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen estimated that there were at least 200 million upper-grade immortal meta stones. In addition, there were 10,000 different immortal meta stones that were emitting purple light. Damn it! If I'm not mistaken, these 10,000 immortal meta stones should be king-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen felt dizzy. The immortal meta stones in the immortal world and the elixir of Saint Origin world were almost the same. There was a huge gap between the grades. A middle-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Similarly, A high-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade immortal metastones. A king-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 commercial-grade immortal metastones. The wealth in the interspatial ring was enough to make people dizzy. Compared to the wealth in the interspatial ring, the mine that appeared outside of Yen City was simply trash. It was not even worth mentioning. It was not even a drop in the ocean. With so much wealth, I won't have to worry about immortal essence stones in the future. At least, before I reach the golden immortal stage, this wealth will be enough. Senior Ouyang has given me such a great benefit, so I must fulfill his last wish. Chapter 1094. What's this? Jiang Chen suddenly moved his divine sense and noticed a dark crystal in a corner of the interspatial ring. It was the size of a fist and was emitting traces of demonic qi. It's an early heaven immortal demon soul. What an unexpected harvest. Ouyang, he didn't even put this thing in his eyes. I don't even know when he casually threw it here. But a heaven immortal demon soul is very useful to me. Now that I have a sufficient foundation, I can use this demon soul to advance to the next level. Breaking through to the early earth immortal realm won't be a problem. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. A heaven immortal demon soul was nothing to Ouyang He, but to Jiang Chen, it was very precious. After refining this demon soul, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the true earth immortal realm. Not just a half-step earth immortal realm. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen took out the demon soul from the interspatial ring and entered his room to refine it. Ouyang He had left him so many good things, but this inconspicuous demon soul was what he needed the most right now. Once he advanced to the early earth immortal realm, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was rapidly refined. To Jiang Chen, refining a demon soul had always been an easy task. A heaven immortal demon soul was incomparable to an ordinary earth immortal demon soul. It contained an enormous amount of energy. This energy was nothing to Ouyang He, who was a golden immortal, but to the current Jiang Chen, it was as abundant as a vast ocean. One had to act according to one's ability. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, even if he was given a golden immortal or divine immortal demon soul, he wouldn't dare to refine it. An early heaven immortal demon soul was just right for him. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, he needed to condense another 50,000 dragon marks for each advancement. Currently, he had 250,000 dragon marks. In order to advance to the early earth immortal realm, he needed to condense another 300,000 dragon marks. With the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was constantly refined. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi Si increased rapidly. 1,000, 2,000. Jiang Chen's method of advancement had always been incomparably terrifying, to the point that no one could accept it. It only took him an hour to completely refine the demon soul and condense 70,000 dragon marks. Now, he had a total of 320,000 dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the early earth immortal realm. With the additional 20,000 dragon marks, his combat strength was even more terrifying than before. He was only 30,000 dragon marks away from the intermediate earth immortal realm. Hong! An incomparably powerful qi wave rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The current him was many times stronger than before. Now that my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early earth immortal realm, I can easily kill a late earth immortal. If I go all out, I can even kill a half-step heaven immortal. If I use the dragon transformation, I might even be able to kill an early heaven immortal. If the Huang family continues to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. In the vast immortal world, his current cultivation level was nothing, but in this small Yen city, no one could deal with him anymore. The Huang family had always regarded him as a thorn in their side, but after advancing to the early earth immortal realm, the Huang family was no longer qualified to be his enemy. The next morning, the assembly hall of the City Lord Mansion was already filled with people early in the morning. All the people present were the higher-ups of the City Lord Mansion. Yesterday's battle was a great victory for the City Lord Mansion. Today, the City Lord Mansion was going to send people to the mine to mine immortal meta stones. For such a big matter, it was necessary to find a person in charge. In the main hall, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong were sitting on the top while Yen Qingqing and Yuan Chengjun were sitting on the bottom. The rest of the high-ranking officials were sitting in 2 rows. Yen Donglu glanced around and didn't see Jiang Chen, so he asked, "Why isn't Master Jiang here?" "Father, I went to see him in the morning. Brother Jiang is cultivating in seclusion, so I didn't want to disturb him," said Yan Qingqing. "And that's fine. This time, Master Jiang has made a great contribution to the mansion. As for the matter of mining immortal meta stones, there's no need for him to do it himself. The promised 30% will be given to him. Everyone, mining immortal meta stones is the top priority of the mansion. Who do you think is the most suitable person to go?" said Yan Donglu. Needless to say, Miss Qingqing, of course. All these years, all the affairs of the mansion have been handled by Miss Qingqing. That's right. Such a big matter must be handled by Miss Qingqing. This old man is willing to go with Miss Qingqing. If you need any help, just let me know. Yan Qingqing's reputation was very high. Most of the people on the scene agreed to let her be in charge of mining immortal meta stones. Only when Yan Qingqing went personally would they feel more assured. In that case, Qingqing, Chungjun, both of you will go together. Both of you will be in charge of mining immortal meta stones at the same time. Yan Donglu looked over at Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chungjun. "Brother Yan, Huang family suffered a crushing defeat yesterday. I'm afraid that Qingqing and Chungjun won't be able to handle it if Huang family plays some tricks. After all, this mine isn't a small matter. I guess Huang Ying won't let it go easily. Why don't I go with them? If Huang family really has some tricks up their sleeves, I will be able to handle it," said Yuan Hong all of a sudden. "City Lord, Elder Yuan is right. He's a heaven immortal expert. If he goes with us, he will be able to ensure the safety of the mine." "That's right. Huang family will never let it go. You should know that this mine is very important. It may be the key to the conflict between the mansion and the mansion. If Huang family decides to do something secretly, it will be too late for regrets. It will be much safer if Elder Yuan goes with them. We have to take Huang family into consideration. For the sake of safety, it's best if Elder Yuan goes with us." Upon hearing that Yuan Hong was going to go with them, all the people present felt that it was very reasonable and agreed with him. In many people's eyes, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were old friends who had gone through life and death together. Therefore, no one, including Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, doubted Yuan Hong. "All right. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yuan." Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong. After all, they had been friends for many years. He had long regarded Yuan Hong as his own brother. In his point of view, it was normal for Yuan Hong and his son to feel embarrassed after Yuan Chungjun was defeated by Huang Haofei. Plus, Yan Donglu had no reason to refuse it. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong and Huang Haofei. Yan Donglu had never thought that the decision he made would almost put the prefecture into a perilous situation. Yuan Hong and Yuan Chungjun exchanged a glance and smiled. The development of the matter was exactly as they had expected. Everything was under their control. Without any delay, the team from the City Lord's mansion set off towards the Ore Mountain under the lead of Yuan Hong, Yan Qingqing and Yuan Chungjun. When the people from the City Lord's mansion arrived, the people from Yuan Association had also arrived. The leader of Yuan Association was an old man in his 50s. His cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the half-step heaven immortal realm. He didn't bring a lot of people with him, only 5 or 6 of them. The mining of immortal meta stones was the responsibility of the mansion. Yuan Association was only here to make up the numbers and act as a supervisor. After all, they had 20% of the profits, so they needed to know the total amount of immortal meta stones that had been mined. I never thought that Elder Yuan would personally lead the team of the mansion. It seems like the mansion has attached great importance to this or mine. When the leader of Yuan Association saw Yuan Hong, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. In any case, Yuan Hong was a true heaven immortal expert. In Yen City, a heaven immortal was a supreme expert who would be respected wherever he went. No one would dare to disrespect a heaven immortal expert. "Elder Wu, please," Yuan Hong said with a smile. "After you, Elder Yuan." Elder Yuan of Yuan Association quickly made an inviting gesture. His name was Wu Chong and he had quite a high position in Yuan Association. He was deeply trusted by Nye Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here. A few tents were set up outside the huge ore mine. To an immortal expert, setting up a few tents was an incomparably easy task. After the ore mine was excavated, the mining began. Yan Qingqing and Wu Chong personally led their men into the ore mine to check the situation, but Yuan Hong and Yuan Chengjun stayed in the tent. Chengjun, are you sure you want to do this? Yuan Hong was still a little hesitant. He could feel that Yan Donglu still trusted him. He couldn't bear to do such a thing. Dad, why are you still hesitating at this moment? The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. We have reached an agreement with Huang family. Tonight, all the experts of Huang family will come out of their nest. At that time we just need to control the people here. Yuan Chengjun said viciously. All right. In that case, I won't think about it anymore. Yuan Hong gritted his teeth. There were some things that couldn't be undone once they were done. Night. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Tonight, even the moon had disappeared. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Such a night would always make people feel a trace of discomfort, full of depression and depression. The inside of the mine was as bright as day. There was no need for light inside. Just the light emitted by the immortal metastones was enough to illuminate everything. The people of the prefecture were in full swing, mining the crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Laughter and cheers could be heard constantly, as if they weren't affected by the weather at all. Yan Qingqing, on the other hand, felt somewhat restless all of a sudden. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, Yan Qingqing didn't pay much attention to it, because no matter what happened, Yuan Hong would be able to deal with it. She had never thought that Uncle Yuan, whom she trusted very much, was the real hidden danger. Chapter 1095. Yen City. Huang Family. In the martial arena of the Huang family stood a few dozen black-robed men. When these people stood together, the murderous qi they exuded was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even the weakest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert. All the half-step Heaven Immortal experts of the Huang family were here. Huang Ying and second brother Huang were true Heaven Immortal experts. At this moment, both of them were standing in front of the crowd with a solemn face. Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei's faces were filled with hostility. Yesterday, not only did they lose the ore mine, they also lost a genius, Huang Haoren. This was a loss that Huang family had never suffered before. Now, only 2 of the 3 heroes of Huang family were left. The 3 of them had a very good relationship with each other. It was imaginable how they felt when they saw their brother being killed by Jiang Chen. Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming hated Jiang Chen to the core, but there was nothing they could do. Even Huang Haoren, who could fly, had died in Jiang Chen's hands. With their current strength, they didn't even have the qualification to avenge Huang Haoren. Tonight was the best chance for Huang family to annihilate the prefecture and Jiang Chen, to avenge Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren. Everyone, Yuan Hong has sent us the news. Yan Qingqing is at the ore mine. Now that Yuan Hong has surrendered to us, we have to rush to the ore mine and join him. We will occupy the ore mine and take down Yan Qingqing, forcing Yan Donglu to submit. Yan Qingqing is the apple of Yan Dongliu's eye, his flesh and blood. If something happens to her, Yan Donglu will certainly lose his mind. Of course, this isn't honorable, but we have to do it. As long as we can occupy Yen City and keep the foundation of Huang family, I won't hesitate to use any vicious means. Huang Ying said coldly. Everyone present expressed their understanding of his words. This was indeed not honorable, but the mine had fallen into the hands of the city lord's mansion, forcing the Huang family into a dead end. If they didn't take this opportunity to act now, it wouldn't be long before the overall strength of the city lord's mansion surpassed the Huang family because of the mine. At that time, it would be the end of the Huang family. The Huang family naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. If they lost the foundation they had laid down, it would be a great loss. Dad, don't say too much. Tonight is the doomsday of Yan Donglu, and that Jiang Chen must be torn into pieces. Now that Yuan Hong has joined our side, we have 3 Heaven Immortal experts on our side. Even if Yan Donglu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for us. After tonight, the entire Yen City will belong to our Huang family. As for that abominable Jiang Chen, we must tear him into pieces to avenge 6th uncle and Haoren. Huang Haofei said while gnashing his teeth. Whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned, his anger would surge. His hatred for Jiang Chen had already surpassed that of the city lord's mansion. All right, let's go to the mine immediately. Huang Ying gave the order. The group of people quickly vanished into the rainy night. Wherever they passed, the void was filled with steaming smoke. The raindrops fell from the sky and turned into mist when they were a foot away from them. In the mine, the people of the prefecture were still in full swing, mining crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Each and every one of them was so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Haha! I never thought that there would be such a huge treasure outside of Yen City. I wonder how many immortal metastones can be mined from such a huge mine. If it wasn't for the mine collapsing, we wouldn't have known about it. That's right. The immortal metastones in the mine are crystal clear and have infinite luster. They are all high grade. Our prefecture has struck it rich this time. With so many immortal metastones, it's only a matter of time before our overall strength surpasses the Huang family. The prefecture and the Huang family have been fighting each other for so long. Finally, the result will be revealed. But it's all thanks to Grandmaster Jiang that we can enter the prefecture. Grandmaster Jiang is young and promising, a true peerless genius, a monstrous genius. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Jiang, this mine would have been the Huang family's. The people of the prefecture didn't forget to chat while mining the immortal metastones. Naturally, the topic of their conversation was Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's reputation in the prefecture was second only to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's heart was blooming with joy when she heard everyone praising Jiang Chen. After such a period of contact, she had completely fallen in love with Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, a young girl's yearning for love can't be stopped. Hong Long. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the outside, shaking the interior of the mine. Even though they were inside the mine, they could still feel the strong fluctuation coming from outside. Not good. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed slightly. She muttered to herself, not good. Then, she turned around and walked out of the ore mine. The others also stopped what they were doing and followed Yan Qingqing out. The people of Yuan Association also frowned. They were all experts among experts. They could sense that someone had come to make trouble without going out. On the open space outside the mine, the raindrops were heavier than before. Yuan Hong, Yuan Chengjun and the higher-ups of the prefecture were on standby. Dozens of black-clothed men were standing opposite them. They were the people of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing and the others didn't look good when they saw the situation. Fortunately, they were prepared and Yuan Hong followed them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the current situation. Huang Ying, why did your Huang family come here in the middle of the night? You lost yesterday. This mine has nothing to do with your Huang family. Yan Qingqing said sharply. Haha, Miss Qingqing, how can our Huang clan give up on such a great fortune? Don't you agree? Huang Ying burst into laughter. Patriarch Huang, our Yuan Association has never intervened in the grievances between you and the City Lord Mansion. However, what you did today showed that you didn't put our Yuan Association in your eyes at all. Our Yuan Association was the notary of yesterday's competition. You lost, so you lost. Patriarch Huang, are you really a sore loser? Wu Chong of Yuan Association said without any trace of politeness. He didn't expect that the Huang family would use such a method to seize the ore mine. In his opinion, Huang Ying was simply insane. One should know that this was not only making the City Lord's mansion an enemy, but also Yuan Association. Where did the Huang family get the courage to go against two major forces at once? Elder Wu, don't be agitated. Our Huang family won't go against your Yuan Association. The prefecture has promised you 20% of the immortal metastones and I, Huang Ying, will give you 30%. Today, Huang family won't make things difficult for the people of Yuan Association. This is a matter between us and the prefecture. Huang Ying said. Chapter 1096. Your Huang family's actions are truly despicable. Yan Qingqing said Lung Lung. The others were also infuriated. It seemed like Yuan Hong had foresight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Since the ancient times, the winner takes all. As long as we can destroy your prefecture, Yen City will belong to our Huang family in the future. Who cares about the process? Huang Ying chuckled. He didn't comment on his own actions. As long as he could succeed, he would use any means necessary. In this incomparably competitive immortal world, there was no such thing as the winner takes all. People would only respect the strong. Humph. Huang Ying, don't think that our prefecture is a pushover. So what if the experts of your Huang family are here? My father will be here soon. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. She wasn't afraid of the people of Huang family. After all, Yuan Hong was still here. He was a true heaven immortal expert. Uncle Yuan, send a message to my father immediately. Ask him to bring his men here. Since Huang family wants to start a war, our prefecture will accompany them to the end. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong. I've already sent the message. I believe the prefecture lord will be here soon. But young miss, I'm sorry. Yuan Hong suddenly said. Yan Qingqing was stunned. She didn't understand what Yuan Hong meant. What did he mean when he said sorry in front of the enemy? She raised her head and saw Yuan Hong's bloodshot eyes. Uncle Yuan, you! Yan Qingqing exclaimed. Pah! Yuan Hong quickly made his move. He unleashed an energy seal and enveloped Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed greatly. She had never thought that Yuan Hong would make a move against her at this crucial moment. In a moment of desperation, she could only defend with all her might. However, the gap between her and Yuan Hong was too big. She couldn't defend at all. Barf! Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. She was completely immobilized by Yuan Hong's energy seal. Yuan Hong, what are you doing? Damn it! What's going on? Why would Yuan Hong attack young miss? Elder Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you attack young miss? Everyone in the Castellan mansion turned pale with fright. None of them had thought that such a scene would happen. In their hearts, Yuan Hong was their greatest support. As long as Yuan Hong could deal with the Huang family, they would be able to delay the Castellan's arrival. But what was happening now? Yan Qingqing, do you think your city lord's mansion still has a chance? Huang Ying said proudly. Even the people of Yuan Association were shocked by this sudden turn of events. By now, even a fool could see that Yuan Hong had joined forces with the Huang family. That was why the Huang family had come here with such confidence. Yuan Hong's betrayal was out of everyone's expectation. After all, Yuan Hong and Yen Donglu had been friends for many years. It was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray anyone, but it was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray Yen Donglu. Uncle Yuan, you. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong and shook her head helplessly. She didn't believe that this was true. That kind of sadness, that kind of disappointment, there was nothing more painful than this. Being betrayed by the person you trusted the most, it was as if a knife was twisting in your heart. Qingqing, you and your daughter asked for this. Ever since Jiang Chen came, all of you have been focusing on him. We have made great contributions to the Castellan mansion, but in the end, we didn't get anything and were even neglected. In that case, we will naturally find another way out. After Yen Donglu is dead, the Castellan mansion will be ours. Qingqing, as long as you obey me, I will still treat you well in the future. Yuan Chengjun said with a smile. He had finally revealed his fox's tail. Shameless! Yuan Chengjun, I, Yan Qingqing, have misjudged you. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Chengjun. She had always treated Yuan Chengjun as her elder brother. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. The relationship between them could be said to be incomparable to ordinary people. But now, the way she looked at Yuan Chengjun was full of disgust. Yuan Chengjun had betrayed the prefecture and allied himself with the enemy. Compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was worlds apart. Back then, when Huang Xiong threatened Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Instead, he went to Han village alone to save the villagers. Motherfucker! Yuan Hong, Yuan Chengjun, I'll fuck your grandma. You and your son are simply shameless. The Castellan trusted you so much, but you did such a thing to him. An old man cursed with red eyes. He seemed incomparably agitated. The same was true for the others. They came here to mine immortal metastones in high spirits, thinking that they would be safe with an expert by their side. They had never thought that Yuan Hong was a jackal, a bastard who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Swoosh! Before the old man's voice faded, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. It was Yuan Chengjun who did this. It was Yuan Chengjun's sword that pierced the old man's hearts. Barf! The old man spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was twisting and convulsing. His blood-red eyes stared at Yuan Chengjun. That resentment and despair made him die with everlasting regret. This is the consequence of insulting my father. Yuan Chungjun abruptly pulled out his sword and the old man fell to the ground. The old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert, so he wouldn't lose to Yuan Chungjun in a real fight. But just now, he was in a bad mood and his mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Yuan Chungjun would really kill him. Plus, Yuan Chungjun's attack was swift and without any warning. Therefore, even a half-step heaven immortal expert was killed on the spot. Yuan Chungjun, you son of a BTCH. Yan Qingqing's emotion was incomparably agitated. She had witnessed the death of the elder of the prefecture in the hands of Yuan Chungjun. Perhaps she wouldn't be so agitated if the old man died tragically in the battle with Huang family. She knew that such a way of death was a humiliation to the old man. He was destined to die with everlasting regret. The people of Yuan Association watched all of this quietly. No one spoke a word. Today's situation had nothing to do with them anymore. The people of Huang family were more than happy to watch the internal strife of the prefecture. This scene was more enjoyable than watching someone kill someone. Humph. This is the consequence of stubborn people. I'll give you a chance to join us from now on. Otherwise, you'll end up the same way. Yuan Chungjun's sharp eyes looked at the other higher-ups of the prefecture. Yan Qingqing, who was standing aside, had already given up all hope. Tears of despair flowed down from her eyes. She looked at the two people in front of her, who felt both familiar and strange at the same time. At this moment, she completely understood what it meant by the unpredictability of a man's heart. Chapter 1097. Huang family's intention was very obvious. Today, they came not only to control the Ormine, but also to eliminate Yan Donglu and put the prefecture into eternal damnation. Jiang Chen was also their target. Yan Qingqing understood that the hatred Huang family had for Jiang Chen had surpassed the hatred they had for the prefecture. Bah! Ungrateful dog! The prefecture has raised you two ungrateful bastards. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. A hot-tempered old man cursed at Yuan Chungjun. Immediately, he took out his immortal weapon and launched an attack at Yuan Chungjun. This old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert. He had exerted his full strength in the first exchange of blows. It could be seen that this old man didn't want to live. He just didn't want to die in vain, so he wanted to drag Yuan Chungjun down with him. However, under such circumstances, it was obvious that the old man wouldn't succeed. Even if he had the ability to perish together with Yuan Chungjun, Yuan Hong wouldn't just watch his son get hurt. Bang! An incomparably powerful chi wave appeared all of a sudden and struck the old man's body like a sharp sword. It was Yuan Hong who launched the attack. The old man was no match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. The old man was sent flying away after suffering a heavy blow. There was a large dent on his chest. That was an incomparably serious injury. Although it wasn't fatal, it was enough to make the old man lose his combat strength. At this time, Yuan Chungjun struck like a thunderbolt. He swung the sword in his hand and beheaded the old man. Blood spurted out like a fountain, adding a touch of cruelty to the rainy night. Yuan Chungjun was too ruthless. In the eyes of the prefecture, he had become a devil in the night. The old man who was killed just now was an elder who held him in his arms when he was young, but in Yuan Chungjun's eyes, it was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He didn't care about their friendship at all. The two experts of the city lord's mansion were already dead. Yan Qingqing was in complete despair. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she couldn't help but shed tears again. She thought about why Yuan Hong, who wasn't good at leaving the city lord's mansion, would take the initiative to follow them. So this was his real purpose. Yuan Chungjun framed Jiang Chen for colluding with the Huang family. It turned out that he had already colluded with the Huang family. If it wasn't for her trust in Jiang Chen, she would have already misunderstood Jiang Chen. The scene was incomparably depressing. The raindrops caused the void to become gloomy and cold. The people of the city lord mansion were all shivering. They had become trapped beasts. They were plotted against by their own people. They were angry and afraid at the same time. Yuan Chungjun didn't care about their old friendship. They couldn't help but be afraid. No one wanted to die. Death was an incomparably terrifying thing for anyone. In the prefecture, after receiving the message from Yuan Hong, Yan Donglu immediately took action. He summoned all the experts of the prefecture, including Jiang Chen. Now was the critical moment of the life-and-death battle with the Huang family. Naturally, the prefecture had to deploy all its forces. Furthermore, in Yan Donglio's eyes, Jiang Chen was much scarier than any ordinary half-step heaven immortal. First of all, he had the combat strength to kill a half-step heaven immortal. Secondly, he could fly, which was a formidable force. City Lord, what happened? Someone asked. Just now, Brother Yuan sent a message saying that the Huang family attacked the ore mine in full force. We have to get there as soon as possible. I'm afraid that Brother Yuan can't deal with them alone. Yan Donglu said solemnly. Motherfucker! I knew that the Huang family wouldn't give up so easily. I didn't expect them to take action so soon. Fortunately, Elder Yuan came with them. Otherwise, Big Miss would be in real danger. The Huang family is too arrogant. They can't afford to lose, but our prefecture isn't a pushover either. Let's have a life-and-death battle with the Huang family tonight and see who is more powerful. Each of the experts of the prefecture was brimming with qi and murderous intent. Yesterday, they had gained the upper hand in the competition with the Huang family, which greatly boosted their morale. However, they would never have thought that the situation they were going to face would be so difficult. Yuan Hong and his son went with Qingqing? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. That's right. If it wasn't for Yuan Hong, how could we withstand the attack of the Huang family? Yan Donglu said. Not good. I'm afraid that Yuan Hong and his son have joined the Huang family. Qingqing is in real danger now. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The current situation was obvious. Given Yuan Hong's identity, he wouldn't take the initiative to go to the Ore Mountain. Furthermore, the Huang family had already made their move on the first day. This was a coincidence. Furthermore, Yuan Chengjun had purposely lost to Huang Haofei in the competition yesterday. There must be something fishy about it. The only explanation was that Yuan Hong and his son had joined the Huang family and wanted to harm the prefecture. Perhaps the people of the prefecture trusted Yuan Hong and his son, but not Jiang Chen. He had long known that there was a spy in the prefecture. Yuan Chengjuan's unusual behavior indicated that the former friend had become the enemy. What did you say? Grandmaster Jiang, you can't joke about this. Yan Donglio's expression changed. He and Yuan Hong had been through life and death together. He was very unhappy to hear such words from Jiang Chen. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. If I were you, I would rush to the Ore Mountain at once. Otherwise, it will be too late. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Then, he casted the flaming wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Ore Mountain. Yan Donglu didn't dare to be negligent. He flew towards the Ore Mountain at once. A group of experts from the prefecture also flew under the lead of Jiang Chen and Yan Donglu, heading towards the Ore Mountain at high speed. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the conflict between the prefecture and the Huang family at the beginning. But as the situation developed, he was completely involved in this conflict. After the incident between Ouyang He and Tian Muyun, he was deeply hurt by this betrayal. Although he couldn't kill Tian Muyun now, he could still vent his anger on Yuan Hong and his son. Moreover, Yan Qingqing was very likely to be in real danger. Jiang Chen wouldn't have any improper thoughts towards this girl who admired him, but he wouldn't watch her fall into the hands of evil people either. Along the way, Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture's complexion turned incomparably solemn. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Jiang Chen's words had left them at a loss. They didn't believe that Yuan Hong would betray the prefecture, but if Jiang Chen's words were true, wouldn't the prefecture fall into an irrecoverable state? On the other side of the mine, the rain was even heavier. The Huang family and Yuan Hong had already gathered together. In front of them, a dozen or so corpses were strewn all over the place. Rainwater splashed onto the corpses, and blood flowed everywhere, making the atmosphere even more oppressive and terrifying. Chapter 1098. The scene in front of him made Yan Donglio's heart skip a beat. Not only him, but also everyone in the prefecture. The corpses lying on the ground belonged to the higher-ups of the prefecture. They were once brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. But now, they were lying in the cold rain, letting the rain beat on their bodies. What truly made them despair was that they saw Yuan Hong and Huang Ying standing side by side, completely indifferent to the corpses on the ground. Even a fool could guess what had happened in this situation, and what kind of relationship Huang Ying and Yuan Hong had with each other. Many people in the prefecture glanced at Jiang Chen and admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one was willing to see such a scene because it meant that the prefecture's doomsday was coming. Yan Donglu couldn't accept this reality because it was a huge blow to him. "Brother Yuan, do you know what you are doing?" Yan Donglu said. His voice was trembling. Facing Yan Donglu, Yuan Hong's expression was somewhat unnatural and guilty. He understood that although he had contributed a lot to the prefecture all these years, Yan Donglu had also treated him very well. But what had been done was done and there was no turning back. "Brother Yan, everyone has his own ambition. Since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. I've already made an agreement with family head Huang. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, he will spare your life." Yuan Hong said with an expressionless face. Barf. Yan Donglu was so angry that his body was trembling. He spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale. Yuan Hong's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, making it bleed. Not good. The prefecture lord's anger has affected him greatly. Someone exclaimed. Yan Donglu couldn't bear this fact. He couldn't accept that his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him would betray him. Such a blow was unimaginable to ordinary people. The anger and sadness merged together and directly attacked his heart and lungs, causing him to be unable to circulate the immortal qi. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be a match for Yuan Hong even if they fought. AI. Seeing Yan Donglu in such a state, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Undoubtedly, Yan Donglu was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. That's why he couldn't accept this fact. He had never been on guard against Yuan Hong. If he had, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The current Yan Donglu was afraid that he was in the same situation as Ouyang He. Jiang Chen had never experienced this feeling before, but he could understand it. If one day he and Tyrant betrayed him like this, he was afraid that his performance wouldn't be any better than Yan Donglu. Of course, Han Yan and Tyrant would never treat him this way. True brotherly love was something that could withstand trials and tribulations. Yuan Hong, Yan Donglu, have always treated you like a brother. I can't understand why you would treat me like this. Yan Donglio's expression became somewhat cold. Although he couldn't accept this scene, but he had to accept it. Brother Yan, I don't want to say anything more. The outcome is already irreversible. I hope you can listen to me and save your life. Yuan Hong Lung said. Yan Donglu, I've already given brother Yuan face. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, I'll spare your life and let you drag out an ignoble existence. What do you think? Huang Ying said with a complacent face. The situation was exactly as he had expected. Everything was under his control. Yan Donglio's combat strength was severely weakened due to the influence of his anger. He could take him down by himself, not to mention that they had 3 heaven immortal experts with him. Bullshit. Yan Donglu, will never lower my head to you even if I have to die. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Yan Donglu was infuriated. Both of his eyes had turned red. Since Yuan Hong no longer cared about their brotherhood, there was no need for him to continue being sad. Yan Donglu, it's very easy for you to die. I just don't know if your subordinates are willing to die with you. I will give all of you a chance. If you want to live, you can join me now. Otherwise all of you will die. Huang Ying glanced at the people beside Yan Donglu. They were all the higher-ups of the City Lord Mansion. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. You can submit to the Huang family, said Yan Donglu. City Lord, Lao Wang, am not an ungrateful person. You have treated me well all these years. I won't do such a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Today, I will live and die with the City Lord Mansion. That's right. If we join the Huang family now, we will be no different from Yuan Hong and his son. At worst we will die. City Lord, we won't join the enemy. Even if we have to fight a fierce battle today, we won't have lived in vain. The people of the mansion expressed their stand one by one. It could be seen that they were all courageous men. However, this also showed that Yan Donglu was a good man. Even in such a desperate situation, there were still so many people who were willing to follow him. These people weren't fools. They understood the current situation very well. Putting aside their relationship with the city governor's mansion, even if they were to join the Huang family, given Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's character, they wouldn't be treated kindly. Rather than joining the Huang family and living like dogs, it was better for them to die a glorious death. Good. Yen Donglu, didn't choose the wrong person. Yen Dongliu's qi fluctuated. But immediately, his facial expression changed dramatically because he couldn't find any trace of Yen Qingqing in the enemy's camp. Yuan Hong, where's Qingqing? What did you do to her? Yen Donglu asked loudly. Haha, Yen Donglu, don't worry. Nephew Chungjun won't hurt Miss Qingqing. I'm afraid they are having a good time right now. Huang Ying burst into laughter. Barf. Upon hearing this, Yen Donglu spurted out a mouthful of blood and cursed, bastard. If anything happens to Qingqing, I will haunt you all even if I become a ghost. Yen Donglu had completely lost control of his emotions. Yen Qingqing was his daughter. Yuan Chungjun had been admiring her for a long time. If his daughter was defiled by such a bastard, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the face to continue living in the future. Haha, Yen Donglu, to think that you would have such a day. I'm in a good mood to see you being so sad. Huang Ying burst into laughter once again. He didn't take any action because he wanted to see Yen Dongliu's heartbroken look. To him, it was an incomparably delightful thing. However, no one noticed that Jiang Chen, who was standing behind Yen Donglu, had already disappeared. Not even the people of the mansion noticed it. It was as if Jiang Chen had never been here. Chapter 1099. I won't be lenient, Sister Qingqing, as long as you agree to marry me. I promise that no one will bully you in the future. I will love you even more. Yuan Chungjun looked at the grieving Yen Qingqing and said with a smile that he thought was very gentle. Bah! You bastard! My father and I are really blind. Yen Qingqing, will never marry a beast like you even if I die. Yen Qingqing spat. She felt extremely disgusted whenever she saw Yuan Chungjun's face. It was a kind of disgust that came from the bottom of her heart. She had never hated someone so much before. Humph. Yen Qingqing, what's so good about that Jiang Chen? How can he be compared to me? We've been childhood sweethearts. You know how much I love you. Don't tell me that I'm not comparable to Jiang Chen who has just arrived here for a few days. Yuan Chungjun was very angry and roared at Yen Qingqing. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt and insulted. He was a genius, but he couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen. The better Yen Qingqing treated Jiang Chen, the worse Yuan Chungjun felt. Not being able to kill Jiang Chen had become the most depressing thing for him. Bastard, how can you be compared to Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang is a man who values friendship and righteousness. You're just a shameless villain. Comparing you to Brother Jiang is a humiliation to him. Yen Qingqing said with a sneer. Although her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't resist, she still had her pride. She knew that the city lord's mansion was probably going to be finished. At this moment, Yen Qingqing had already disregarded her life and death. Brother Yuan, you're too weak. You can't even handle a woman after so long. A mocking voice came from behind. It was Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei. They came here to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that Yuan Chungjun still couldn't handle a woman. Brother Yuan, why are you talking so much? Yen Qingqing is in your hands now. She's at your mercy. As long as you're willing, she'll be your woman at any time. Huang Haoming said proudly. Being challenged by the Huang brothers, Yuan Chingjuan's anger grew even more intense. His eyes turned red as he stared at the exquisite Yen Qingqing in front of him. His lust was aroused and the obscene look in his eyes became more and more exuberant. What are you doing? Yen Qingqing was so scared that she took 2 steps back. She couldn't help but hug her own shoulders. Qingqing, since you don't want to submit to me, don't blame me for using force. You are my, Yuan Chengjuan's, woman. After saying that, Yuan Chengjun took a step forward and grabbed Yen Qingqing's shoulder. With a tearing sound, he tore off Yen Qingqing's sleeves, exposing her jade-white skin. This made Yuan Chengjuan's evil fire soar. He couldn't control it anymore. At this moment, he had completely turned into a hungry wolf. Yen Qingqing was his. Yen Qingqing cried out in alarm. No matter how talented she was, no matter how good her temperament was, she had never experienced something like this before. She immediately lost her sense of propriety. She was like an injured rabbit. She couldn't even find a place to hide. Yuan Chengjun, get lost. Yen Qingqing was completely flustered. Don't you like your big brother Jiang very much? Unfortunately, your big brother Jiang won't come to save you. Yuan Chengjun sneered. Sorry, I'm here. As soon as Yuan Chengjun's voice faded, another voice was heard from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a white-clothed youth standing not far away. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen! The Huang brothers exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes. One should know that there were 3 heaven immortal experts standing outside. No matter how capable Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to come in without making a sound. Big brother Jiang! Yan Qingqing burst into tears when she saw Jiang Chen. She couldn't help but cry loudly. Release Qingqing at once, or you will die miserably. Jiang Chen ignored the Huang brothers and said to Yuan Chengjun. At the same time, he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he didn't need to transform to deal with Yuan Chengjun and the others, but the situation outside was urgent. He didn't want to waste any more time. How did you come in? Yuan Chengjun asked with a frown. No one can stop me if I want to come in, Jiang Chen said. Humph! Jiang Chen, what are you being so arrogant for? If you dare to come here today, you will die. If you dare to make a move, the commotion outside will be alerted. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Huang Haofei and Leng Leng said. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them felt an indescribable fear when facing Jiang Chen in his dragon form. They had witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. They still had lingering fears about how Huang Haoren died. This place has been completely sealed by my domain. The 3 of you will die for sure. Not even a deity can save you, Jiang Chen said. In a flash, he appeared in between Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming. Then, he attacked decisively. His sharp dragon claws landed on their necks at lightning speed, locking them down. Their expressions changed drastically. Almost at this moment, they could feel the scent of death. That was an unprecedented threat of death. Your cultivation base has improved again? Huang Haofei said with difficulty. He could already see that the current Jiang Chen was much more powerful than when he fought against Huang Haoren. With their cultivation base, only death awaited them if they were to fight against Jiang Chen. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Kacha! Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to them. He exerted strength in his hand and broke their necks with a ka-chop sound, cutting off their life force. He didn't even glance at their corpses. He just threw them aside and strode towards Yuan Chengjun. Seeing how terrifying Jiang Chen was and how the Huang brothers were pinched to death like ants, Yuan Chengjun's scalp went numb. An unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He had never felt that he was so close to death. You're right. You're right. You're right. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing ran towards Jiang Chen while Yuan Chengjun was in a daze. She looked at Jiang Chen with an aggrieved expression. At the same time, a feeling of happiness welled up in her heart. Being saved by the man she loved was the greatest happiness. At this moment, Yan Qingqing seemed to have forgotten all the dangers. In her eyes, there was only this man who could give people a sense of security all the time. Yan Qingqing ran towards Jiang Chen. Yuan Chengjun felt even more desperate. If he had been focused on controlling Yan Qingqing just now, he might have had the capital to threaten Jiang Chen. But now everything was gone. It seemed that it would be very easy for Jiang Chen to kill him. Are you all right? Jiang Chen smiled at Yan Qingqing. Then, he took out a robe from the Zulong Tower and draped it over Yan Qingqing's body. I'm fine. Yan Qingqing shook her head. She shuddered at the thought of the scene just now. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely appearance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1100. Sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, Yuan Chengjun's facial expression turned even uglier. Although he was very proud, he knew that he was absolutely no match for Jiang Chen at this moment. Just now, he had witnessed how Jiang Chen killed the Huang brothers, which made him shudder with fear. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. As long as I shout, my father will hear it and you will still be finished. Yuan Chengjun plucked up his courage and said. He was very confident in his father. He believed that as long as his father was here, Jiang Chen's fate would still be the same. However, he had overlooked one point. How could Jiang Chen pass through the defense of 3 heaven immortal experts and enter the mine silently? All right, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead and shout. Shout now. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Seeing Jiang Chen's confidence, Yuan Chengjuan's heart began to pound. The calmer Jiang Chen was, the more afraid he was. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had become a devil-like existence. Father, father! Yuan Chengjun mustered all his strength and shouted. Although he didn't know whether his father could hear him or not, he knew that there was nothing else he could do apart from shouting for help. Asking him to fight Jiang Chen? He had lost all his courage. The shout of a late Earth immortal expert was so earth-shattering that it could be heard even from 100 miles away. However, Yuan Chengjuan's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but there was no sound from the outside. The inside of the ore mine had been completely sealed by Jiang Chen. Yuan Chengjun had already fallen into the 5-elemental sphere. Even if he shouted until the sky was broken, no one would be able to hear him. Don't, Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Yuan Chengjun began to beg for mercy. He finally understood Jiang Chen's ability. He was no match for him. In front of Jiang Chen, he was just like an ant that could be pinched to death at any time. The disgust in Yan Qingqing's eyes intensified when she saw his trembling and embarrassed look. Such a man had no spirit and dignity at all. Compared to Jiang Chen, the difference between them was like the sky and the earth. They were two extremes. You won't live. Neither will your father. I will kill you in front of your father, and then kill your father. I will let you know that traitors won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen said and strode towards Yuan Chengjun. Every step he took caused Yuan Chengjuan's heart to tremble a little. Jiang Chen's footsteps were like a heavy hammer that hammered on his heart. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Jiang Chen was approaching him, the despair in Yuan Chengjuan's heart was completely revealed. He was on the verge of going mad. Immediately, he drew his sword and slashed at Jiang Chen. Pa! Jiang Chen casually waved his palm, slapping away the long sword in Yuan Chengjuan's hand. Then, he strode forward, grabbed Yuan Chengjuan's neck and lifted him up. Yuan Chengjun kept struggling under Jiang Chen's control, but he was like a helpless little chick that couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang, you've become more powerful? Yan Qingqing finally revealed a smile. Her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the prefecture. After tonight, the prefecture will be the sole ruler of Yan City. Jiang Chen smiled at Yan Qingqing, then carried Yuan Chengjun out of the ore mountain. Yan Qingqing was a smart woman. She carried the Huang brothers' corpses and followed behind Jiang Chen. The prefecture was doomed today. Before this, Yan Qingqing had almost lost all hope. But now, following behind Jiang Chen, she suddenly saw infinite hope. Although she didn't know how Jiang Chen could deal with a real heaven immortal, with Jiang Chen's help, she felt that a heaven immortal was no longer a threat. Outside, the situation was still tense. The people of the prefecture had almost lost all hope. Yan Dongliu's combat strength had been greatly reduced due to his anger. Huang Ying didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to attack the people of the prefecture. Listen up, people of the prefecture. I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to surrender if you want to live. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Ying's body was filled with murderous intent. He was only giving them one last chance. If they didn't cherish it, he would kill all of them without hesitation. Huang and Yuan, you bastards, just do your best. You'll all die if worse comes to worst. Someone from the prefecture shouted. Their faces were filled with anger and determination to die. It seemed like none of them had any intention of leaving this place alive. Fine, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone, listen up, kill all of them. Huang Ying decisively gave the order. I don't think any of them will die. As soon as Huang Ying's voice faded, a voice was heard from inside the ore mountain. Everyone turned around and saw Jiang Chen walking out with Yuan Chengjun in his hand, followed by Yan Qingqing who was carrying 2 corpses. Bang! Yan Qingqing casually tossed the corpses of the Huang brothers to Huang Ying. Qingqing? Seeing Yan Qingqing was unharmed, Yan Donglu couldn't help but feel excited. Such an unforeseen event had exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially the death of the Huang brothers. No one had expected this to happen. Fei er, Ming er. The higher-ups of the Huang family cried out in shock. Looking at the 2 geniuses of the Huang family lying motionlessly on the ground, they felt like coughing up blood. After that, they turned their gazes to Jiang Chen. Needless to say, The deaths of the Huang brothers were all caused by Jiang Chen. However, what shocked them the most was how did Jiang Chen get past their line of defense and enter the mine? This was simply impossible. It's Grandmaster Jiang. Great. Grandmaster Jiang is truly amazing. He could sneak into the rear without anyone noticing and kill the two geniuses of the Huang family. Haha, this is great. Amazing. It seems like Grandmaster Jiang's means are far beyond our imagination. The people from the City Lord's mansion had also witnessed everything. Each of them admired Jiang Chen even more. They were so nervous just now that they didn't notice how Jiang Chen disappeared. Jiang Chen, did you kill them? Huang Ying said while gritting his teeth. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Of course. Killing them was like killing chickens. Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Dad, save me. Yuan Chengjun looked at his father as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. At this moment, his fate was in the hands of Jiang Chen. The only person who could save him was Yuan Hong. If his father couldn't save him, he would end up like the Huang brothers. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen would be merciful enough to let him go. Damn it! How did this bastard get into the rear? Yuan Hong's face darkened. Yuan Chengjun was his son. It was imaginable how he would feel if Yuan Chengjun died. Jiang Chen was an existence that everyone had neglected. No one had ever thought that he would become the biggest mishap at this critical moment. Chapter 1101. No one had expected such a turn of events. The originally stable situation suddenly became tense. Whether it was the Huang family or Yuan Hong, Jiang Chen wasn't included in their initial plan. This was a factor that was not taken into consideration. Jiang Chen, let my son go. Yuan Hong said with a stern expression. Let him go? Do you think that's possible? There's only one outcome for people like you and your son. Death. You probably think that I captured Yuan Chengjun to blackmail you, right? You're thinking too much. I don't need any blackmail to deal with you. If I wanted to blackmail you, I wouldn't have killed those two fellows, because they seem to be more valuable. The reason why I didn't kill Yuan Chengjun was because I wanted you to witness his death with your own eyes. I wanted you to know the consequences of traitors. Jiang Chen's words were like knives stabbing into Yuan Hong's heart. You dare! Yuan Hong's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was ready to make a move at any time. However, he still believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't kill Yuan Chengjun. In his opinion, Yuan Chengjun was the biggest trump card of the Castellan mansion in Jiang Chen's hands. If Yuan Chengjun was killed, the Castellan mansion would lose all bargaining chips, and what awaited them would be a storm-like attack. In fact, not only Yuan Hong, even the people of the Castellan mansion didn't believe that Jiang Chen would really kill Yuan Chengjun. After all, Yuan Chengjun was in his hands and could be used to blackmail Yuan Hong. Humph. However, Jiang Chen only snorted coldly and exerted force with his palm. With a loud bang, Yuan Chengjun was slapped to death by Jiang Chen before he could even let out a scream. His head was smashed into a pulp and blood gushed out. His corpse was then thrown to Yuan Hong's feet by Jiang Chen like trash. Hiss. This scene made everyone present gasp. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless and domineering. He didn't show any mercy at all. Jiang Chen's confidence also shocked the people of the City Lord mansion. They already had some understanding of Jiang Chen. Don't be fooled by this seemingly harmless young man. If he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't even blink his eyes. Moreover, every time Jiang Chen showed confidence and calmness at a critical moment, he could often create miracles. They were looking forward to Jiang Chen continuing to create miracles. Lord Cheng. Yuan Hong roared. His eyes were instantly stained with blood. His hands kept trembling as he tried to touch Yuan Chengjun's corpse, but he found that he couldn't. A monstrous rage instantly burst out from his body. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Yuan Hong transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. This damned bastard. 3 geniuses of my Huang family have died in his hands. Let's attack together and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Huang Ying flew into a rage. The tragic death of his son had almost made him lose his rationality. The same went for second brother Huang. A day ago, Huang Haoren died in the hands of Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but be filled with murderous intent. Therefore, the 3 heaven immortal experts rushed towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Not good. Yen Donglu sighed inwardly. He knew how powerful a heaven immortal expert was. Now that the three experts were attacking Jiang Chen at the same time, he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to resist them. He wanted to help, but it was already too late. At this moment, everyone in the City Lord Mansion became nervous. Haha, come on. Don't hurt the innocent. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The flaming wings flashed and he soared to the sky with a swoosh. Although he didn't put the three heaven immortal experts in his eyes, it was still better to have such a battle in the sky. Otherwise, the ripples of the battle might affect the people of the prefecture, which wasn't what he wanted to see. The eyes of the three were filled with hatred. They didn't care about bullying Jiang Chen anymore. Seeing that Jiang Chen had flown up, they chased after him. Hung Long. The three of them struck out their most powerful attack at the same time. Colorful energy waves lit up the night sky, making it as bright as day. Destructive chi waves were everywhere, making people tremble in fear. The combined attack of the three interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding over Jiang Chen. This was a destructive attack. Any Earth immortal who was hit by this attack would surely die. However, General, who had already advanced to the early Earth immortal realm and integrated 320,000 dragon marks, didn't care about it at all. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, so he immediately used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth dragons flashed at the same time. The entire sky was filled with the roars of true dragons. It was like a world of dragons. Each dragon was filled with endless destructive power. They collided with the energy net of the three experts. Hung Long. The heaven and earth shook. The huge collision was like a clap of thunder. The rain in the sky seemed to have stopped. Destructive chi waves were everywhere. The energy net of the three experts was supposed to be indestructible, but under the attack of Jiang Chen's 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and was instantly destroyed. Dang dang dang. The three experts were pushed back a few steps before they could stabilize their bodies. What? The three of them exclaimed at the same time, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This situation calmed down their anger a little and restored some of their rationality. To them, being pushed back by a single move from Jiang Chen was like a dream. They wouldn't have thought that Jiang Chen could be this powerful even if they were beaten to death. My God! Master Jiang is actually so powerful. Those 3 early heaven immortal experts were repelled by the joint attack of Master Jiang. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Did you all notice that Master Jiang has used the forbidden art 3 times in a row? There was no effect at all, let alone the backlash. This is simply a miracle. It's a forbidden art that can increase one's combat power by 10 times. I guess that Master Jiang isn't using the forbidden art. It's just a transformation skill. He can transform at will, so he wasn't affected. This is the scariest part. Everyone in the prefecture was excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Chen had undoubtedly created another miracle at the most critical moment. He had given them hope. Haha. Yen Donglu burst into laughter. He was already prepared to attack, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to gain the upper hand despite fighting against 3 of them alone. Such combat power had left him at a loss for a moment. Yen Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen in the sky. Her eyes were even more infatuated. What was the meaning of turning the tide? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? Only a person who could do all these was a true hero. In Yen Qingqing's heart, Jiang Chen was a great hero who could support the heavens and earth. How did this brat become so powerful? It seems like he has advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm, but even so, it's still impossible for him to fight against a heaven immortal. Even the 3 of us were pushed back by him. Chapter 1102. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their expectation, but the 3 of them didn't feel any fear. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and cultivation base. The attack just now wasn't their strongest attack. They believed that as long as the 3 of them joined forces and cast out their strongest attack, Jiang Chen would still be no match for them. However, their wishful thinking would soon be crushed into powder by the reality. Everyone in the prefecture, listen up. Kill them all. Exterminate Huang family. Naturally, Yan Donglu couldn't stay idle either. Today was the day of the decisive battle between the prefecture and Huang family to determine who would be the overlord of Yan City in the future. Jiang Chen had already restrained 3 heaven immortal experts, but the remaining forces of Huang family couldn't be underestimated. Tonight's battle was unavoidable, so they might as well have a fierce battle. Although the forces of Huang family were much stronger than the prefecture, they weren't a match for the prefecture. After all, the prefecture had Yan Donglu, a heaven immortal expert. Although Yan Donglu was affected to a certain extent, he still wasn't someone that Huang family could deal with. Kill! Screams pierced the dark night. The cruelest battle in the rainy night had finally begun. The 2 overlords of Yan City had been fighting for a long time. Today, the outcome of the battle was finally determined. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, a battle like this was always the cruelest. It was either you die or I live. Jiang Chen had experienced too many such battles. Compared to those that Jiang Chen had experienced, the battle in Yan City was nothing. Arg! The experts from both sides collided with each other. Blood-red blood spurted out and mixed with the rainwater. It was the most beautiful color in the darkness, bloody and cold. The morale of the experts of Huang family was low because Jiang Chen alone had restrained 3 heaven immortal experts, leaving them with no choice but to deal with Yan Donglu alone. The pressure brought by this was too great. Under such circumstances, it was hard for them to display their combat strength perfectly. On the other hand, the prefecture was completely different. The experts of the prefecture, who had lost all hope, were ready to die. The appearance of Jiang Chen had given them great hope, greatly boosting their morale. Compared to Huang family, their morale was completely different. Plus, Yan Donglu was too strong. He could easily kill the enemy's half-step heaven immortal experts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. In the sky, the fierce battle was still going on. The 3 heaven immortals had launched their most powerful attacks several times, but all of them were blocked by Jiang Chen. No, not blocked, but pushed back. That's right. The reality was that even though the 3 of them had joined forces, they were still no match for Jiang Chen. They couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were pushed back by Jiang Chen's powerful attacks, causing their blood and qi to churn and make them feel indescribably uncomfortable. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen had a look of indifference, as if such a battle wasn't strenuous for him at all. In fact, if the 3 of them wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would only be possible if one of them advanced to the intermediate heaven immortal realm, which was obviously impossible. I'm done playing with you. Jiang Chen's killing intent was overbearing. With a hua lop sound, the dazzling heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. The dragon marks on it were rippling, making the heavenly saint's sword look like a real dragon. It was trembling and roaring in Jiang Chen's hand. Swoosh! Jiang Chen moved. The flaming wings flapped abruptly. His speed was so fast that he seemed to have lost track of time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of second brother Huang. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand turned into a sword of punishment, slashing down at second brother Huang's head. Not good. Second brother Huang cursed inwardly. He could feel the power of Jiang Chen's attack. The power contained in this attack was beyond his imagination. This was the full power of Jiang Chen's 320,000 dragon marks and the heavenly saint's sword. Because Jiang Chen's movement was too fast, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong didn't have the time to help. After all, this was the first time the 3 of them worked together. There wasn't any tacit understanding between them. If the 3 of them could cooperate perfectly, they would be able to fight Jiang Chen. Clang! In a moment of panic, second brother Huang raised the combat weapon in his hand to block. The combat weapon collided heavily with the heavenly saint's sword. The collision of the 2 immortal weapons created a large amount of sparks. Even the rain couldn't extinguish the sparks. Barf! Second brother Huang was knocked far away by the impact, and he kept throwing up blood when he landed a few hundred meters away. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's attack was like a falling meteor, and he had no idea how much force it carried. There was no way he could withstand it. In just one attack, second brother Huang had been seriously injured and his combat strength had been reduced by half. However, before Huang Lao Er could react, Jiang Chen had once again appeared in front of him like a shadow. The heavenly saint's sword once again slashed down from above, and from the looks of it, it was even stronger than the previous strike. Big brother, save me! Second brother Huang exclaimed. He could feel the threat from Jiang Chen. That was the threat of death. All of his opportunities had been locked on by Jiang Chen. There was no way for him to avoid this attack. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. He would be killed on the spot. Not even the gods can save you. Jiang Chen sneered. How could Huang Ying be faster than him? By the time Huang Ying caught up, second brother Huang would already be dead. Ah! A miserable scream pierced through the dark sky. In the end, second brother Huang was still no match for Jiang Chen. He was slashed in half by Jiang Chen's sword. Blood splattered everywhere as his body fell from the sky. Second brother. Seeing this, Huang Ying, who didn't have the time to save second brother Huang, let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was about to turn into a wild beast. At this moment, Huang Ying was in a state of rage. His brothers, son, and nephew had all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was the appearance of this Jiang Chen that changed everything for the Huang family, causing the originally powerful Huang family to be consigned to eternal damnation. Huang Ying couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen's body into 1,000 pieces, but his remaining rationality made him extremely fearful of Jiang Chen. At this moment, even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen was stronger than them. At this moment, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's hearts were filled with regret. When Jiang Chen first came to the prefecture, Jiang Chen was merely a small shrimp in the late human immortal realm. At that time, if they had disregarded everything and killed him, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. But as a matter of fact, they had never thought that a person could grow so fast. How long had it been since Jiang Chen came to the prefecture? In such a short period of time, he had advanced from the late human immortal realm to the early earth immortal realm. Was he still human? Even a monstrous genius wouldn't be this abnormal. Great! Master Jiang is truly ferocious. Even second brother Huang was killed by him. It seems like the other two aren't a match for him. Master Jiang is truly the savior of our prefecture. The death of second brother Huang almost made Yan Donglu burst into tears. He was so excited. Initially, he thought that the prefecture was finished. Never had he thought that Jiang Chen would create another miracle and turn the tide by himself. This made him feel that Yan Qingqing's decision to spare no effort to recruit Jiang Chen into the prefecture was a super wise one. Master Jiang is truly a monstrous genius. A genius among geniuses. Killing an early heaven immortal expert while only being an early earth immortal expert. Our prefecture is truly fortunate. Big Miss really has a keen eye. If it wasn't for Big Miss who tried her best to recruit Master Jiang into the prefecture, we would be finished today. That's right. Master Jiang is an alchemy master. At first, our goal was to let Master Jiang create benefits for the prefecture. Never had I thought that he would save our lives. The people of the prefecture were incomparably excited. The battle below had basically come to an end. Under Yan Donglio's power, the Huang family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now, even second brother Huang was killed by Jiang Chen. It was imaginable that not even Huang Ying and Yuan Hong would be a match for Jiang Chen. The outcome was basically set. The remaining members of the Huang family looked ashen. Initially, they thought that the three great experts would join hands to kill Jiang Chen first, then help them. But they had never thought that this would be the result. Now, Huang Ying and the others couldn't even protect themselves, let alone help them. In the sky, after killing second brother Huang, Jiang Chen lunged at Huang Ying without saying a word. The power of the Heavenly Saint's sword was completely revealed. After killing the Heaven Immortal expert, the Heavenly Saint's sword vibrated even more violently, seemingly incomparably excited. Brother Yuan, we have to work closely together. Otherwise, we will be finished today. Huang Ying said to Yuan Hong, who wasn't far away. All right. Yuan Hong nodded his head forcefully. He was not an idiot. The death of second brother Huang had given him a wake-up call. Jiang Chen was too powerful. If they were not careful, they would die in Jiang Chen's hands just like second brother Huang. Haha, so what if the two of you work together? With your current combat strength, you have already lost the ability to fight against me. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Dragon Sword Storm. Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The Heavenly Saint's sword was brandished by him. For a moment, countless sword chi soared up into the sky. Each sword chi was like a real dragon, spiraling and dancing in the air. Dragon Sword Storm was a move created by Jiang Chen himself. It was derived from the dragon transformation skill and the Heavenly Saint's sword. Today was the first time he used it, but its power was countless times stronger. Such a combat skill was not inferior to the 5-elemental combat dragon seal. Combined with the power of the heavenly saint's sword, its lethality was imaginable. Roar! Roar! Chapter 1103. What? Huang Ying and Yuan Hong exclaimed at the same time. Jiang Chen was getting stronger and stronger. That kind of strength made them feel powerless and powerless. They were already in a state of confusion, adding to the fact that they were shaken by the clash with Jiang Chen, and now Jiang Chen's terrifying attack, they had no way of dealing with it. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword chi turned into shadows of azure dragons, wreaking havoc everywhere. Huang Ying and Yuan Hong tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. Soon, countless wounds appeared on their bodies. Arg! Yuan Hong let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was torn apart by the sword chi. It wasn't just torn, it was crushed into powder and vanished in the rainy night. Huang Ying's condition wasn't good either. After being attacked by the sword chi, his body was covered with wounds. At this time, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Huang Ying like a ferocious tiger. His ice-cold long sword was swung out like a wave, and Huang Ying's head was beheaded. Huang Ying was beheaded. At this point, both heaven immortals of Huang family had died tragically. The Huang family that once stood at the peak of Yen City was destined to become history. From now on, there would no longer be a Huang family in Yen City. Jiang Chen didn't kill Yuan Hong. He walked towards him. At this moment, Yuan Hong was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely lost his combat strength and looked extremely miserable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's control, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the ability to fly. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching him, Yuan Hong couldn't help but tremble. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. I won't kill you. Your life should be handed over to Yen Donglu. Jiang Chen said faintly, then grabbed Yuan Hong like a dead dog and brought him to the front of Yen Donglu. The people of the prefecture hadn't recovered from the scene just now. Each and every one of them stared at Jiang Chen blankly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already reverted to his original appearance. He looked much kinder, but no one would ever forget the ferocity of Jiang Chen. Yen Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with infatuated eyes. This kind of man could always make women infatuated. City Lord, I believe that his life is yours. Jiang Chen said. Kneel. Bastard. A man from the Castellan mansion came to Yuan Hong's side and kicked his knee. Yuan Hong couldn't bear the force and kneeled down on the ground. His eyes were filled with shame and he didn't dare to look at Yen Donglu. Looking at Yuan Hong who looked like a stray dog, Yen Donglu was heartbroken. The current situation was not what he wanted to see. However, he could only accept the fact that it was a foregone conclusion. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would be in the same state as Yuan Hong right now. Brother Yuan, how did I, Yen Donglu, treat you? Yen Donglu asked. What's the point of saying so much? I've done what I've done. Yuan Hong smiled. He didn't want to explain too much. There were some mistakes that once committed, one would have to pay a heavy price. His son was dead, and now he was going to die too. This was the heaviest price he could pay. Although he felt guilty towards Yen Donglu, it was useless to say anything at this moment. Begging for mercy would only make him look cowardly. He knew that he was going to die today, so he wanted to die with dignity. He didn't want to beg Yen Donglu and Jiang Chen to spare his life like a dog. But I can't kill you with my own hands. You can be heartless to me, but I don't want to be heartless to you. Yen Donglu let out a sigh and turned around with a painful expression. A man beside Yen Donglu understood his intention and immediately approached Yuan Hong. The city lord doesn't want to lower himself to the level of a beast like you. Killing you will only dirty his hands, but the mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. I'll send you to reunite with your son. While speaking, the long sword pierced through Yuan Hong's glabella. Yuan Hong died tragically and his body fell to the ground. The battle had come to an end. The traitor had gotten what he deserved and the enemy had been eliminated. Apart from the loss of those who came with Yen Qingqing, the rest of the people in the prefecture were basically unharmed. It could be said that this was a great victory. However, Yen Donglu couldn't feel happy at all. Being betrayed by his own brother, his mood was bound to be heavy. It would be very difficult for him to recover from this trauma in just 1 or 2 days. Yen Donglu came back to his senses. From his reddened eyes, It could be seen that he had shed tears just now. A man wouldn't easily shed tears unless he was deeply hurt. It could be seen that Yan Donglu was truly grieved. Under the leadership of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, all the people of the prefecture moved in unison and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. They didn't want to get up for a long time. Gratitude was a life-saving grace that couldn't be repaid. Apart from this, the prefecture couldn't think of any other way to express their gratitude. All right, the matter hasn't come to an end yet. Jiang Chen waved his hand, gesturing for them to get up. The imposing manner of a superior was undeniable. Alchemist Zhang's kindness to the prefecture is beyond repaying. Alchemist Zhang can have as much of this mine as you want. Yan Donglu said in a serious tone. I only want 30% of the mine. The rest will belong to the prefecture, said Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, the immortal metastones here were nothing in his eyes. The wealth left by Ouyang he was enough for him to be a tyrant, but he wouldn't complain about having too many of them. Plus, his cultivation base wasn't high, so he still needed low-grade and intermediate-grade immortal metastones. He knew that the wealth left by Ouyang, he was enough for him to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but that was all. At this time, a few people of Yuan Association, who had been watching the battle from afar, came forward. Their leader Wu Chong wore a solemn face. Looking at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with fear and terror. Just like the others, Yuan Association had never put Jiang Chen in their eyes. In their opinion, the prefecture was going to be annihilated today, but they had never expected that Jiang Chen would become the biggest variable at this critical moment. Now that the prefecture was flourishing, Yuan Association naturally had to find ways to befriend the prefecture. Congratulations to the city lord. Congratulations to the city lord for eliminating the Huang family today. Wu Chong squeezed out a smile and clasped his fists at Yan Donglu. Swoosh. However, before he could get close to Jiang Chen, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off by a sword, and he died on the spot. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Hua! This scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only were the people of Yuan Association stunned, even the people of the prefecture were dumbfounded. All of them looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, not knowing why he suddenly attacked Yuan Association. Jiang Chen, you. Why did you kill the people of Yuan Association? Our Yuan Association and your prefecture have never interfered with each other. One of them said furiously, but he didn't dare to attack. In front of Jiang Chen, he didn't have the courage to do so, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. You didn't offend us in the past, but you will offend us in the future. Tomorrow, Yuan Association will have the same ending as Huang family. The few of you either surrender to the prefecture now or die immediately. Jiang Chen gave them a merciless glance. Jiang Chen, you. The man became even angrier. However, he only managed to speak once before he was killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't give him any face at all. This had frightened the rest of the people. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but a devil, a cruel and murderous maniac. We surrender. The few of them looked at each other and decided to surrender. If not, they might really die. They didn't dare treat Jiang Chen's words as a joke. This guy was a decisive killer, and it seemed like he wouldn't joke around. Grandmaster Jiang, why did you attack the people of Yuan Association? Yan Donglu asked, puzzled. Foolish. Now that Huang family has been annihilated, the prefecture seems to be the dominant force, but I can't protect the prefecture forever. In a few days, I will leave Yen City and head for One Line Sky. But if I leave, the strongest force in Yen City will no longer be the prefecture, but Yuan Association. Although Yuan Association is a business, you should know how ambitious Nye Yuan is. He is a very smart person. He didn't participate in the battle between your two families because he wanted to wait and see. Now that Yuan Hong is dead, both the prefecture and Huang family have suffered a great loss. Once I leave, Nye Yuan will launch an attack on the prefecture and become the strongest overlord in Yen City. Jiang Chen glared at Yan Donglu. Why did he need to explain such a simple logic? Yan Donglu must have some problems with his intelligence. Hiss. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture couldn't help but gasp. All of them suddenly realized that Yuan Association had been maintaining a neutral stance all these years. But once there was an opportunity, It was hard to guarantee that Yuan Association wouldn't make a move. Now that there was such an ore mine, Nie Yuan would certainly attack the prefecture for the sake of benefits. However, a figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't stay in Yen City. Yen City was too small to accommodate a big fish like Jiang Chen. No wonder Jiang Chen wanted to attack Yuan Association. He did this to get rid of the future trouble for the prefecture before he left. What else could the prefecture do other than feel grateful for his effort? The smile on Yen Qingqing's face disappeared. She didn't care about what Jiang Chen said. She only heard that Jiang Chen was going to leave in a few days. This made her heart sink to the bottom. Prefecture. A person has to be ruthless if he wants to survive. This is especially true for a force. If you aren't ruthless, you will become food for others, a stepping stone for others to grow. Destroying Yuan Association is the last thing I will do for the prefecture. Jiang Chen said. Grandmaster Jiang is right. I was foolish and almost made a big mistake. In that case, let's return to Yen City immediately and destroy Yuan Association to avoid future troubles. Dragon mocked war god. Chapter 1104. The main force of Huang family had been completely annihilated. Most of the Heaven Immortal experts and half-step Heaven Immortal experts had died tragically. Those who survived had basically surrendered. In other words, from now on, Huang family had become history in Yen City. They would never appear in the stage of Yen City again. The fate of Yuan Association was destined to be the same as that of Huang family. Even if Yuan Association wasn't involved in this dispute, Jiang Chen still wouldn't let them go. If the prefecture really wanted to dominate Yen City, they had to eliminate all the major powers in Yen City. From another point of view, it was also to get rid of future troubles. The rain had stopped, but the night was still gloomy. After being washed by the rain, the smell of blood wasn't as pungent as before, but the corpses scattered all over the ground still gave people goosebumps. This place was like a purgatory on earth. It was hard to have a good mood in such a place. The few of you will stay here and continue to lead the people to mine immortal meta stones. The rest of you will follow me back to Yen City. After tonight, Yen City will be the sole ruler of Yen City. Yen Donglu said to the people around him. After being influenced by Jiang Chen's words, his words and actions had become sharper. Yes, City Lord. Everyone was incomparably excited. There was no way that they wouldn't be excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As for the battle with Yuan Association, they weren't worried at all. As long as Jiang Chen was here, the fate of Yuan Association could be imagined. Jiang Chen had killed 3 Heaven Immortal experts in a single battle. His combat strength had already reached a level that they could only look up to. Under such circumstances, Yuan Association would never have the chance to turn the situation around. Dad, Big Brother Jiang, I'll go back with you. Yen Qingqing said. All right. Yen Donglu nodded. He looked at Yen Qingqing and then at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but sigh. How could he not see his daughter's feelings for Jiang Chen? He believed that even a fool could see it. A peerless genius like Jiang Chen was indeed worthy of Yen Qingqing's trust, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to have that kind of feelings for Yen Qingqing. He even said that he would leave Yen City in a few days. Yen Qingqing would surely feel sad if he took the initiative. But what could Yen Donglu do when it came to the matters of love? They could only let nature take its course. A person like Jiang Chen's future achievements were bound to be limitless. If Yen Qingqing could gain his favor, it would be the fortune of their city lord's mansion. If Jiang Chen didn't like their daughter, there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, the city lord mansion did not seem to have the ability or qualifications to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Then, Jiang Chen unleashed his flaming wings. Led by him and Yen Donglu, they flew back to Yen City with the experts of the mansion. There weren't many people who returned this time. There were only a dozen or so of them. The rest of them had stayed behind. Jiang Chen was the main force. They didn't need too many people to deal with Yuan Association. Just Jiang Chen alone was enough. As for the corpses of the Huang family and Yuan Association, the people who stayed behind would naturally deal with them. Yen City. It was still calm and tranquil. Nothing unusual could be seen on the surface. The tragic battle in the Ore Mountain didn't seem to have affected this place. The people of Huang family were probably still waiting for the news of victory. Yuan Association was the same as usual. Outside the entrance of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, 2 guards stood listlessly. At this time, a group of experts suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Who are you people? The expression of the two lazy guards changed instantly and they shouted at Jiang Chen and the others. Get lost if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen's qi was tyrannical. He strode forward. His qi alone was enough to oppress the two guards. How could they have the courage to stop him? They could only watch as Jiang Chen smashed the gate of Yuan Association into pieces. The faces of the people who followed behind Jiang Chen were filled with excitement. They had to admit that fighting behind Jiang Chen was an incomparably exciting and passionate thing. That kind of strength and ferocity was really inspiring. The gate was kicked open. The noise in the night was undoubtedly very loud. The experts of Yuan Association ran out immediately. The one in the lead was the president of Yuan Association, Nie Yuan. Beside Nie Yuan was another old man. The old man seemed to be in his 60s with a grizzled beard, but his eyes were different, making him look incomparably handsome. His cultivation base was also incomparably strong. Just like Nie Yuan, he was an early heaven immortal expert. Behind the gate was a wide-open space. Both sides happened to collide with each other. Nie Yuan seemed a little surprised when he saw who it was. He had seen most of the higher-ups of the prefecture, including Jiang Chen. What he couldn't figure out was why the other party would come here in the middle of the night. One should know that Yuan Association and the prefecture had always minded their own business. There were basically no conflicts between the two sides. Brother Yen, what are you doing? Breaking into my Yuan Association in the middle of the night with such a strong murderous intent. Nie Yuan said casually. His words were full of dissatisfaction and anger. He couldn't help but be angry. No one would be in a good mood when their gate was kicked open in the middle of the night. Furthermore, Yen Donglu had to give him an explanation today. As the third major power in Yen City, Yuan Association wasn't afraid of the City Lord Mansion at all. If a fight broke out, Yuan Association wouldn't be afraid at all. President Nye, our intention is very clear. We are here to annihilate your Yuan Association. After tonight, there will be no Yuan Association in Yen City. Only the prefecture will exist. Yen Donglu didn't speak. The one who spoke was Jiang Chen, who stood at the front. What? Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Why don't you weigh your own strength before you destroy our Yuan Association? Jiang Chen, do you think that you can compete with Yuan Association just because you killed Huang Haoren? It's ridiculous. You are just a puny earth immortal. How dare you to destroy the gate of Yuan Association? Who gave you the courage to do that? It seems that the prefecture is tired of living. An arrogant brat came here. He doesn't even know who he is. President, we must teach them a lesson today. The top management of Yuan Association was instantly enraged by Jiang Chen's words. Yuan Association had been established in Yen City for a long time and could be considered as an old major power. No one had ever dared to come here and behave atrociously in the middle of the night. Such behavior was a great disrespect to Yuan Association. Humph! Jiang Chen, you have no right to speak here. Nie Yuan harumphed coldly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, this was because Nie Yuan still didn't know what happened in the mine. If he knew, his first reaction when he saw Jiang Chen was to run away. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen wanted to destroy Yuan Association so quickly. Because once Nie Yuan found out about the battle at the mine, with his intelligence, the first thing he would do would be to run away, hide, and make a comeback. If that was the case, once he left Yen City, Nie Yuan would make a comeback. At that time, the mayor mansion would be in real danger. Nie Yuan, Jiang Chen is right. He is qualified to say such words. The three major powers of Yen City have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. It's time to end it. My prefecture wants to dominate Yen City. Therefore, your Yuan Association must be destroyed. Yen Donglu spoke. His tone was incomparably similar to his previous life. For him, he already had the capital to be domineering and Jiang Chen was his capital. Yen Donglu, are you out of your mind? Instead of dealing with Huang family, you came to deal with our Yuan Association. What ability does the prefecture have to deal with two major powers at the same time? Nie Yuan sneered. In his point of view, Yen Donglu was simply insane. Huang family alone was enough to make the prefecture suffer. Now, Yan Donglu wanted to offend Nie Yuan. Wasn't he courting death? Haha, I don't mind telling you that Huang family has been destroyed by us. Huang Ying and second brother Huang have died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. Therefore, the fate of your Yuan association will not be an exception. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment, there was nothing to hide. Besides, he was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Nie Yuan and the old man wouldn't be able to escape from Jiang Chen even if they wanted to. What? All the people of Yuan Association exclaimed in shock. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never believe such news if it wasn't from Yan Donglu. But judging from Yan Dongliu's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. If Huang family wasn't exterminated, Yan Donglu wouldn't have the courage to deal with them in the first place. Hong. As soon as Yan Dongliu's voice faded, Jiang Chen unleashed his powerful qi and entered his dragon form. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand and his killing intent soared to the sky. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he exerted his full strength. As long as Nie Yuan and the old man were killed, Yuan Association would be in a state of disunity. Nie Yuan, both of you come at me together. Jiang Chen raised his long sword and pointed it at Nie Yuan and the old man. A puny earth immortal. I don't believe that he has the ability to kill a heaven immortal. Killing Huang Ying is just an exaggeration. Let this old man kill this arrogant little bastard first, then I'll have a showdown with Yan Donglu. The old man was furious. With his status, being looked down upon by a young man like this was a great humiliation. How could he accept this? If he didn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 1105. A Death-Seeking Choice. Chapter 1104. Death-Seeking Choice. The all-out attack of an early heaven immortal expert was incomparably ferocious and earth-shattering. The people behind couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The shockwave of a heaven immortal expert wasn't something an ordinary expert could withstand. The people of Yuan Association revealed a sneer on their faces. They knew very well how powerful the old man was. An earth immortal expert was no match for him. In their point of view, the old man had already killed half of Jiang Chen. After this attack, Jiang Chen would be lying on the ground, dead on the spot. But Nie Yuan didn't think so. His brows knitted even tighter. While everyone's attention was on Jiang Chen and the old man, Nie Yuan's attention was on Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture. He noticed that no one in the prefecture showed any sign of nervousness. That was their confidence in Jiang Chen, and it wasn't fake. In other words, what Yan Donglu said about Jiang Chen killing Huang Ying was probably true. This made Nie Yuan's heart sink. Before Nie Yuan could think further, the old man had already collided with Jiang Chen. In the face of the old man's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's face remained calm. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand roared like a dragon. Then, Jiang Chen raised it up high and slashed at the golden light beam of the old man with the force of a thunderbolt. Hung long. The sound of the powerful collision shook everyone's heart. Under the sharp heavenly saint's sword, the golden energy beam was destroyed as easily as smashing rotten wood, turning into a bright energy firework. It looked very beautiful in the darkness, but this kind of beauty couldn't be touched. Even if one wanted to admire it, one had to be very careful. Moreover, at this time, no one was in the mood to admire it. The old man felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. He was sent flying away. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He hastily caught the old man from behind. Barf. The elder was severely injured. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was extremely pale. He stared at Jiang Chen in horror. Apart from horror, he couldn't find any other words to describe his current mood. You're right, Jiang Chen. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The old man couldn't accept this reality. If he hadn't fought with Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. That kind of strength wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Although the old man didn't use his strongest attack, the situation before him was enough to prove that even if he used his strongest attack, he still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. The final outcome would still be the same. A crushing defeat. That's right, a crushing defeat. Nie Yuan's expression changed. So did everyone in Yuan Association. They were no longer as relaxed as before. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. By now, no one doubted Yan Dongliu's words anymore. It seemed that Huang Ying and second brother Huang had indeed died in the hands of Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen indeed had the strength to kill them. Haha, Yuan Chamber of Commerce, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you have the guts, come at me again. Master Jiang alone is enough to deal with all of you. That's right. In the hands of Master Jiang, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. You don't even have a chance to fight back. The people from the City Lord's mansion were all arrogant and eccentric. It was as if they were watching a show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. On the other side, the atmosphere in Yuan Association was extremely oppressive and solemn. Everyone's eyes fell on Ye Yuan, waiting for his next instruction. However, everyone knew very well that if they really fought today, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. They would end up like the Huang family. President, what should we do now? Asked the old man with a frown. He had already understood Jiang Chen's strength and knew that they had no chance of winning. Even if he and Ye Yuan joined forces, they might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Not to mention that there was still Ye Yuan. Ye Yuan frowned. He had never expected this to happen. No one had ever thought that a monster like Jiang Chen would appear in Yen City. Furthermore, no one had ever thought that Yuan Association would fall to such a state where it was at the peak of its glory days. The three major powers in Yen City had always been a tripartite power. Who would have thought that such a situation would be completely shattered overnight? Ye Yuan was a smart man. It was impossible for him not to see the situation in front of him. So he made a decision. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. He cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, Master Jiang's combat strength is extraordinary. My Yuan Association is no match for him. From now on, Yuan Association will surrender to the City Lord Mansion and serve the City Lord Mansion. Upon hearing this, the people of Yuan Chamber of Commerce sighed and became listless. This was the last thing they wanted to see, but apart from surrendering, what else could they do? Otherwise they would die. Many people present had witnessed Jiang Chen's means. Not to mention, Jiang Chen didn't even blink when he killed Huang Haoren. Compromise? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. People like Ye Yuan were the scariest, much scarier than Huang Ying. Such people were smart and cunning, just like an old fox with wild ambitions. Others might not be able to see through Ye Yuan's thoughts, but Jiang Chen was crystal clear. Ye Yuan's eyes didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, Ye Yuan was a very smart person. No businessman was stupid. In Ye Yuan's point of view, it was impossible for a figure like Jiang Chen to stay in a small place like Yen City. He was a true dragon that would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. Ye Yuan wasn't afraid of Yen Donglu. He was only afraid of Jiang Chen. Ye Yuan wasn't afraid of Yen Donglu. He was only afraid of Jiang Chen. In that case, he would surrender to Yen Donglu temporarily. Once Jiang Chen left, it would be the time for him to rise again. At that time, surrendering would be bullshit. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. At that time, he would launch a counterattack and eliminate Yen Donglu. By then, the entire Yen City would belong to him and Jiang Chen would be considered as having helped him eliminate Huang family. Ye Yuan's wishful thinking was brilliant, but unfortunately, it didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Surrender is fine, but I have a condition. Jiang Chen said faintly. What condition? Grandmaster Jiang, please state it. Ye Yuan said. The two of you, cripple your cultivation base and I can guarantee that I won't hurt anyone else. Jiang Chen pointed at Ye Yuan and the old man. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Ye Yuan and the elder were infuriated. This Jiang Chen had gone too far. They had already surrendered, but he still wanted them to cripple their cultivation base. This was simply a joke. To a heaven immortal, crippling their cultivation base was much more painful than killing them. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We have already surrendered. Why are you forcing us like this? Ye Yuan was enraged. Humph. Ye Yuan, don't think that you can hide your thoughts from me. You are certain that I will leave Yen City sooner or later. That's why you chose to compromise. After I leave, you will attack the prefecture again. This trick of yours is very childish in my eyes. Now, I will give you two choices. One is to cripple your cultivation base, and the other is to die in my hands. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He had always done things this way, leaving no room for future troubles. Hiss. Hearing this, Yan Donglu and the others couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with anger when they looked at Nie Yuan. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. This was the most crucial point that they had not thought of. But after Jiang Chen's reminder, many of them realized that if they really accepted Nie Yuan's surrender, once Jiang Chen left, who would be able to suppress Nie Yuan? At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nie Yuan, I never thought that you would have such thoughts. Humph. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Just like what Master Jiang said, you only have two choices. Yan Donglu said Lung Lung. Haha. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are one of the most powerful men I have ever seen. Since you have seen through my plan, there's nothing else to say. I, Nie Yuan, will risk my life in this battle. I would like to see how powerful an earth immortal like you can be. Elder Yu, let's join forces and fight against Jiang Chen. Nie Yuan's face revealed a crazy and ferocious expression when he was seen through by Jiang Chen. He shouted at the elder, then soared into the sky. A sharp combat weapon appeared in his hand. The chi of a heaven immortal was obvious. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early heaven immortal realm, which was slightly stronger than the elder. Since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. It was impossible to destroy his cultivation base because it was no different from killing him. If he fought with his life on the line, he might still have a chance of survival. After all, Jiang Chen was only an earth immortal. He believed that as long as he tried his best, he would still have a chance. Whoosh! The elder flew up into the sky and stood side by side with Nie Yuan. Big brother Jiang, be careful. Yan Qingqing reminded Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Jiang Chen smiled. He cast out the flaming wings and his speed reached the extreme. His whole body was like a scarlet flame amidst the darkness, flying towards Nie Yuan. Today, he had no intention of letting Nie Yuan go. If the prefecture wanted to have a firm foothold in Yen City, they must eliminate all future troubles. And the best way to eliminate future troubles was to kill their opponents without leaving any chance for them. Both of you, come at me together. Jiang Chen's attitude was arrogant. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you forced us to do this. Chapter 1106. Honglong. Jiang Chen pushed his combat strength to the limit. The combat strength provided by 320,000 dragon marks was unimaginable. The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into an azure dragon, swaying in the dark night sky. Nie Yuan and the elder's attacks collided with the heavenly saint's sword at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. The dark night was directly torn apart. Countless colors emerged at the same time, and a heart-palpitating smell drifted everywhere. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a terrifying dragon roar that reverberated in the sky above Yen City, completely breaking the tranquility of the city. A lot of people didn't know what was going on. They came out one after another and saw a dragon man wreaking havoc in the sky above Yuan Association. Nie Yuan and the elder were pushed back by Jiang Chen's powerful attacks. Their blood and chi were in turmoil, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Damn it! How can this bastard be so strong? Nie Yuan couldn't help but curse. Jiang Chen's tyrannical power gave him the urge to spurt out blood. There were a lot of immortals in the immortal world who had Jiang Chen's combat strength, but there was absolutely no one else who could have such a tyrannical combat strength at the early Earth immortal realm. The hearts of the people in Yuan Association sank completely. Even the two heaven immortal experts weren't a match for Jiang Chen. Today's ending was imaginable. It seemed like Yuan Association's doomsday had truly come. They would follow the footsteps of Huang family. Although the people of the prefecture had witnessed Jiang Chen's ability, they still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was just too powerful. They had never seen such a young man before. It was truly a blessing for the prefecture to be able to befriend Jiang Chen. I'm done playing with you. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen bellowed and immediately cast out the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. The combination of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint's Sword, the power was unimaginable to ordinary people. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Jiang Chen and the Heavenly Saint's sword had also transformed into true dragons. That terrifying energy instantly drowned Nie Yuan and the old man. Nie Yuan and the old man were completely submerged in this energy ocean. They could only use all their strength to resist. Unfortunately, given their present state, it was impossible for them to stop Jiang Chen. The moment the dragon silhouette disappeared, Nie Yuan and the old man's figures were revealed. The two of them were in an extremely wretched state. Their bodies were stained with blood and wounds could be seen everywhere. Even their hands, which were wielding immortal artifacts, were trembling violently. Shua! Jiang Chen didn't give them any chance to react. He moved again. He appeared in front of the old man like a ghost. The sharp Heavenly Saint's sword slashed across the old man's neck. A head flew into the air. The old man died on the spot, and his corpse fell from the sky. Seeing this, Nie Yuan's expression changed drastically. The fear in his heart surged uncontrollably. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. Immediately, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew away. However, he was still far from the level where he had comprehended the spatial law. In addition, Nie Yuan was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to increase his speed. Jiang Chen would be able to catch up with him with just a thought. Nie Yuan was scared out of his wits. He had been in Yen City for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying figure. He was simply a monster among monsters. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. If he stayed, he would die. The only way out was to escape. As long as he could escape with his life, there would be a chance for him to make a comeback in the future. Unfortunately, in front of Jiang Chen, he had no chance at all. Nie Yuan had only run for 2 to 3 miles when Jiang Chen caught up with him. Jiang Chen's majestic dragon body blocked in front of Nie Yuan. His merciless dragon eyes were like a blood-red devil king, causing Nie Yuan to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. We can talk about anything, as long as you don't kill me. Nie Yuan's voice was trembling. He knew that today, it would be impossible for him to escape from Jiang Chen's hands. Facing death, he had no dignity left. He didn't want to die. No one wanted to die, especially when they were about to die. That kind of feeling wasn't something ordinary people could understand. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. So, it's better for you to die. Jiang Chen would never give his enemies a second chance. From the moment Nie Yuan chose to fight him, Nie Yuan's fate was already decided. Puchi! Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Nie Yuan's chest. This was one of the overlords of Yen City. He died in unwillingness and despair. His grand ambition had turned into an illusion. Everything that he dreamed of was gone. President! Someone from Yuan Association cried out in shock and wept bitterly. They had never thought that Yuan Association, which had always been flourishing, would become history overnight, a speck of dust in the history of Yen City. After killing Nie Yuan and the old man, Jiang Chen didn't look back and flew towards the defensive line of the prefecture. He didn't need to worry about the rest of the matters. Yen Donglu could handle everything. He had done what he could for the prefecture. In a few days, he would leave this place and go to the real one-line sky. The life and death of Yen City had nothing to do with him anymore. He still had another responsibility. A mission. In his mind, he had to imprint the names of 2 people, Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen left. As for how Yen Donglu would deal with the remaining people of Yuan Association, Jiang Chen wouldn't care. The next day, the 2 news spread across Yen City, causing a huge uproar. In just one night, the experts of Huang family were killed outside the ore mine. Yuan Hong of the prefecture had betrayed the prefecture. Then, Jiang Chen appeared out of nowhere and made the 2 major powers of Huang family and Yuan Association disappear from the face of Yen City. Such a huge change was undoubtedly a great earthquake to Yen City. Everyone knew that from now on, everything in Yen City would change. The prefecture would be the only power in Yen City. There would no longer be any new battles. Amazing! This is just too amazing. Could this Jiang Chen be the reincarnation of a heavenly god? How could he be so terrifying? Killing an early heaven immortal expert with just an early earth immortal cultivation base? I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. That's right. This is too scary. How could such a monstrous figure appear in a small place like Yen City? But the prefecture is really lucky to have the help of such a genius. That's right. I heard that Yuan Hong had betrayed Yen Donglu and joined forces with Huang family. Under such circumstances, if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, the fate of the prefecture would have been very obvious. Now, he has turned defeat into victory by killing two powerful enemies and laying a solid foundation for the prefecture. From now on, all the cultivation resources in Yen City will belong to the prefecture. Every street and alley was talking about the big event that happened last night. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the most important topic and figure. The emergence of a super genius would always cause a commotion. 2 days later, Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen lived with an interspatial ring in their hands. Grandmaster Jiang, this is the immortal meta stones that were mined in the past 2 days. It's about 30% of the entire ore mine. Yen Donglu handed the interspatial ring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and kept the interspatial ring. As for the amount of the interspatial ring, Jiang Chen didn't care about it anymore. He had a lot of wealth now and this amount of wealth was nothing to him. Prefecture Lord, Miss Qingqing, there's something that I need to talk to you about, Jiang Chen said all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, Yen Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, because she had already guessed what Jiang Chen was going to say next. This was the moment that she didn't want to see the most. Is Big Brother Jiang going to leave? Yen Qingqing raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Her eyes sparkled with a trace of loveliness. AI. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. How could he not feel Yen Qingqing's affection for him? However, he really couldn't accept this kind of feeling. He still had a long way to go and he didn't want to be stuck in a relationship with a girl. Plus, he felt that he had no regrets in his life now that he had Yen Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. Yes, I'll depart for One Line Sky tomorrow. Perhaps we'll meet again if there's a chance in the future, Jiang Chen said. He wasn't an indecisive person. It was true that there was no need for him to stay in Yen City any longer. Yen Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu shook his head and turned to leave. It was better to leave the remaining time for his daughter. Jiang Chen couldn't be stopped if he wanted to leave. Yen City was just too small for such a monstrous genius. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chen and Yen Qingqing stood side by side. Both of them didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Big Brother Jiang, I think you should understand Qingqing's thoughts. Yen Qingqing broke the silence. I know. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Qingqing, I'm not the person that you can entrust your life to. I already have 2 women in my life. They are both very outstanding women, although they are not by my side. Plus, I will be traveling in the immortal world in the future. There are dangers everywhere. People deceive each other. My life will be in danger at any time. I don't care. I just want to be with you. Qingqing will feel happy when I'm with you. Yen Qingqing shook her head. She didn't care how many women were by Jiang Chen's side. A man like him would always be loved by women. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed again. He turned around and looked at Yen Qingqing seriously. He didn't want to be a man who was overflowing with emotions. It would be unfair to Yen Qingqing. Qingqing, forget about me. I'm just a passerby. Jiang Chen put his hands on Yen Qingqing's shoulder. He knew how hurtful it was to say this, but he had to say it. Jiang Chen turned around and disappeared into the dark night sky, leaving Yen City for good. Big Brother Jiang. Chapter 1107. Jiang Chen left quietly without alerting anyone. As for Yen Qingqing, Jiang Chen could only try his best not to think about her. He knew very well what his future path would be like. Plus, he already had Yen Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. There was no place for a third person in his heart anymore. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with hatred. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to waste time. He had no choice but to hurt Yen Qingqing. In Yen Qingqing's life, he was just a passerby. As for the pain in her heart, only time could help her heal it. Jiang Chen didn't have a choice. The more indecisive he was, the deeper he would hurt Yen Qingqing. Jiang Chen understood what he was doing. Yen City was Jiang Chen's first stop after coming to the immortal world. To Jiang Chen, Yen City was just a relay station. Once he came and went, it would become a thing of the past. To Yen City, Jiang Chen's significance was too great. The arrival of this young man had changed everything in Yen City. In just a short period of time, he had stirred up a storm in Yen City. To the city lord's mansion, Jiang Chen's name would be imprinted in their minds forever, becoming a benchmark. Even if Jiang Chen left, he would still enjoy the most honorable treatment in the city lord's mansion, just like an old ancestor. As for the next stop, Jiang Chen's goal was still very clear. One-Line Sky was the place he wanted to go. The true magnificence of the immortal world would also be revealed in One-Line Sky. The huge One-Line Sky and the 100,000 mountains weren't something a small city like Yen City could compare to. Yen City was just the most remote place in One-Line Sky. There were thousands of small places like Yen City in One-Line Sky. 2 days later, Jiang Chen stood on the peak of a mountain. Looking ahead, he could see the endless rolling mountains that connected to the horizon. It seemed like it was very appropriate to name this place as One-Line Sky. In these 2 days, Jiang Chen didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Finally, he was close to the real One-Line Sky. If Jiang Chen wanted to fly, it would only take him half a day to reach this distance, but Jiang Chen didn't choose to fly. As an Earth immortal, flying was his greatest trump card. In the dangerous immortal world, it was very important to keep a trump card. It was equivalent to saving one's life at a critical moment. Jiang Chen understood this very well. Moreover, even if he was flying, Jiang Chen's speed was like a cheetah. Ordinary people simply couldn't be compared to him. 4 Earth immortals of the same level, Jiang Chen's speed was like a flash of lightning. Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun. I, Jiang Chen, am coming. Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and the boundless mist. His eyes flickered with determination. That's right. Tianyun Pavilion and Tianmuyun were his most important and only purpose for coming to One-Line Sky. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in Zulong Tower was the responsibility on Jiang Chen's shoulders. I must avenge Senior Ouyang's death. People like Tianmuyun shouldn't exist in this world. Jiang Chen said faintly. What happened to Ouyang? He made his heart ache. Although he had only met Ouyang once, the impression that Ouyang he left on him wasn't bad. As for Tianmuyun's behavior, Jiang Chen really felt that it was shameless. However, Jiang Chen also understood that killing Tianmuyun to avenge Ouyang, he wasn't something that could be done overnight. Ouyang he was breaking through to the Immortal King Realm at his peak, which meant that Ouyang he had already reached the half-step Immortal King Realm, surpassing the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. So naturally, Tianmuyun was also a half-step Immortal King. Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Divine Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only after that could one become a king and be addressed as an immortal king. Jiang Chen was merely a puny early Earth Immortal. Even if he could kill an early Heaven Immortal expert with his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for an intermediate Heaven Immortal expert, let alone a mighty half-step Immortal King. The gap between him and Tianmuyun was like the gap between heaven and earth. Moreover, Tianmuyun was the master of Tianyun Pavilion, the pinnacle figure in One-Line Sky. Jiang Chen understood that he still had a long way to go in One-Line Sky. Where there are people, there will be fights. Where there are forces, there will be fights. In this One-Line Sky, Tianyun Pavilion certainly isn't the only major force. I still don't know anything about One-Line Sky. I have to find a way to find out more about the major forces in One-Line Sky. Jiang Chen thought to himself. When he first arrived in One-Line Sky, to put it bluntly, he was like an idiot. The immortal world was different from Saint Origin World. In Saint Origin World, he was an old ancestor and had the advantage of being reborn. Basically, there was nothing he didn't know, but in this immortal world, he was a newbie, a fledgling. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was incomparable to anyone. No matter where he went, he would never be a weakling. Jiang Chen retracted his aura and walked forward as if he had nothing to do. Hurry up, you idiots. If you can't reach the destination before dark, I'll gouge out one of your eyes each. An incomparably stern voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. This voice came from the mountain range ahead. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sharp hearing, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Someone is over there. See what's going on. Jiang Chen said and strode forward. Below the mountain range was an incomparably rugged mountain road with rocks on both sides. There were more than 20 people on the mountain road. 4 of them were wearing the same light yellow robes and had an arrogant look on their faces. 2 of them were standing at the front of the team while the other 2 were standing at the back. There were about 20 people in the middle. All of them had suffered light or heavy injuries and were dripping with blood. Some of them even had one of their arms chopped off. These people were like imprisoned slaves, constantly being berated by the 4 people in front and behind them. The 4 people were holding whips with saw teeth in their hands. If they didn't like anyone, they would directly lash at them. This kind of whips was extremely lethal. One could imagine the damage it would cause if it hit the ground. Pa! Behind them, a whip lashed on the back of a person. That person's back exploded instantly. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The one who lashed out was an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. Even a casual whip wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. You bunch of lowly people, it's your honor to become the slaves of our Xueqi school. The disciple shouted loudly while lashing with the whip. These 4 people were the disciples of Xueqi school. Xueqi school was a major power in One-Line Sky, which was as famous as Tianyun Pavilion. The cultivation base of these 4 disciples wasn't weak. The strongest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert, and the weakest was an intermediate Human Immortal expert. In One-Line Sky, human immortals didn't have any sense of existence at all. They were the lowest immortals. The person who was whipped was severely injured. Even though he was a late-stage worldly immortal expert, he couldn't withstand the endless torture. This whip caused him to stagger. Fortunately, someone beside him reached out to support him, otherwise, he wouldn't fall to the ground. Brat, who asked you to support him? The disciple of Profound Sun sect couldn't stand it anymore. Once again, he fixed his eyes on the young man who was helping the injured man up. The young man seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face with a head full of white hair. His clothes were already stained with blood. The original color of his clothes couldn't be seen anymore. What was more eye-catching was that the young man's left arm was gone. Voila! Everyone turned their heads and looked at the white-haired youth. Their eyes were filled with pity. This youth was merely an intermediate human immortal expert, but he had been incomparably tenacious along the way. Of course, he was also the one who had suffered the most torture. The disciples of Profound Sun sect had been making fun of this youth along the way. As long as they were free, they would torture him. One of his arms had already been chopped off. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already died tragically under such torture, but this youth was still persisting. His vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. Humph! The white-haired youth harumphed coldly, ignoring the disciple of Xueqi school. Upon seeing this, the corner of the Profound Sun sect's disciple's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Obviously, he was already used to this young man's attitude. Immediately, he stepped forward, grabbed the white-haired young man's shoulder, and slammed him towards a boulder. Bang! The white-haired youth collided with the huge rock. The rock shattered into pieces, but the youth was perfectly fine. His physique was incomparably strong. Brat, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The disciple of Xueqi school looked at the white-haired youth with a playful gaze. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will kill you sooner or later. The white-haired youth didn't show any signs of fear. His eyes were filled with pride that came from his bones. This brat is very tenacious. Why don't we chop off his other arm and see how long he can last? The other disciple of Xueqi school said with a smile as he came to the side of the white-haired youth. I think it's a good idea. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Torturing the white-haired youth had become a form of entertainment for them. The disciple of Xueqi school raised his long whip and was about to lash it at the other arm of the white-haired youth. It was not hard to imagine that the other arm of the white-haired youth would definitely be destroyed if the whip landed. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen, who had just appeared on top of the mountain. When he saw the face of the white-haired youth, his expression changed drastically. Ayan! Jiang Chen exclaimed. He had never dreamt that he would meet Han Yan here. One should know that it had only been 20 days since he ascended to the immortal world. When he ascended to the immortal world, Han Yan's cultivation base was still very far away from ascending to the immortal world. No matter how talented Han Yan was, it was impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in such a short period of time. However, this white-haired man who was being tortured was none other than Han Yan. Jiang Chen could mistake others for someone else, but he would never mistake Han Yan for someone else. After all, Han Yan was his sworn brother. Stop. Chapter 1108. The whip in the Xueqi school disciples' hands stopped in mid-air after being interrupted by this sudden shout. Everyone turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. Because Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, they could only see an afterimage flashing by. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the disciple from Shenyang School. Little Chunzi! Han Yan exclaimed immediately when he saw Jiang Chen. His eyes that were filled with despair instantly radiated with boundless radiance. It was a kind of joy. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries and the humiliation and scolding he had suffered. It was as if seeing Jiang Chen was the happiest thing in the world. Moreover, the moment Jiang Chen appeared, Han Yan's nervousness disappeared. He knew that as long as this person was here, he would be saved. No matter how difficult the situation was, Jiang Chen would definitely have a way to deal with it. "Ah Yan, it's really you." Jiang Chen was also very surprised. At this moment, he didn't even pay attention to the disciples from Shenyang School. He quickly bent down and held Han Yan's arm, slowly lifting him up. Seeing Han Yan's current injuries, blood all over his body, and the neatly chopped off arm, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. His heart was gripped tightly. This was his brother's arm. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what exactly happened here, he could imagine what Han Yan had gone through during this period of time. Boom! A monstrous anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body. This was the first time he was angry since he came to the immortal world. This was the true anger that came from the depths of his heart. Under the burning of this anger, someone would definitely be burned to death. In this unfamiliar immortal world, a reunion between brothers was supposed to be an incomparably happy thing. However, this was the scene that Jiang Chen didn't want to see the most. Originally, he had a lot of questions to ask Han Yan, but now, he didn't want to ask anything. He would take revenge for his brother first. Scram! Who the hell are you? How dare you block me? That disciple of Shenyang School was stunned at first. Only now did he react. Shenyang School was a powerful school in one-line sky. When the disciples of Shenyang School walked out, they were all arrogant. No one dared to provoke them. But this white-robed youth who came out of nowhere actually dared to meddle in the affairs of Shenyang School. Wasn't he courting death? Senior brother Lu, they seem to know each other. Another person said. Humph. That's even better. This kid is also an earthen immortal. Looks like his talent is quite good. However, offending me will only result in death. Senior brother Lu harumphed coldly. The long whip in his hand swung down, but this time, it wasn't aimed at Han Yan, but at Jiang Chen. In his eyes, although Jiang Chen was an early Earth Immortal expert, he had already reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Therefore, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Pa! A crisp sound could be heard, but senior brother Lu's whip didn't hit Jiang Chen's body. Instead, it was caught by Jiang Chen with his bare hands. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly. His pair of bloodshot eyes were about to ooze blood. Under this wild beast-like gaze, senior brother Lu couldn't help but shiver. A kind of fear was born in his heart. Damn it! Why would I be afraid of a puny early Earth Immortal? Senior brother Lu cursed in his heart. Immediately, he yelled at Jiang Chen. What a good kid! How dare you attack me? You're simply courting death. Senior brother Lu was infuriated. He instilled the power in his body into his hand. He exerted his strength, trying to take the long whip back from Jiang Chen's hand. However, he found out that no matter how much strength he exerted, the long whip wouldn't budge an inch in Jiang Chen's hand. Amazing! Upon seeing this, Han Yan's eyes lit up. He felt relieved after seeing Jiang Chen's current cultivation base. Jiang Chen exerted some force in his hand, causing senior disciple Lu to lose his grip. The long whip in his hand was immediately snatched away by Jiang Chen. After that, Jiang Chen swung the long whip in his hand. The long whip turned into a circle and coiled around senior disciple Lu's neck like a poisonous snake, pulling him close to Jiang Chen. The sawtooth on the long whip had already penetrated deep into the flesh of senior brother Lu's neck. Blood was dripping from the wound. A strong force rushed out of senior brother Lu's body, trying to deflect the long whip on his neck, but to no avail. At this time, senior brother Lu finally felt fear. This was a rare kind of fear. It was a kind of threat that came from death. Bastard! How dare you hurt me? Senior brother Lu scolded. Voila! Upon seeing this, the two disciples of Shenyang School who were walking in front of senior brother Lu quickly came over. The one leading them was a late Earth Immortal expert. Stop it! Who are you? How dare you hurt a disciple of our Shenyang School? Are you tired of living? The late Earth Immortal disciple shouted at Jiang Chen's. Those who hurt my brother shall die. Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at these arrogant disciples. He exerted more strength on the long whip in his hand. With a shrill scream and a sawtooth sound, Senior Brother Lu's head was cut off and flew high up in the sky. At the last moment of his death, Senior Brother Lu's eyes were wide open, as if he had experienced the most horrifying thing in the world. It was an unprecedented horror. He probably didn't even dream that he would die. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would really dare to kill him. To Jiang Chen, he didn't put profound sun sect in his eyes. He didn't have the time to think about it. What he saw now was Han Yan's injuries and his broken arm. All of these were caused by these bastards. Therefore, they had to pay with their lives to appease Jiang Chen's anger. Voila! This scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only the 3 remaining disciples of Shenyang School, even those slaves who were imprisoned were shocked. There were many Earth Immortal experts among them. They could see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, but they didn't expect that this white-robed youth would be so powerful. What really shocked them was not just Jiang Chen's strength, but Jiang Chen's guts. To be honest, in One Line Sky, there weren't many people who had the guts to kill a disciple of Shenyang School. Of course, there were also many slaves who were incomparably excited, especially those who had been tortured by Senior Brother Lu these days. Now, they could finally vent their frustrations. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength had given them a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of Shenyang School? You're courting death. The late Earth Immortal disciple was enraged. The way the 3 of them looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. They simply couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had the courage to kill a disciple of Shenyang School. This was no different from digging his own grave. The 3 of you will die too. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to my brother immediately. Then, I will consider sparing your lives. Jiang Chen Lang looked at the 3 of them. With his current strength, he could kill a half-step Heaven Immortal. With his dragon form, he could kill an early Heaven Immortal. These 2 intermediate Earth Immortals and a late Earth Immortal were nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. He could kill them with just a lift of his hand. Courting death. The 2 intermediate Earth Immortal disciples were the first to move. As disciples of Shenyang School, they had never been threatened like this. They had always looked down on others. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in front of them, especially after hearing the 3 words Shenyang School. In One Line Sky, Shenyang School was a gold-lettered signboard that everyone feared. Papa. However, just as the 2 disciples were about to attack, their heads were chopped off by Jiang Chen with a swing of his whip. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was incomparably bloody. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 4 disciples of Shenyang School had died. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Many of them gaped in horror. This was too ruthless. No one knew where this youth came from, but his attacks were incomparably ruthless. He was 100 times crueler than those bastards from Shenyang School. Gulp. The last remaining disciple of Shenyang School swallowed his saliva. Although he was a late Earth Immortal expert, he only had fear in front of Jiang Chen. Just now, he saw very clearly that Jiang Chen killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Even if he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he wouldn't be able to kill 3 of his junior brothers so easily, but Jiang Chen did it. From another perspective, he was no match for Jiang Chen. What's your name? The disciple's voice began to tremble. There's no need for you to know. Jiang Chen shook his head. Do you know what you have done? In One Line Sky, no one dares to kill the people of Shenyang School. You have killed the disciples of Shenyang School. There will be no place for you to hide in the entire One Line Sky. The disciple threatened. It seems like Shenyang School has a very important position in your heart. Unfortunately, it's nothing in my eyes. I'm going to kill you now. You don't have to resist, because it's useless. Killing you is no different from killing them. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cruel sneer. Once again, the long whip in his hand lashed out like a poisonous snake. That disciple seemed to be prepared. A long sword appeared in his hand and blocked Jiang Chen's long whip. His reaction wasn't slow, but it was a pity that his strength was too weak compared to Jiang Chen's. The moment the long sword in his hand touched the long whip, it was bounced off. Poochie! The long whip straightened like a sharp sword, and with a poochie sound, it pierced through the disciple's chest. You. That disciple could feel his vitality flowing out of his body. His eyes began to slacken. This was a fatal blow. Jiang Chen's attack had always been fatal. He would never leave a chance for his opponent. There are some things that you have to pay the price for. Even if I want 100 of your lives, it's not as important as my brother's arm in my eyes. Chapter 1109. Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change after killing 4 disciples of Xianyang School. He dragged the seriously injured Han Yan and walked towards another direction without looking back. May I ask for young master's name? We are indebted to young master for saving us today. We will remember young master's name. At this time, an Earth Immortal expert clasped his fists and spoke from the back. In the hearts of these slaves, Jiang Chen was their benefactor. The kindness of saving their lives wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary kindness. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sudden appearance today, it was imaginable what would happen to them. They would be treated as lowly slaves by Profound Sun sect and forced to work for them until their death. You guys just run for your lives, Jiang Chen said without turning his head. Then, he took Han Yan and disappeared from everyone's sight. The reason why Jiang Chen took action wasn't to save them, but because a few strangers had offended a big sect like Xianyang School. Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. The immortal world was full of cruelty and mercy. There were too many people that needed to be saved. Even a true savior couldn't save them. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, people died every day. The reason why Jiang Chen took action was because of Han Yan, his life and death brother. For Han Yan, not to mention Xianyang School, he wouldn't hesitate to become the enemy of all the major powers in one-line sky. In a valley a few hundred miles away. This valley had beautiful scenery. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was a nice place. Jiang Chen brought Han Yan here. There was no one around, so it was the best place to help Han Yan heal. Jiang Chen helped Han Yan change into a set of clean clothes. After that, he took out some healing pills and channeled the wood element energy into Han Yan's body without holding anything back. Han Yan's injury was extremely serious. Not only did he lose an arm, but his origin was also damaged. Of course, this injury was nothing compared to Ouyang He's injury. At least, Jiang Chen could help Han Yan recover in a short period of time. However, it was extremely difficult to regrow a severed arm. If it was in Saint Origin World, with Han Yan's cultivation base of Great Saint at his peak, regrowing a severed arm was nothing to him. However, this was the immortal world. Human immortals couldn't even fly, let alone regrow a severed arm. Hiss! Han Yan couldn't help but let out a moan when he was being washed by the wood element. That kind of comfort was like a river that had dried up for a long time suddenly receiving a good rain. Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen was healing him. Immediately, he didn't dare to neglect and circulated Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Jiang Chen had a special physique. Gu Tianma's physique was extraordinary. In ancient times, it was enough to fight against a heavenly god. Now that Jiang Chen had completely obtained Gu Tianma's inheritance, his physical body was incomparably strong. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already died under the high-intensity torture. Now, with the help of Jiang Chen's pills and the wood element, coupled with the strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult for Han Yan to recover. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen withdrew the wood element. Han Yan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His eyes had regained their former vigor. Although he still looked a little weak, he was many times better than before. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect to meet you here. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by that bastard from Xianyang School. Han Yan said with incomparable surprise. It's good that you're fine. My injury will recover slowly. I'm also very happy that we brothers can meet so soon in the immortal world. By the way, Yan, did you encounter any fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you ascend to the immortal world so quickly? Jiang Chen asked the doubt in his heart. What fortuitous encounter? After you and De Huang ascended to the immortal world, Tyrant, Sister Yuning and I focused on cultivation. At the last moment, my Gu Tianma's bloodline played a great role. It took me 3 years to reach the pinnacle of the immortal world and then ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan said, Little Chenzi, how have you been in the immortal world for these few years? What? 3 years? I've only ascended for 20 days. Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Han Yan actually said 3 years. This made Jiang Chen have the urge to spurt out blood. He had only ascended for 20 days at most. Where did 3 years come from? It can't be, right? I've already ascended for more than half a month. How could it be only 20 days for you? Han Yan was also stunned. This situation made both of them confused. Both of them calculated the time that they ascended to the immortal world. There was only a difference of 3 days. How was this possible? Then where did Han Yan get the 3 years of hard work? I know. It seems like there's a huge difference between the immortal world and the mortal world. The world law here is completely different from the mortal world. Therefore, the time law is different too. From the saint origin world to the immortal world, there has been a fundamental change. Jiang Chen was enlightened. You mean 1 day in the immortal world is equivalent to 1 year in saint origin world? Han Yan seemed to have understood it too. That's right. It must be so. This is the difference in the time law. This is the only way to explain our situation. Jiang Chen nodded. The difference in the time law had led to such a situation. This was the only explanation and also the most correct one. If that's the case, it has been nearly 20 years in Saint Origin world. That is to say, Tyrant and Xiao, you have already ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan finally understood the situation. It must be so. It seems like the day of us brothers reuniting won't be far away. However, the immortal world is too vast. I wonder which corner of the immortal world they have ascended to. Jiang Chen said. Although he was happy, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the immortal world was far more dangerous than Saint Origin world. In Saint Origin world, one might be an illustrious figure, but in the immortal world, he was nothing. He could only slowly climb up from the bottom. Han Yan's experience had explained everything. That was why Jiang Chen was worried about Yan Chen Yu and the others. By the way, little Chenzi, didn't you ascend to the immortal world with De Huang? Why aren't you with him? Han Yan asked. We were separated when we reached the end of the passage. At that time, I was attacked by an expert of the immortal world and had no choice but to be separated from De Huang dog. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark in my body, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Jiang Chen shook his head. As for where De Huang dog was now, he really had no idea. What? You have just arrived in the immortal world. You don't know anyone. How could there be an expert who wants to harm you? Han Yan was surprised. It wasn't his first or second day in the immortal world. He knew that human immortals were nothing here. The experts of the immortal world wouldn't put their attention on a human immortal. Moreover, Jiang Chen was an ascender. He didn't know anyone in the immortal world. Who would go to such lengths to kill him? I have already guessed his identity. Do you still remember the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen smiled. You mean, there are still northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world? Han Yan looked very nervous. It was impossible for him to forget about the northern and southern dynasties. From the Qi province to the Void Triangular Domain, they had many dealings with the northern and southern dynasties. They were the sworn enemies of Jiang Chen's. That's right. The 2 northern and southern dynasties that I have killed were just clones. If I'm not mistaken, the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world are the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Their strength is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that they have a certain status in the immortal world. But this is good for me. Sooner or later, I will settle the scores in Saint Origin world. With such a powerful enemy, I won't be too lonely in the immortal world. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of smile at the corner of his mouth. His heart was filled with anticipation about the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Ah Yan, it seems like your Gu Tianma bloodline is pretty good. You have already advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm in just half a month. That's pretty good. But intermediate human immortal realm is nothing in this place. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder and said. The fact that Han Yan could advance to the intermediate human immortal realm from the early human immortal realm in such a short period of time was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying his Gu Tianma bloodline was. However, in One Line Sky, human immortals were still too weak. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he not know how weak human immortals were? Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered the same fate. Little Chenzi, you are the real scary one. Initially, I thought that you have been here for 3 years, so I felt that it was a little slow for you to advance to the Earth Immortal realm. Little did I expect that you could kill a late Earth Immortal expert just 3 days earlier than me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Han Yen shook his head. However, he had a deep understanding of Jiang Chen. Therefore, no matter what level Jiang Chen reached, or how fast he grew, he wouldn't be too surprised. Because Jiang Chen had created too many miracles in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen's achievements were simply too great. This was the first time the two brothers met each other, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. Jiang Chen asked a lot about the situation of his family. Now that Martial Saint Dynasty had completely ruled Saint Origin World, it could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. In this way, Jiang Chen was completely relieved about the situation of his family. Jiang Chen told Han Yen about what he had experienced recently. Most of it was related to Yen City. He didn't mention anything about Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. It wasn't because he didn't trust Han Yen, but because he didn't think it was necessary. By the way, Yen, how did you end up in the hands of Shenyang School? What exactly happened? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I heard that Shenyang School has opened up a few mines, so they have been capturing rogue cultivators from remote places to be their slaves. Unfortunately, I was caught by them. Given my cultivation base, I'm no match for them. Let's not talk about the process. If I hadn't met you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 11:10. Thinking of what he had gone through in the past few days, Han Yen felt like he had just walked out of hell. It was a kind of inhumane devastation. As one of the top existences in Saint Origin World, he had never thought that he would be treated like this when he had just arrived in the immortal world. Fortunately, he had met Jiang Chen today. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Is Shenyang School very powerful? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. Of course, Shenyang School is one of the 4 major powers in One Line Sky. No one dares to provoke them. Han Yen said. These days, he had been in One Line Sky. Although he was imprisoned as a slave, he still knew a lot about the situation in One Line Sky. Not to mention other things, he was very clear about the 4 major powers in One Line Sky. 4 major powers? Yen, I have just arrived in One Line Sky. Tell me about the situation here. Jiang Chen asked. There are a total of 4 major powers in One Line Sky, 2 major sects and 2 major aristocratic families. The 2 major sects are Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School, and the 2 aristocratic families are Huangfu family and Yun family. As you know, where there are powers, there will definitely be disputes. Naturally, the 4 major powers don't get along well with each other. Among them, the relationship between Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School is the worst. The relationship between Huangfu family and Yun family is also the most hostile. The 4 who abused us before are just outer sect disciples of Shenyang School, Han Yen said. I see. Earth Immortals are just outer sect disciples. It seems like the major powers in One Line Sky aren't something that a small place like Yen City can compare with. My goal in coming to One Line Sky this time is Tianyun Pavilion. I didn't expect that I would offend Shenyang School first. Jiang Chen smiled, but he didn't care about it. He only had one target for Tianyun Pavilion, and that was Tian Muyun. He had no hostility towards Tianyun Pavilion because it was a force that Ouyang He had painstakingly built up. Therefore, Jiang Chen couldn't destroy Ouyang He's foundation. Now that he had offended Shenyang School, Jiang Chen had to change his plan. He had to find a way to get close to Tianyun Pavilion. First, he could borrow the power of Tianyun Pavilion to fight against Shenyang School. Second, even if he managed to destroy Tian Muyun in the future, Tianyun Pavilion could still flourish in his hands. In that case, even if Ouyang He knew about it in the netherworld, he could die in peace. Are there any enemies in Tianyun Pavilion? Han Yen asked. Sort of. We have to find a way to sneak into Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen said. What do you have in mind? Han Yen asked. He didn't know how Jiang Chen became enemies with the people of Tianyun Pavilion, but as long as Jiang Chen wanted to do something, he would support it unconditionally. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Today, I killed 4 disciples of Shenyang School. This kind of thing can't be hidden. It's easy for Shenyang School to know about me because so many people saw me. You said it just now. Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School have a bad relationship. They are hostile forces. Since we killed disciples of Shenyang School, then we are friends of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as this matter spreads out, people will notice us. But this is not enough. We have to do something else. Shenyang School has tortured you to this extent. We can't just let it go like this. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. A new plan had already emerged in his mind. I'll listen to you. My cultivation base is too weak now. Plus, I'm injured and have lost an arm. In this state, I can't survive in the immortal world. I'm afraid I'll only be a burden if I follow you. Han Yan's face was filled with bitterness. He longed to fight side by side with Jiang Chen, but the reality was that he couldn't do anything about it. He patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, Ah Yan, you are the true inheritor of the ancient divine devil. Even the geniuses of those superpowers in the immortal world might not necessarily be better than you in terms of talent. As for your injuries, I will find a way to help you recover. The path of cultivation is endless. At least for us, there is still a very long way to go. It's inevitable that we will encounter all kinds of setbacks in the process, but we have to face them all. We must have a strong heart. No matter what difficulties we encounter, our heart of cultivation will never waver. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said. Jiang Chen's words ignited the hope in Han Yan's heart once again. A trace of dejection flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. Little Chenzi, you are right. This setback is nothing. I'm the inheritor of Gu Tianma. So what if it's one-line sky? So what if it's the immortal world? We will still carve out a place of our own. The glory that we created in Saint Origin World can also be achieved here. Haha, good brother. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The two brothers clapped their hands together. Although they were still very weak now, the vast immortal world was destined to be shaken by their arrival. Ah Yan, you said that Shenyang School has opened up some mines and enslaved you too. Do you know the direction of those mines? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, but according to them, they should be able to reach there before dark. I estimate that it's not far from here. I also know the general direction. Little Chenzi, you aren't thinking of raiding their mines, are you? Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Wasn't this Jiang Chen a little too daring? Of course. Since we have become enemies, how can we not make them bleed? Jiang Chen said casually. If we can get rid of their mines, it will indeed be a very satisfying thing, but it's too dangerous. In the immortal world, mines are the lifelines of ordinary powers. They will certainly be heavily guarded and guarded by experts. Given our strength, I'm afraid that it's no different from throwing our lives away, said Han Yan. Han Yan said. Things like destroying the enemy's mine was indeed extremely exciting and satisfying, but one could imagine the dangers involved. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Didn't you say it before? Shenyang School has opened up some mines. Not just one mine. Mines are also divided into different grades, just like immortal meta stones. For a major power like Shenyang School, they must have more than one mine. We will pick the weakest one. I don't think they will have a strong defense. Plus, we will keep an eye on them in the dark. If there's a chance, we will strike. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face was full of confidence. All right. Let's move out after the sky turns dark. Han Yan nodded his head. He would be able to fully recover from his injuries in the time between now and nightfall. By the way, little Chenzi, what's your cultivation base now? I think that late Earth immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Han Yan asked curiously. My current cultivation base is at the early Earth immortal realm. Given my combat strength, I can easily kill those who are 2 levels higher than me. Mid and late Earth immortals are just a piece of cake for me. I can even kill half-step heaven immortals with ease. If I use my dragon transformation, I can even kill an early heaven immortal expert. Plus, I have the flaming wings and dragon wings as my trump cards, allowing me to fly in the sky. Jiang Chen said. He had nothing to hide from Han Yan. An early Earth immortal expert could kill an early heaven immortal expert. If these words didn't come from Jiang Chen's mouth, Han Yan would never believe it. However, Han Yan knew Jiang Chen very well. Apart from feeling a little surprised, he didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had known Jiang Chen for a long time. Back in Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen's power and prestige was unparalleled. A freak like you is destined to not be peaceful no matter where you go. It seems like One Line Sky is destined to be lively because of your arrival. Chapter 11:11. Very soon, the curtain of the night was pulled open. The sky was dark and there was no starlight. This was a dark and windy night. Something was bound to happen. Putting aside the broken arm, Han Yan's injuries had been completely healed. Furthermore, he had also benefited greatly from this injury. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the intermediate human immortal realm, only a step away from the late human immortal realm. If it wasn't for his broken arm, he was afraid that he would have already become a late human immortal expert. Regarding Han Yan's broken arm, Jiang Chen was incomparably distressed. After all, this was the immortal world, not Saint Origin world. If he was in Saint Origin world, he would have thousands of ways to help Han Yan regrow his arm. But the immortal world was restricted by the world law. Given his Earth immortal cultivation base, it would be extremely difficult for him to regrow his arm. Even with the help of the wood element, it was still impossible. However, Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged. No matter how difficult it was, there would always be a solution. As long as he didn't give up, Jiang Chen would always find a way to help Han Yan regrow his arm. Now there was a more important thing to do, which was to sneak an attack on the mine of Shenyang School. Since he had come to One Line Sky, he had to do something big. Otherwise, his trip here would be in vain. He could make use of Shenyang School to attract the attention of Tianyun Pavilion. Then, he would successfully infiltrate Tianyun Pavilion and get closer to his target step by step. This was Jiang Chen's plan to come to One Line Sky. It wasn't perfect, but it was the most effective method at the moment. Jiang Chen and Han Yan looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into two specters and disappeared from the valley. The feeling of two brothers doing bad things together was pretty good. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't here. Otherwise it would be even more fun. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In just an hour, he had already traveled a few thousand miles, and this was with Han Yan's speed. According to the direction pointed by Han Yan, there was a small mine in front of them. Many tents were set up outside the mine, and the inside was brightly lit, adding a sense of vitality and liveliness to this barren land. Little Chenzi, we're already close to the territory of Shenyang School. The one in front should be the smallest mine of Shenyang School. I just don't know if there are any experts inside. Han Yan said in a low voice. Ah Yan, I'll open the Zulong Tower. You enter the Zulong Tower first. Let's go check it out. Jiang Chen said and then tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. For him, this Zulong Tower was simply a divine tool. Under the restriction of the powerful world law in the immortal world, all the spatial force was frozen. No one below the immortal king realm could tear open a hole in the space. They couldn't even open their Qi. Therefore, most of the immortals still needed interspatial rings to store their treasures. But what surprised Jiang Chen was that the Zulong Tower wasn't affected by the world law of the immortal world at all. The space inside could be opened at any time. What a great advantage this was. All right. Without hesitation, Han Yan walked into the pagoda. He already knew that Jiang Chen had such a divine tool, but he didn't expect that it could be used in the immortal world. Entering the ancestral dragon pagoda was the best choice for him. After all, his cultivation base was still too weak and he would be easily discovered by the enemy. Jiang Chen withdrew all his qi and enveloped himself with the qi of the Zulong Tower. Then, he slowly walked towards the mine in front of him. Despite the distance, he could already hear the sound coming from inside the mine. It was the sound of mining immortal meta stones. Although the mine wasn't big, it wasn't comparable to the small mines outside Yen City. Otherwise, Shenyang School wouldn't have taken a fancy to it. Outside the mine, there were a lot of disciples in Shenyang School's uniform. Those who were mining immortal meta stones were slaves that they had captured. All the disciples of Shenyang School were Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals was the most basic requirement to enter Shenyang School. As an outer disciple, they had the lowest status in Shenyang School. At this moment, in the middle of the tents, there was an open space. Many disciples of Shenyang School had gathered there. Each and every one of their faces was filled with anger. There were 4 corpses lying on the ground. All 4 of them had died miserably. 3 of them had their heads and necks separated from their bodies. Audacious! Truly audacious! In One Line Sky, someone actually dared to use such a method to kill our people. Who did it? Senior Brother Luo, we can't just let this matter go. I guess it must be done by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. All the disciples of Shenyang School were infuriated. The leader of the group was an ordinary-looking youth. He had a very majestic build and had the highest cultivation base among them. Early Heaven Immortal Realm. Beside him was another Early Heaven Immortal expert. A Heaven Immortal expert was already an inner disciple of Xueqi school. Moreover, he had reached the Heaven Immortal Realm at such a young age. This indicated that he had a good aptitude. At least, he wasn't someone that Yen Donglu could compare with. This mine wasn't big, so Xueqi school had only sent 2 Early Heaven Immortal disciples to oversee it. It's not the work of Tianyun Pavilion. Although we and Tianyun Pavilion have been in constant conflict, most of the conflicts were head-on. Additionally, Tianyun Pavilion has also been capturing and enslaving people to mine immortal meta stones. We have never had any conflict in this matter. Plus, the battle between the 2 major powers wouldn't be so ruthless. The injuries of these 4 people were obviously done by one person. All of them were killed in a single move. The culprit's cultivation base and strength are absolutely above them. Senior brother Luo spoke. His name was Luo Xiang, an inner disciple of Xueqi school. Although his status wasn't high, it was much more respectable than an outer disciple. Then who did it? Someone was puzzled. One should know that in One Line Sky, apart from Tianyun Pavilion, no one had the guts to challenge Xueqi school. Huangfu family and Yun family were enemies, so they wouldn't suddenly target Xueqi school. Even if they did, they wouldn't be interested in a few puny outer disciples. It doesn't matter who it is. We must find out the truth of this matter. No one can touch the people of Xueqi school. Anyone who offends Xueqi school will only have one outcome: death. Luo Xiang's tone was incomparably harsh. In One Line Sky, Xueqi school was indeed qualified to speak such harsh words. Let's go. Hurry up. At this time, 2 disciples of Profound Sun sect were walking towards them with 2 wounded men in their hands. Kneel. The disciple of Xueqi school was incomparably domineering. He pressed the 2 people to the ground. Obviously, the 2 people were scared out of their wits. They could only kneel on the ground obediently. Senior brother Luo, these 2 people are the slaves that were rescued on the way. We have captured them. A disciple of Xueqi school said. This scene was clearly seen by Jiang Chen. These 2 slaves were indeed with Han Yen during the day. After he killed the 4 disciples of Xueqi school, he let them flee for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape from the clutches of the devil. However, this was normal. In One Line Sky, there was no one that Xueqi school couldn't find. Little Chenzi, it seems like they want to inquire about us. Han Yen said. It doesn't matter. I just want to let them know. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't care about it. In the field, all the disciples of Xueqi school fixed their eyes on the 2 slaves. The 2 slaves were shivering in fear. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were very clear about their fate. They had heard about the means of Xueqi school. Now that they had fallen into the hands of Xueqi school, they would definitely die. Speak, who saved you? Who killed our disciples of Xueqi school? Luo Xiang asked. It's a young man in white, one of them said in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to neglect Luo Xiang's question at all. What kind of young man? What's his name? Someone asked. I don't know. We have asked him for his name, but he didn't tell us. That person said. His forehead was already full of sweat. Pah! A big foot directly kicked that person's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Spare me, spare me. That person was terrified. These days, he had been suffering from the torture of Xueqi school. It wasn't easy for him to escape with his life. Now that he was caught again, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tell me everything that happened during the day. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. A disciple of Xueqi school said ferociously. All right. I'll tell you. There was a white-haired young man among us. He was only a mid-human immortal, but he kept colliding with the geniuses of Xueqi school. He suffered a lot of torture and even lost one of his arms. When we reached the valley, a white-haired young man suddenly jumped out. This white-haired young man and that white-haired young man were in cahoots. That white-haired young man seemed to be in his 20s and his cultivation base seemed to be at the early Earth immortal realm. That person tried his best to recall the scene, fearing that he would suffer a fate worse than death if he said anything wrong. Bullshit. How could an early Earth immortal kill a late Earth immortal expert of Shenyang school? It seems like you're lying. Someone said loudly. They wouldn't believe that the 4 outer disciples of Shenyang school were killed by an early Earth immortal young man. Geniuses, every word I said is true. That man was indeed an early Earth immortal expert, but his means were incomparably cruel. None of the 4 disciples of Shenyang school could withstand a single strike from him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That person pointed to a slave next to him and said, "That's right. That's what happened." After that man killed the geniuses of Shenyang school, he left with that white-haired young man without leaving his name. We have told him everything we know. Please spare our lives. We are willing to stay as slaves to mine immortal meta stones. Another person said hastily, "Senior Brother Luo, what do you think?" You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.